Well. Hello again. Welcome to the Voice the Collar Nation radio show. I'm your favorite host, the Collar Rumble, aka Collar Genesis, a Collar Nation warrior, soldier, leader, the messianic leader of the Collar Nation movement. And like I said, only a Collar Nation is going to survive. But we let people nowadays have their Messiah right now. Right now, the Messiah, Ibrahim Traore, is the hottest thing right now talking. He's hotter than the ADOS FBA movement. He's hotter than Farrakhan. He's hotter than the Nation of Islam. He's hotter than Marcus Garvey. Man, he's hotter than everybody out there. So the question I'm going to ask tonight is, did the Messiah destroy the ADOS FBA movement? In other words, when you got a Messiah, right? It's kind of hard to beat. You can't do a half-ass movement like I thought the ADOS FBA movement was half-ass. So now you got a Messiah preaching the gospel of Pan-Africanism and Black unity globally. And so this thing has become a reality as no one in the Black community really cares about ADOS FBA and all this kind of nonsense and delineation. Everybody's basically talking about unity, Black nationalism, and Pan-Africanism. So I think the ADOS FBA movement is on its last leg. That's what I figured. And we could thank Ibrahim Traore, the myth, the man, the myth. Whether this guy's a real thing or not, the image of this young man being strong, talking truth to power, standing up to the man, everything we've been waiting for years and whatnot. But as with all things, we got critics out there. Even Traore got his critics out there. I listened to Diane's show today. Very interesting, very interesting take. I mean, this is like one thing about these movements. What I don't understand is whatever happened to Ubuntu and love and peace and happiness and Kwanzaa and joy and happiness and whatnot. Man, if everybody on that panel on Diane's show was in the same room together, there'd be bloodshed, Motherfuckers be killing each other and whatnot. They were literally knives and guns would come out, and somebody would be dead. So what are we talking about there? So it just tells me that, like I said, Black people, we're emotional creatures. We're basically emotion, and I can't put too much stock in emotionalism. We just have to wait and see how this pans out. But right now, Black people got what they always wanted: a hero, a Messiah, And you never talk against Messiah. I remember now I see why when back in the days I was pumped up on my Messiah was Farrakhan back in the 90s. You could if you say something about Farrakhan, I thought you were crazy. You're this, but that. So now I'm seeing how people back then used to say, you're a fool, he's nothing, he's charlatan and all stuff like that. And I didn't believe it. Now, as time go on, I was like, what the hell was I thinking about, man? This man could do no wrong to me back in the days when it was a Million Man March. I was just so friggin' enamored by everything he said. It just sounded so perfect and whatnot, But the thing is, as I grow older, right, I'm less likely to just follow people blindly. At least you're supposed to. Age is supposed to produce a certain type of wisdom, but unfortunately in our community it's not. But one thing is certain is that the Messiah, the Pan-African Messiah, just destroyed the ADOS FBA movement because no one seems interested in that anymore. No one cares about that anymore. You can't make an argument about ADOS FBA when you got more people talking about, I'm going to Burkina Faso and I want to be part of this. And I support Burkina Faso over America. What happened to, what you call it? Can you imagine that dude, Black stupidity is amazing. Now try to come out, well, I don't believe in Pan-Africanism, Ibrahim Traore, because I'm an American. Now, if you call yourself an American in the midst of this, you get labeled as this guy, General Langley. You don't want to be that guy, So ADOS FBA, that's what you guys look like. You look like General Langley right now. You look like the Hodge twins. You look like all these freaking clowns out there. So one thing that's good about all this is the people I despise the most are the ADOS FBA. They're just basically destroyed. Because I love anybody to come up here now talking about how American they are and how they were already here and all stuff like that. In the face of this growing love for Black nationalism, Pan Africanism, I would love for that argument to happen. But so look, folks, when you have topics like did the Messiah, look, man, what are you talking? Look, I'm not giving any opinion whatsoever. I'm just putting the facts. I say, James. Everybody's like, don't go attacking me for the Messiah. Hey, he's the Messiah, man. Who am I to argue with the Messiah? I'm just here reporting news, man. I'm just humbly reporting the news, man. Everybody always thinks that I got some ulterior motive. Everybody said, what's Kyle up to, man? He must be saying some slick shit. I ain't saying nothing. God damn, I ain't do nothing, man. I ain't do nothing, St. James. Already St. James is on the attack, So when you got topics like did the Messiah destroy the ADOS FBA movement, things are going to get hot tonight. It's going to get heated. So stop what you're doing and hit that like button and hit that share button. Like, share, and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe. Tell a friend, tell an enemy, tell somebody that the color Genesis is here. And he's being his warrior mode, so he's collar rumble tonight. We are ready to rumble in the collar Genesis jungle, in the collar nation jungle. So like, share, subscribe, folks. If I can't do anything, folks, y'all Negroes can't contribute because y'all broke. I understand that. You're broke and dusty. I get that, Speaking of dusty, man, I think I'm looking at my brother, what's his name, Cuddy? And he's like a role model to all the dusty brothers out there, This guy basically took the chance and went over there, found him a purpose in life. He's with the Messiah. They call him eBay, and he just loving life. You can't pry him out of Burkina Faso, So like I said, a lot of my dusty brothers out there, if you ain't got nothing going on with your life, I would consider. But the thing is, the United States just put a travel advisory out for Burkina Faso, man. This is what the timing is not good. It's basically saying if you get caught up in anything over there, the United States Embassy is not going to help you. So what's that sense of having an embassy if you can't? Basically, the United States Embassy is saying that it's a do not travel country. I don't know what's going on, folks. Maybe somebody could, St. James could come up here and explain too. Why does the United States got a travel advisory to Burkina Faso? What is going with the Burkinabe regime of Ibrahim Traore? But we wish Ibrahim Traore the best of luck and everything like that, even though he has his critics and stuff like that. And so that's good. Having critics is good. If you don't have critics, man, there's something freaking wrong. Everybody has critics. Everybody should be able to express their opinion without getting beat up, ACS, I don't think, James, I'm good, bro. I am good. I can't go to a region, man, that got no highway system, no roads, no indoor plumbing, no anything like that. I've seen the region. It's a beautiful place. And I wish you Africans that live on the continent the best of everything. I hope you take those minerals, make something out of yourself, man. Give yourself a high standard of living. I'm rooting for Africa for that. But us over here and Black America, man, I'm sorry, it's not just simply not enough, But I do take all my dusty brothers over there. Over here, they ain't got shit going on. People at the bottom of Black society in America, they ought to really consider going to Burkina Faso, Well, Liberia, say what you want about Liberia, man. It's way more developed than that, Say what you want about Liberia. It's way more developed than that. Liberia's paradise, man. Liberia got 5-star hotels, Look at our tour and whatnot. We got beachfront. You know how many beachfront hotels are popping up in Liberia? It was unreal. It's like freaking Liberia's paradise, man. Tropical paradise, So I don't know about that. It's not even a comparison, The only thing Liberia don't have is they don't have a messianic popular leader like Traore. I wish Liberia did have a leader like Traore. I wouldn't mind whatsoever, if they had a leader like Traore there, because that's what it needs. It needs somebody like that, I'd hope maybe Liberia could have a coup one day and whatnot and get somebody in there, some military. That's what I could only dream about, and basically I could go there, whatnot, and they'd be like, hey, look, man, I got all these plans on the books for years. This is what we can do. But a lot of my people in Liberia, they got to go to other countries because the politics in Liberia suck, And so the question is asked is, does democracy really work, But we're going to talk about that tonight, folks. So like, share, subscribe. We're going to have a hot show tonight. It's going to get heated in here tonight, as we always do and whatnot. The usual people show up. Lewis. I made Michael a while like a fool the other night. He says the thing about the Ghanaians accepting the U.S. and so like, I proved it. It says right there, they'll have unfair. Everybody knew that, Yeah, most black people in America don't give a shit about Burkina Faso. All they see is they just like the image of a strong black man, standing up and whatnot. That's what Black America does and whatnot. So if there was an ADOS FBA movement that produced Ibn Traore, they'd be rocking with that, Yeah, I'm an ADOS FBA and whatnot, but you can't be a bootlicking organization like ADOS FBA and expect people to follow you, because all it takes is somebody like him to come along. And who's Messiah? Who do you think is Messiah? Who's the hottest topic right now, Honeyfly? I can't believe you just asked that, Who do you think is a Messiah, There's only one Messiah right now. His name is Captain Ibrahim Traore, The whole entire black race sees him as the Messiah, the second coming of Jesus Christ, So I love him. I think he's a great man and everything like that, Well, the reason why I love him because if he fucks up, it doesn't really affect me. So like I said, I'll basically say, yeah, great guy, man, great guy. Because if he fucks up, there ain't no like that, Honeyfly, why do you say black people are delusional? Are we entitled to have a hero or somebody that we love and adore and whatnot, But Honeyfly, don't you think Ibn Traore is a role model? George Weah. Say that, that's supposed to be funny. George Weah. I don't know, man, but everybody, to me, he sounds like a superhero, man. He's like Superman, Batman, and Thanos all wrapped up in one thing, man, Ibn Traore is carrying all 5 Infinity Stones, Yo, Rico Miller, he is the freaking Messiah, bro. He is the Messiah, man. Go around Black America and say something about Ibn Traore, you're going to get jumped, He is the Messiah. I'm not trolling, he is the Messiah, I don't know about worship, but black people, man, I remember these time in the 90s when it was Farrakhan, And so I've never seen it like this, man. He's like Farrakhan on steroids, man, Man, standing up to the French. And also, I want to talk about something. Macron just recently said, I'm going to try to find the video. I got a habit of, I should be saving these videos for a playlist. That's what I'm going to start doing. For this show, I'm going to make a playlist, of stuff that I could easily get to. I don't have to go searching for, Macron says he cannot leave Burkina Faso, West Africa, and Africa. He says because Africans basically cannot rule themselves. They're too backwards, too primitive. He said that, not me, Now, he didn't say except for Nigeria or except for Ghana. He said Africa needs us and everything like that. And I'm saying to myself, I don't think so, Rico Mill. I think most Black Americans, man, they're feeling this guy. They want to fast track how many Black Americans are trying to get into Burkina Faso. They're trying to bum rush the coast, man. So like I say, Rico, man, you ADOS FBA people, y'all got to get on your game, man. Y'all got to come up with something. The Pan-African world just produced a Messiah. Who y'all got to come up with? Yvette Carnell? Come on, Tariq Nasheed. Now who do you guys follow? Ibrahim Traore or Tariq Nasheed? That's what it comes down to. Ibrahim Traore and Tariq Nasheed, Oh, come on, DK, man. Why you calling my brothers Dusty, man? Dusty brothers have rights too, Dusty brothers any purpose life too. Look, you take a Dusty brother and whatnot, Roy Hunter. Look this up, talking against American FBA. The report includes social media. Look up Chilquo. They check in. So what the hell are you talking about? Look this up. Talking against American FBA and America will get you deported, included social media, you know. So you saying Chuko got deported? That's what you're saying? They say they deported my main man Chuko. Oh, I'm gonna miss Chuko. You know, he's in Nigeria, got no internet, so he can't call in the show or not. You know, so I'm gonna miss Chuko. If that's true, Chuko, man, I got your back, bro. You know, I got your back. But yeah, the ADOS FBA movement is done, man. You know, until they come up with somebody better than Tariq Nasheed, man. That's not a good look. You got Ibrahim Traore standing with a gun on his side, man. People pumping their fists up and whatnot. You know, I don't see nobody doing that. Tariq. Tariq is in a white neighborhood with white in-laws and everything like that, putting out videos about tethers and bushmeat and stuff like that. And you got Ibrahim Traore talking about black nationalism and Pan-Africanism. So I think black national and Pan-Africanism is actually winning this battle, you know, for the hearts and minds of the people, you know. Nah, immigrants don't have to wash their mouth, man. I can say what y'all want to do on my platform, you know. Let you. I want to know what you really feel about these ADOS FBA people, you know. You can't stand them as much as I do, you know. When I say that, people think I'm a freaking immigrant. I don't know, but that ADOS FBA movie just rubs me the wrong way, you know. It rubs me as freaking. That's what every time I think of ADOS FBA, I think of people like the Hodge twins. I think of the fucking that General Langley. I think of Jason Whitlock, called Jason Shitlock, according to Jughead. Kundis Owens, you know, that freaking sheriff from Milwaukee, whatever his name is, you know. That's what I think of when I think of ADOS FBA, you know. I'm an ADOS FBA, whatnot. The most greatest people ever lived, the premium Negroes and whatnot. You know? So tonight I'm gonna have a field day on ADOS FBA and whatnot, you know, because I feel their pain, you know. I really feel their pain tonight, you know, because they just basically got eclipsed by the Messiah. The Messiah just came and he stood tall and whatnot, you know. He just basically he could heal the sick and raise the dead and whatnot. Ibrahim Traore, man, he makes the lame walk and the blind will see when he's touched by Ibrahim Traore. He's Jesus Christ, Moses, and Yahweh all in one thing. He's Ibrahim Traore. He's the Messiah, you know. So I like getting my messianic Messiah on and whatnot. Every time you have the, you know, they had a conference, man. Nothing came of it though. Say James, you know, they had a conference in Liberia, but nothing came. Liberia is not going to let that happen, bro. That goes against everything Liberia stands for, you know. Liberia is not going to let no United States do anything like that. They're very founding. The founders of Liberia are turning in their graves at the very thought of that. That's not going to happen, bro. Not going to happen. We're monitoring that situation. It's not going to happen, you know. Not going to happen, you know. Mr. Cat said most those people have nothing to do with FBA. What the hell are you talking? Oh, yes, they do. They told the same thing. Love of America, shut up, and whatnot. White people are always right. You know, you don't say nothing. You know, the only person that talks that FBA stuff that sounds like he's kind of pro-black is the big man, Phil Scott. That's probably the only one. And he sounds goofy when he talks about it. I think Phil will leave the FBA shit alone. He's too smart for that shit. You know. You know. Not every partner tries to sell a tour, but I did it already. You know, I did it already. I did a tour already. You know, so I got one tour under my belt. You know, so I've done it. You know, you think you can get 18 people to travel with you halfway across the world, and you bring them there and back alive? Sorry about that, folks. Sorry about that. Let me put my mouse down. I keep screwing up. But yeah, so we're talking about that tonight. The Messiah versus the ADOS FBA movement. Who's going to win this battle? You got the head of the ADOS FBA movement, Tariq Nasheed. And you got the Messiah himself, Ibrahim Traore. Who's going to win this battle for the hearts and minds of black people in America, you know? Right now, I figure it's like we're in the fourth quarter, and the Pan Africans got it, man. They're up like 50 points, you know. So it is what it is. Nah. I'm good, St. James. Nah, I think I'm good. Me and Bomani, we're good, man. We're good. We're good. I mean, like I said, I wish the world the best of luck. I encourage people, black people from America, if you're gonna go there, man. Contribute, man. Put your stake in claim. Just not for me. It's not. You know, I can't go to what you call her. I can't go to that region. You know, I can't mess with that shit. You know. So wow, Rico, that's really mean, man. You said, I don't know, 80 people who want to go to watch to eat bushmeat and make money. Come on, why you gonna diss our African bros like that? They don't all beg for money and they don't all eat bushmeat. Come on, man. That's really mean. That was very mean of you, man. That's a mean comment, man. You know, where are you coming from, Rico Miller? That's really mean, man. Talking about this. You know. But St. James, man, look, we got I got Cuddy over there, man. What more do you want? We got that guy. Look, I would like to get dudes like Bantam and Dinka over there. All these brothers over here is not doing anything. You know, in America that basically like you just can't if you can assimilate and stuff like that. Oh, you got power over me? Here I said Colin spends every night talking about delineations. Every night say we don't have power. No, you don't have any power. You guys are a joke. What the hell are you going to delineate for, a little boss? What the hell are you going to delineate? Man, you need to delineate from that fucking welfare line. You better delineate from that Section 8, nigga. You know, you going to delineate. Like you got some power. Oh, Lord, man. Get with it, little boss. Get with it, man. You should be getting your passport and having, because you need to be bum rushing the coast right now. Say I'm out of here, man. Go over there with Cuddy. You could start doing chicken farming. You could start doing fish farming. You could look for some diamonds to get into. And there's a lot of stuff you can get into, little boss. Standing in America, working at McDonald's, man, forever, man, ain't cutting it, bro. Can't do that, man. Now somebody like me that got a real business, I gotta stay in America. I got too much here. What, some of you guys out here that are broke and destitute, y'all to consider, man. Get behind Captain Ibrahim Traore, man. I encourage that. Well, I don't know. It could be right. Look, that could be true. George Weah was a clown, man. You got to ask Elvis about George Weah. That's his boy. That's his crime boy. You know. You're gonna deliver your delineation of Monrovia. Okay. Look, how you look? I gotta look in my business, right? I need real electricity. I need data. There's not one data center on a continent. I need to be able to store data. I need to access the data like that. I can't be freaking sitting in Liberia and Africa and Burkina Faso and I do business and whatnot, and I got to transfer all my data to Europe to process so it can get back to me when that costs too much money. When Africa starts building data centers, what data centers like? My dream is so you say, well, Colin, what business you want to get into? I would love to be able to, because I look at Liberia as an English speaking country. I would love to build a data center over there. A data center, just like as a cyber factory. People you process data and turn it into intelligence, and you turn that into revenue. data centers where people take incoming calls and stuff like that, store stuff on computers and pull it up when you need it and stuff like that. That's a lot of money. A lot of data centers are outsourced to places like Dubai, the Philippines, and other. Oh Lord. Okay, do I got to put in a title? Let me put in a damn title, man, because people are fucking thick, man. Who's the Messiah? Geez, man. Who do you think we've been talking about? I'm gonna put it in a title so people know. It's Traore, you thick idiots. And I'm saying like this. This is the ADOS FBA movement, man. You guys are thick, man. Jeez. Who's the Messiah, man? Who's kicking your ass right now in popularity? So who's kicking your ass in popularity? Even Traore, I don't know. I can't do it. All right. I don't know. Hold up. Man, why you guys make me do this shit? Hold up, folks. We didn't change the start. Oh boy. You guys made me screw up my fucking show. Please add the start time. Oh, Lord have mercy, man. Lord have mercy. Oh, there we go. Oh, General Langley. Oh, you must be a white guy, Steve. General Langley is a fucking race traitor, That dude's an embarrassment. That's a freaking real embarrassment. Africans say they are powerless people, pretend we have the same ancestry. You know, we do have the same ancestry. Like I said, the fact that black people love Ibrahim Traore, that means there's something in Africa that's pulling us back. That young man sitting up there strong, it's like, man, that's a brother right there, man. Then where's the fucking Wabos? We're already here Negroes, and we're Native American Negroes. They're gone. We're gone because you're like a fool in the age of what's his name, eBay they call them, and all that's done, man. Everybody's now pro African, pro black, and everything like that. So all you Negroes out there who are still with this ADOS FBA movement, we're pretendians. All you people are just done. You know. Dane Calloway. Who's the messiah of the ADOS FBA and the Wabos and the Dane Calloway, Tariq Nasheed, Y'all gonna put them up against Ibrahim Traore? Oh wow, that's funny. And we're not talking about Steve. We're not talking about those fucking Africans. I don't care about those fucking Africans. They're clowns, man. Those are Negropean Africans, stupid, ignorant ones. Majority of Africans don't have any beef with Black America, trust me. I'm not saying, look, yeah, I love Paul Kagame. I like strong black men who stand up when I do what they got to do. So like I said, well, Paul Kagame couldn't get the real support among the black world. this guy is. Something about him, man. Everybody's like this, 36 years old, and basically someone who cares something more than how often you see a man in his 30s that care more about freaking building nation building than he is booties and chasing women and getting high and all stuff like that. I'm proud, man. You know. Oh, come on, DK. I think Black Americans love Chahori. He's a messiah, man. He is a new messiah, man. But I'm gonna have to put the link in the chat room. You call in tonight because this is a Friday night. Let's get to it, man. What do you think? Do you think the ADOS FBA movement's on its last legs? Did Ibrahim Traore just destroy a movement way over here in America? Oh, it looks like it. How you gonna go against that? How you gonna go against this guy? You saw that rally out there the other day, man. You had black people from America protesting the U.S. inside of Burkina Faso at the U.S. embassy. They're all old as hell, You know, old as hell, man. All these guys look like they're fucking 100 years old out there. Hands off our president and whatnot. Oh wow, that's amazing, man. Motherfuckers go all the way over there, halfway across the world, just to be part of Burkina Faso. So it's doing something, man. Imagine going to a country you have no beaches, no nothing, just dry land and stuff like that, but you find paradise. It is what it is, folks. But you can't beat that. Where do you go if you're an ADOS FBA person? You can't go nowhere. Where you gonna go to Beverly Hills with Tariq? Where the hell the ADOS FBA to go? Yeah, that vampire movie was good, man. Black people, yeah, they're really feeling that sinners and whatnot. So I give them that. Let me get St. James and let me get Dave on. All right, gentlemen, what's going on?
Good evening, Carla.
What's going on, Dave?
Man, I'm all right, man.
We keep
Just
it
work.
track. Yo, did you see that video from Liberia, Best Man Larma? You ever heard of him?
No, I didn't. I didn't see that
Well, he's
video.
like a elder Liberian, right? That guy's an
Hmm.
honorable man.
Yeah,
And he says he was showing a video on Facebook. I should tag it to you, where they're tearing down a house that he sold a piece of property to somebody, right? And
yeah,
somebody squatted on his land to do with a fake deed, and he won in court. And the dude
yeah,
that built the house there, he had a bulldozer out there tearing it down. He says, "Man, this is really messed up."
yeah.
So that's what we're up against. These people that's trying to steal our land in Liberia and whatnot. We got to fight back.
And
So,
we gotta get Liberia back, man. I see Brocker. He's working. He's working. He's trying.
yeah, but
The
the
new
bottom line, you
president,
got
he's
these people
trying,
in
but
there. Yo,
they're
yo,
not letting him work, man. They're
why
not.
does these people keep threatening us with George Weah popping up? He's gonna
Yo, man. If George Weah get there, man, he's gonna loot the country.
everything that's being
All
built right now will spiral out of control and everything. Imagine all those CDC clowns taking over police positions and
no, no,
everything.
no, no, no. I don't. We saw it before.
Yeah,
Wasn't too good, man. It
that's what I
wasn't.
said. This is why America doesn't never own Liberia,
Do
Steve. You
you
don't know
and do
anything
you
about.
know? Do you know the criminal element in Liberia is complaining about the development? They're talking about the lights are on and street lights are on. They can't do what they want to do no
Oh,
more. And
bro, yeah.
these guys are terrible. So you're right, Kyla. Those our ancestors knew what they was doing in that country, man.
Oh, yeah,
Everything
they
they
knew exactly
saying
what they were
is
doing.
coming to pass.
And the
Everything they
bottom line is
saying.
they knew what we cannot let white people ever get a foothold in that country.
Yeah,
Never
it's
let
just
the natives take over. That's they knew that. They said if the natives ever take
they
over
was
something.
trying to say the natives from themselves.
Yeah, they were. They were basically saying the natives take that shit over. It's done. They were absolutely right. It's so sad, but they were 100% right. You know. All right, St. James, what's on your mind, bro?
St. John, yeah. Yo, you was talking about the movement, destroying the ADO FBA, ADOS FBA
How
movement.
can you compete with that, right?
Yo, I mean, yo, I'm surprised. I thought this movement was catching so much steam that I even see guys in the hood repping Tulsa Red.
Yeah.
Like, like,
And so the bottom line, so it just basically eclipsed the whole
you know,
ADOS delineation, all
it
that.
I guess this young guy, not to cut you off, Kyle, I guess this young guy in power, is galvanizing the black youth, is galvanizing black people all
Yeah,
over.
they're basically saying
Yeah.
something. No, they never see what it is. Is this we've never had somebody, a young person in a long time that took politics and stuff like that seriously, because all their world gives us is rappers and entertainers and clowns, and stuff like that. Dave dropped off, Also, that's all the world is basketball players. Now people saying, "Wow, this guy's a statesman." And so they basically, these kids around, black kids, youth around the world, are seeing somebody besides Shaquille O'Neal and LeBron James that looks like them, that's popular.
Yeah, sorry, Kyle, I got knocked off.
You heard what I said? I said the black kids around the world seeing somebody other than 50 Cent, you
Yo,
know,
people are
Jay-Z.
galvanized. I would, and it kind of, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of re-galvanized the Pan-African movement.
It did, man. It gave a
It
life to
re
it because,
it like woke up like whoop whoop.
yeah, because the
Black,
bottom line is this: you cannot look. People could talk all they want, right?
yeah,
But the bottom line is this: black people know deep down inside their heart, they know that that's where we're from,
yes,
and we're always gonna have that affinity. Now, how many years we've been off the continent? We're always gonna have that attachment to the continent.
yeah. Yo, Kyla, you know what I saw the other day? I was walking from the store, right? And I saw an older African American guy, man. He had his dashiki on. He was driving in his Cadillac. He just, just put his fists up. I know it was an African American guy. He just, but
Yeah, because
that
Africans don't do shit like that.
when I saw that, I say, yeah, this movement is still going on. The
Yeah,
old guys,
what it
this
is
movement is
the
still,
thing
yeah,
is we just had no
yeah.
way of expressing it. This
I say,
Burkina
yeah,
Faso just gave everybody,
yeah.
it basically encouraged people to be okay. This is what we believe.
And
I look,
a double foot down. Like, no, we're not letting
this is
this
what we
happen.
were. And do you hear what Macron said? Macron said he can't leave. We will not leave Africa. He says Africa will die if France left it. So in other words, basically. Now, what shocked me was he didn't say, well, if we left, we could help a country like Ghana and Nigeria do it. But he said no African country could rule itself, I was like, damn. So I like to see someone Nigerian and Ghanaian, brother. What do they think about that? He said Africa is incapable of ruling. That's the way they think. They really believe that they can't, Africans can't do anything without Europeans overloading them. What do you think about that, St. James?
I don't know where
Oh, let's
St.
say James. I mean, he's up here, man. What the
Yeah.
hell?
But that's true. They really think we can't do nothing. They really think we can't do nothing without them.
That's why Liberia's history is all is interesting to know, because St. James will talk shit about Liberia, but had it not been for Liberia proved to the world, right? There was a thing called the white man's burden, that the white man has to govern people and that. But you hear there was one little small problem. There was this little tiny country on the coast of West Africa that was run by black men, that they couldn't like this. So that's why they always tried to colonize Liberia, It was the very idea of it,
Yeah.
and discredit it. That's why they always try to discredit Liberia in the eyes of most black people in Africa, and say, hey, look, man, these guys are oppressing the natives, all kinds of stuff like that. They're really white. That's why when they paint white people and Liberians, the leaders, you ever see the thing? All the leaders from Daniel Warner and Stephen Al Benson, the white people used to paint them like they look like they were white. But you look at the real pictures, they look like they were black,
Yeah.
Real black, So that was the reason why they did that. They wouldn't make it seem like Liberians were mulattoes. That's a lie, It was not like that. Liberia was a typical black America. Just whatever you see in black America, that's what Liberia was, Peace, folks. Peace, Donnie. And everything. Him and Hustle Smart, man, they got me going at it, man. They be cracking me up, man. Him and Hustle Smart be going. Yeah, yeah. Steve, your FBA has the right have their own fight, so leave us alone to fight ours. Yeah, but the FBA people. That's not the Africans believe. There's no legitimate movement called the FBA. FBA is not trying to fight nothing. You know what's on St. James, man? St. James, are you on a computer or what, man?
I mean, the FBA movement, the whole movement was supposed to be about reparations. You
No,
see,
no. This thing is, this is why I disagree. The movement started right at Vet Carnell. She said ADOS. She was basically saying that black people in America are being replaced by immigrants, so there needs to be some special consideration for black people in America because we can't compete with cheap immigrant labor. They're getting college positions, scholarships that should be belong to us because we're descendants of slaves. America owes a debt to us, right? And so somehow she got a hold. She a lot of people who talked about because she had a good YouTube platform. A lot of reparationists began commenting her show and whatnot. And next thing you show, she became a reparationist.
yeah. Oh,
And
she
that's how it
wasn't a
happened.
reparationist? I thought she was
No,
a
no,
reparationist.
no. That's something that she took on because so people
Oh,
basically said,
people was pressuring her. People was
yeah, they was like,
pressuring her.
yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Oh. Oh, I didn't know.
And then
I thought she was a
Tariq
reparationist.
saw the
I
momentum,
thought
right?
it was all about reparations.
No, it was basically her
Oh.
trying to have identity because she was saying the African identity is destroying us. And then she made the case that we can't identify as African because we have a stake in America. America owes us and whatnot. And then she allied with the so-called reparation movement.
Oh, okay.
I was there, man, when it started. She was against the movie Black Panther. She was against black people going to
She was against
Africa.
Black Panther. I know she was
She,
against Black Panther.
she hated Black Panther. She hated that shit.
Well, yeah, yo, she said she went to Liberia once too.
Yeah, she said she went to Liberia, but she went there as a trying to discredit it. Oh man, ain't nothing here, whatever. She was like trying to act like, oh, this place is a mess, whatever. She went at a time when Liberia was still a mess.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what's going on St. James, man. He keeps coming up like that. You gotta check his computer or his connection.
Yeah, I thought she was the reparations because I know Tyreek. I know he was on a reparations
No,
movement.
what happened was when the reparations people start coming in, and that became her main thing, reparations, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Tariq found a way how he could capitalize on a situation by saying foundational Black America, his own brand.
His own branding. Okay.
So he basically hijacked the movement.
Yeah. And then split it into two. Split it
Yeah,
into
so
two.
all the people that were following him, but once Tariq was on that hidden color shit. And then he just morphed into the thing because he said, "Oh, the Pan African movement was one sided." There was a lot of stuff out there that people were saying for a long time. The Pan and also let's be honest with ourselves. A lot of it had to do with the fact that Africans were talking a lot of shit online. About Black America. And that's basically they had somebody like Tariq was like, "Oh yeah, we don't," because the Pan African movement, unfortunately, up until now, right? The Pan African movement was like, okay, it was basically Black America. We need to be in Africa, back to Africa, but we need to be in African
Yeah.
culture and that.
Yeah.
And then what happened? There's a lot of Black America say, "Well, I see Africans all the time. I don't see where they're all that special, whatever like that. Always talking down to us and blah 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 and everything like that." So there was nobody basically defending Black America. Then Tariq steps up.
Yeah.
Yvette Carnell when I say, yeah, we got a culture. And also there was like, because another thing that was going on was there was a lot of British and African actors taking Black American roles.
Yeah.
And so they
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
talking about that and said we're being erased, and stuff like that. We're being erased. We don't control our own culture because they remember the movie Harriet Tubman came out with that Cynthia Erivo or
Yeah.
whatever.
Selma. All those movies was coming out.
Yeah, old
Selma and
movies,
stuff
yeah.
like
So they
that.
had foreigners and whatnot. So that's basically the xenophobia among Black America, unfortunately. But I tell you, a lot of those actors is better actors. What can you say? All those British actors are better actors, man. You can't like this. Oh, okay. You're muted. Okay, okay, St. James. I thought you were just sitting there, just not wanting to say nothing, or whatever like that. You know. What do you mean? There's no Pan African without FBA? Look, look, first there'd be no panel without Black America. Not no foundation. How can you be a foundation of something that you didn't? In order for you to be a foundational Black American, that means that you founded this country, right? And you brought white people over here. When you say you're a foundation, that means you built the place. We didn't build America. Are you crazy? We were brought over here in chains. There's no foundation America. How are you a foundational Black American? All it is basically is the FBA is they went from Black Power and Pan Africanism to I'm closer to white Zaddy. That's another thing. They fear Africans and foreigners getting closer to white people than them. That's all it is. Like they have some special relationship with white America. That's all the ADOS FBA movement is. So it is what Steve says. Nigeria and Ghana are both against what the dictator upward is doing, yet Americans still travel there. No, actually, yeah. Look, Ghana and Nigeria are basically countries that basically are doing what the West tells them to do. That's all that is, Because they're like, oh man, you're gonna cause conflict and whatnot. This guy is brave. He's standing his ground, man. Even Traore, man, you got to give it to him.
Yeah. And that's why people love him, man. That's why the hood love him, man.
Yeah, because he stands up. Because
all
we have for a long time, all these bootlicking Black leaders and whatnot, we can't stand them. It was like any real Black men standing up or not. He stood up to, even though a lot of Black people like Donald Trump, but they still like the fact that he stood up to Donald Trump. You're like, no, man, I got, I usually when a world leader invites you to the White House or the Kremlin or the Buckingham Palace, you just go and thank you and see what crumbs you can get. He said, nah, I think I'm focused on building my country. Thanks with no thanks. I like that, He's a stand-up guy. I don't know why Brandon don't like him so much, man.
Brandon don't like him.
Brandon never liked him, man,
He never liked him. Brandon said he gonna chill off on Traore, though. He said he gonna chill off on him.
Yeah, because he knows you can't do that right now. The man's too hot, man. You never attack somebody when they're at their height. You wait until he fizzles out a little bit. You don't tack a man. That's martial arts. You don't tack a man when he's strong. You draw him out and wait till he's weak. And vulnerable. But right now he's hot, man. There's nothing you can say, man. Nothing you can say. Because basically, what you do is you end up sounding like an ADOS FBA. ADOS FBA, the whole ADOS. Go ahead.
You sound like an ADOS FBA.
The ADOS FBA people don't want any escape from America. That's why it's a prison, They don't want no escape from America. If you think about veering off the plantation, they're gonna come and whoop your ass, Yeah. You dare talk about another country?
Tell on you.
Yeah, check this out. The bottom line, I go to Liberia. And Liberia just like being in the deep south. That's as American as you can get. So only difference between me going to Liberia and staying in America is just one plane ride across the Atlantic,
Yeah.
So Liberia is Black America in Africa, But they don't even want you doing that. They said, what about the Black Americans that went to Dominican Republic, Suriname, You can't even do that, because they don't want you going nowhere near. What about the Black Americans that went to Mexico, What about the Black Americans went to Costa Rica, No. Anybody that does anything outside the United States, he's not a so-called FBA ADOS, I mean, so you can tell it's not a real movement. If it's a lineage, wouldn't American Liberians be considered a foundational?
I think Tariq had a argument about that too.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There was a Liberian boy that was shot, right? Yeah. And we went to the white guy at the wrong house to pick up his brother and sister, and the white guy shot him at the door.
Yeah, I remember.
And Tariq was like, "Why are you talking about him? He's not a foundational." And somebody said, "Well, he's actually Liberian, so he basically is not one of us, or whatever. Like he's one of us." People like Tariq, like, "Nah, man." Blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, are you stupid? If your thing saying that you are Black America, there's slave descendant, whatnot, then there's a lot of Liberians that are slave descendants, you know? So they're not slave descendants no more because they live in Liberia. That's how stupid this whole movement is, you know? In other words, basically, America's a plantation. You go off the plantation, you're no longer one of them, you know? So what
Yeah, because
about
they always the first thing they ask you is, what's your lineage? Where you from? That's the first thing they gonna ask you.
what's your
That's how you
lineage?
know,
Where you
yeah.
from? You know, does it really matter? If you're born in America and you basically
What's
have the
your
thing,
lineage?
look at his
They
brother. We're
want,
not the same. We're not the same, you
yeah,
know?
they want to find out if you are, they want to
You don't
find
find
out
out
if
if you have any sort of ancestry outside of
yeah,
Southern Negroes and whatnot.
off
You
the
know, man, that's
plantation.
stupid. Yeah, you can't veer off the plantation, man. You know, it's plantation politics. That's all that is. Plantation politics. And Roy said, we're not the same. Yeah, man, I can't stand these Negroes, man. You know, that's why I am like so happy right now. The Messiah is here, you know. He's putting his foot up your asses and whatnot. Y'all better get in line, man, because this is the day of Pan Africanism. You see all those black people all over the world raising their fists and whatnot. You know, that is a beautiful sight, man.
Yeah,
What do I say? You
yeah.
know, and you got brothers like Cuddy. So in other words, a brother like Cuddy who had no prospects in America, not a dime or pot to piss out of, right? He's over there in Burkina
Yeah,
Faso.
I gotta respect them though, Kyle. You
Yeah,
gotta
I want more brothers to do that. Only thing I want Cuddy to do,
he's
only thing I want
looking for
Cuddy to do is find himself a nice little woman over there. You
he's
know?
looking for another. He found another outlet, Kyler. So
Yeah.
you know what I mean. He's trying to find another way. So I gotta respect it.
If you ain't
You know
got,
what I mean?
like I said, I'd rather have you see some of these brothers on the streets, right? They ain't trying to be assimilating America. They're not trying to be part of America. They're not trying to be not like that. But the bottom line is, so I respect somebody say, you know, so let me go someplace. And he's a productive citizen, a person in Burkina Faso, rather than being in America doing nothing, why would you be against that, See these Negroes in the chat
And
room when that these
and
ADOS FBA.
Kyler and Kyler and not to cut you off, Kyler, but it'll be crazy. You know how it is. It's crazy. Some Black Americans, their blessings are in Africa. It's not
All
in
right, so
America,
black people, the only place you go, I
and
know
they don't
people
even know it.
like Rico Miller, man. He could probably go to Africa and be something, man. Become a chief or something, man. Go over there, man. You don't know what your fortune. You can find yourself a wife, man. You can go over there and find yourself find a business opportunity and whatnot. You ain't doing nothing here in America. I know it because most ADOS FBA people are broke, and they're basically like this. Steve, well, all my ancestors are buried. My ancestors are buried here too, man. But so what, God, you always been a progressive. Why you assaulted FBA? Well, the bottom line, because look, I am basically, ultimately, I know Black America. This proves me, right? Proves to me that given an opportunity, right? If there's an alternative to America, Black people take it. I know that,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
if you see all this energy for somebody like Traore, can you imagine what happened when we raised a flag of an Afghanistan, and basically that country becomes like the de facto homeland of all Black America and whatnot. I know what I'm doing with this movement. I know my people. You cannot have the incident just the other
But
day.
Kyla, what your idea? You could just ask any random Black person on the street; they'll agree with you.
Of course, I did. That's why I
They
do
just
this.
agree with you.
I said like
They'll
this: what
agree
if
with
we
you.
had our own nation state, somewhere? They're like, yeah, I'll go there. That's been urban myth in Black America for so long. Having a nation in Africa, leaving America, is the oldest ideology in Black America. It
Yeah,
goes back to the 1600s, man. To the mid 1600s. The idea that we should have the master of our own destiny, that we should be someplace where we're the majority. No, honey, if I didn't see a comment, must have missed me. I must have missed it. The idea that we should go, Liberia was actually 200 years in the making before they even sell there. People don't know that. The idea that we should have a republic in Africa and go to Africa and build our own homeland and everything. This way the white man's expanding. His manifest destiny is expanding across this continent. Those from the 1600s, the first educated Black people like, something, we need to go back to our ancestral homeland and build a new reality for ourselves, end the slave trade, and do all stuff like that, build a new civilization. That's as old as black people. I think that was probably even before us landing here. I bet you anything people on the slave ships thought about that.
Yep.
That somehow we got to return and build something, so we just will never happen. We need a safe place for our people. So. You see what I'm saying? Our ancestral homeland is America. Okay, that's why so many black people say, like this. Well, how about this, Jonathan? Why don't you just we dig up all our ancestors' bones and bring them over there and bury them in African soil? That's what I would. Wouldn't that be a good idea, Dave?
Yeah, it'd be a good idea.
Yeah, it's
That'll
very
close that
solid, man.
argument.
I
That'll
kill that
that'll
argument.
end
Now,
that
look, I'm all
argument
for it,
early.
man. And we could pay for everybody funeral expenses. I sell burial insurance, right? You could probably even take some of that burial money, your family, instead of you buying a new car and whatnot on a policy, have your parents dug up and sent to the continent. You know, that's what I was like this. Like I said, that's what you're concerned about.
It's a good idea. Is it not a good idea?
But the bottom line, if when Black Africans see us coming to Africa, they start being proud to be and say, well, "Okay, I guess." But if you basically see if Africans start seeing development and people like Chahore, they ain't gonna come to America. They're gonna want to get behind that. So people trying to take shots at you, Dave. You ain't doing. Dave is building his homeland. He's joining the BAL. We're gonna build that shit. I tell you. There's a guy named Val Thomas. Did you see in the group Val Thomas? You see a picture of him in Nimba Mountain?
Yeah.
He's chilling, right? That's what I'm talking about. He's an older brother, man. He's basically like leading this movement in Liberia. He basically wants Liberia to be an Afghanistan, basically. And so the bottom line, we're going to bring investors, we're going to build these communities for Black Americans and Liberians wanting to return. We're going to do that in Liberia, man. I promise you, Dave. Because I was like, yeah, but I think, since there's so many Liberians like you, I think I will make Liberia like the first homeland,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure because of the natives. I mean, I got to let my bitterness towards the natives go. So
Yeah, let that go, Colin,
let that
man.
go. What I did, I
Let
could
that
like this,
go, man.
I'm so angry about that shit, what they
I'm
did.
angry about it too, Colin. I'm angry about that shit too.
So no, and not just angry, bro. I'm literally livid.
Yeah, because for me, I get angry at it because it was all for nothing.
Yeah,
It didn't.
that
It
Elvis said
didn't.
it was necessary. When somebody Elvis
Yeah,
says necessary, don't you feel like jumping through the computer and strangling them?
yeah, man. It wasn't necessary, Kyla, because I look at it like this from a practical standpoint. If it's not, if it didn't get, it wasn't managed the same way. Even Liberia, even if it was managed the same way, or just managed
Look at
regularly.
St. James, man, trolling me. He says AAS might invade Liberia. We need access to the sea. We're giving them access to the sea. We're building a railway line that's going to that access to the port of Buchanan. There's ways of doing things. You don't have to invade Liberia, bro. So you don't do that, man. Then you'll invite AFRICOM in. And you guys talk about that stupid shit. So. Don't let Ace said don't be an enemy to your own people,
And something too. They're gonna try to blame African Americans for this situation in Liberia with Africa. Because they're gonna,
Oh yeah, I
try
know.
to
They're gonna
blame the
say
native
general.
people.
I
Yeah,
just
instead
pray
of
this.
blaming the native, don't start blaming.
I
Oh,
already see it now. The American Negro.
the
Yo,
Americoid. The
every time I
Americoid.
see Langley, the way they're drawing him and stuff like that,
Yeah.
they put him with cotton in his head and whatnot. I'm like, damn, man, it's not a good look, man. You ADOS FBA people, that's not a good look, man. Y'all can't look like a slave owner. That's what ADOS FBA movement, man. They could basically put us back on a plantation. They would, you know.
You hear this? So he said you invited Irish, so we're taking it all. You hear that? You hear that?
Damn, man. I think some people are just
Taking it
against us.
all. Some people,
Come on,
yeah.
damn, St. James, man. Shit, man. Liberia is a black nationalist country, man. It's not like that, man.
People was protesting
Yeah,
in
people they got
Liberia.
arrested. The government said, you heard about that? The government said
Huh?
if
They,
you get caught demonstrating for Burkina Faso, they'll arrest you and shit like that. This is threats, police say, any sort of threats, So Liberia is under pressure from the United States. And once United States, Liberia needs that aid and investment from the West, unfortunately, But we're trying to change that trajectory that where we got people, we're bringing our own investors in. And the only way Liberia is going to bring an investor, it has to be Black America, because no one's going to partner with, unfortunately, there's not a good enough Liberian businessman to like a guarantor. Maybe if Rachel out Dennis, somebody like that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you need strong Black American industrialists in Liberia, Then that'll bring the Japanese in, and you know what I'm saying? People are
Yeah,
German.
they gotta see real money coming in
They
first.
gotta see real people on the
Gotta see
continent,
real money, yeah.
Because let's be honest, they go to the country and they see these native Liberians run. They're like, nah.
Let's be honest, Colin. They're not gonna give no Bushmen their money. Come
Yeah,
on,
they're
man.
not.
Let's
They're
just
not.
be honest.
They're not.
Just
I
be
try to
honest.
tell Elvis that. Why
Gonna
did
give
investment dry
Yeah,
up?
and
Y'all people.
I told my sister that today. I like they not gonna get no Bushmen no money, man. They
Yeah,
not gonna
not
do
gonna do it,
that,
man.
man.
They can
Nah.
talk all they want, man. But bottom line is this: why look at hostilities with Africa? Somebody said, "Fuck Africa." Damn, Rico, man, it ain't all that. Let me get Honey Flower on. All right, Honey Flower. All right, girl, you shoot.
Hello.
Hello,
I
how you
don't want
doing?
to derail the hello. I don't want to derail the topic really from the main point of the
Hey, go ahead.
conversation,
It's
but
Friday night. We talk about everything. Go ahead.
I
What's up?
just saw something so crazy. So, I'm up here in Minnesota like Elvis. All of us Africans are in Minnesota, and
Yeah, y'all got a
there,
liberal governor. He said,
yeah.
"Come on in."
So, Um, there was an incident that happened. I don't know if it happened today or yesterday, but there's this lady, you can look her up, this
A
white woman
blonde
named.
lady call her kid a nigga.
Yes, did you see that?
But that was an
Oh,
immigrant kid too. That was not. That was an immigrant kid, right?
yes, that's a Somali kid. I can tell because the guy in the video had a Somali accent, like a Somali broken English accent.
Right.
She made a okay, so they were saying that the Somali kid was autistic, and she was saying that he went inside of her diaper bag and stuff. I really don't believe it because a lot of white women, they're liars. They lie a lot, and they can lie with a straight face, and a lot of them are just messed up in the head. So like she made a GoFundMe or whatever,
And she
and
got $250,000. I saw that. Yeah.
250, no, it's 500,000 right now.
Wow, man. That was just an
It's
hour
a
ago.
500,000, and I went actually. It's like they're like consistently. She's getting donations consistently. It's crazy, and it's like she raised the donations
But what,
from.
what gets me is why is it that the African immigrants will throw this off like it's a Black American? It's okay. How come they see every time they get in a racial incident, right? They pretend like they're Black American. Yeah, that's what people like this. Instead of saying no, we're Somalis, we face racism too, right? And let's deal with
Yeah,
it from a
they say
position
they're
of.
not black and stuff. They're
But then when they
delusional.
get called nigga, they still like, oh well, it's a racial incident, but that's because she thinks we're Black American. No, you're not white.
Yeah, you're not white. Like there's your nigga wake up call right there,
Yeah,
and it's
you
like,
you know what I'm talking about. A nigga wake
yeah,
up call.
they don't care if you're Somali, Ethiopian, whatever. Like black is black to them, you know. And it's crazy how these white people from all over the world just coming together to basically make this woman a millionaire for calling a little black boy a nigga, a nigger.
Yeah.
Sorry if
So,
I
so
can't
the
say that
bottom line
word,
is
but
this:
yeah.
when it comes to their children, white people are like that, man. You don't go near their children, whatever, like that. They will call you a nigga, blah blah blah. I remember there was one.
And I
Okay,
was reading, you know how like you can leave comments after you donate? They were
yeah,
saying like some people are donating, and then like they were saying, yeah, we need to reclaim back our land and our country and our morals and our like they're on some like race war
yeah.
type stuff.
That's what it is right now.
Yeah,
White
it's
people like
we're
this.
really going into a race war for real. Like,
It is like I said. So the bottom line, the stakes are really really high right now. I
yeah.
feel it. I never felt this in years, but I feel it now. I said, look at FB clown. He goes, call me an ape. I don't care. So as I said, we got fools like this. This is the ADOS FBA movement. They don't care nothing.
But do you see, like, it's so petty how they're actually donating money. This is how much they hate black people. Like, they're
You know who
donating
you ever see
thousands of dollars
comedian
for her calling a little boy an
what's her
N-word.
name, that one racist comedian chick, she's always talking shit about black people and everybody. What's her name? I forgot her name, but she has an Italian name, but she's always on the Hodge twins. Those are two disgraces, you know, mixed race dudes.
Yeah.
They are a freaking disgrace. So all these people are coming out, that Nick Fuentes, whatever his name is, you know,
Yeah.
and all these racist people are just coming out. And what gets me
Yeah.
is
They're
no.
getting it prepared. They're setting the stage for racial. That whole Black Lives Matter was like the beginning of it, and now
I
it's
knew
like
that. I
white
knew the
people
fact of the matter, they weren't going to let that
backlash.
go. I knew that. That's
Yeah.
what's called a backlash. You know.
Yeah, it's the backlash. They needed Black Lives Matter to incite the
Yeah,
flames,
I
you know?
believe they were behind it. You know.
Yeah, of course. The Jewish guy was behind it. What's his name? I forget his name, but he's like he was behind like Occupy Wall Street. He was
Oh yeah,
behind
yeah.
like
I remember that. You know that white guy that
George,
was behind
is it
Occupy Wall Street
Soros
and
or something? I
everything.
forgot his name,
George
but
Soros. Yeah.
yeah, no, I think there's, and then remember they came out with that movie, that Civil War movie where it was like Americans against Americans. It's like black people versus white people and everything like that.
The
Like, I
Purge.
think this country's done for, honestly. I really
Yeah,
think
like I
we're
said,
gonna have a race
I
war
really don't see.
soon.
Like I said, I'm putting my stake in seeing Africa build, you know, everything like that. So, like I said, this
Yeah.
topic is timely right now because the ADOS FBA movement. You ask them, well, what about
They're
the movie Race War
delusional,
Country?
those
You know,
ADOS, because it's not time to be Africans against black people, because right now if the white people want to go into a race war, they don't care if you're
I don't care about all
ADOS
of that
or on
stuff
all
like
that
that. You know,
nonsense.
so
Yeah.
So I don't know what the ADOS FBA movement. They're not looking into reality. You know, this thing right here with Traore is real. What if happens if the United States takes it out and there's mass demonstrations in America and it starts turning violent? That's gonna be really, really ugly, you know, because it's gonna spill into white society and whatnot. And this country can go up in flames, you know,
I
anytime.
think there's some white people in your chat saying, stop crying, nigga, prepared for what, be prepared to fight thugs.
Where's that?
Black
Where's my
on black
moderators
crime
at?
is at
I ain't
an
even watching
all-time
this.
high. This
Where's the
FB.
moderators at? I don't even see them. You know, I think they
Judge
got me
Migo's
blocked. You
here,
know, 'cause I
but
can see it.
he's not he's not getting rid of this person, this FB. You have white people on your, like, trolls.
Well, I think FB is a FBA black person. You know, I don't know. It could be white, but
Yeah,
everything
he's
come in here.
white, because why would he put, he wrote stop crying nigga, but it's like
What was this?
stars.
What was
Like, he
this?
didn't even
You
type
know?
the word out. Like, he's scared to say it or something.
Okay, where's this? If he does, he's gone. I'm gonna look for it.
But yeah, I just wanted to say, like, if this lady becomes a millionaire from this, that's it. Like,
Oh, remember the
that's
guy the
crazy.
police officer who shot Michael Brown? He got $2 million off of that shit. You
But
know.
Kala, the thing is, now this is impacting the African community. This didn't happen to a so-called FBA child. This happened to a Somali kid. So I cannot.
But
And
where's
I'm
the
in
African? Where's
Minnesota,
the
so
African community at? How come Elvis is not talking about this? How come all these Africans, they always got something to say and whatnot? But the bottom line is they don't stand up for themselves, because there's gonna be more incidents like this. There's gonna be more.
They
You know,
scared. They scared. They don't want. They don't
yeah,
want to be looked bad at.
did you see
They
that one
think about.
video where the African lady got up there, made a fool out of herself, and Phil Scott went at her? She was talking about African Americans. We're not the same because they always complain about racism and blah blah
yeah.
blah. She's a whole living in another country because American racism, white supremacy has our country looking like shit. That's why she's an American in the first place, you know.
Yeah.
But the thing is, black people in America will stand up for themselves. You know, we talk about it. Africans, basically, oh, we're not the same. They want so many brownie points for white America. It's unreal, you know.
Kala,
Like,
what if this becomes so big and then Donald Trump, like, hears about this after like this is what I'm thinking. I really think Minnesota could create a race war because everything happens here. The riots happened here and everything like that. For some
Okay, it's
reason,
supposed to be a liberal state. Why is the racial tension so high?
What theory do you have on that? What theory do you have on that? I'm just saying, like, your theory. I
because
want to
this
hear
is
your
what I
theory on
think. I think that okay, so this lady's about to become a millionaire off of calling that a Somali kid uh the N-word, right? So, okay, let's say she becomes a millionaire from this, and then the Somali community gets outraged or whatever, and this makes national news. What if Donald Trump and stuff actually like takes the side of the
No, hold on.
lady?
What if Ilhan Omar gets involved, and then
that.
Donald Trump, it causes
Exactly, like this
because
can snowball into something big.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I didn't think about it like that, sis. I didn't think
Yeah,
about it
and
like
it's
okay,
funny
that.
what you
because
call
they would
FBA?
use
You're out of here for the
Africans. They
night.
would,
Bye.
because Africans would be the
Get
perfect
that.
target to create this issue. Because at this point, it's like they've already picked
So
with
passive.
African
They're so
Americans for
passive.
so long. Hmm.
And they so
And they
passive.
was they'll bet like what you call that dude. What's his name? Myron from Fresh and Fit. He's like Somali, Sudanese, and he always talking white supremacy talking points. These people are friggin' fools, And so the bottom line, I will know what Myron has to say about this. One of his own got called a nigger, and everything. What are you gonna say about that now, Myron?
I know, right? It's
Yeah.
it's just a big way. It's like this is a big slap in the face for these delusional Africans that don't associate themselves with blackness. Like, come on now. Like she called a poor autistic child, like they're so senseless and so evil. Like, I don't know, it's gonna be
Yeah,
interesting. It's gonna be an interesting summer. That's all I have to say. I
yeah, it's
just
gonna
think
be a long, hot summer. It's gonna be really ugly this summer. It's gonna be real ugly this summer. Like I
yeah, it's
said,
gonna be ugly.
and the bottom line is, as more and more happens, more and more people are gonna look like at Troy, like he's a hero. A hero. So I don't know what this ADOS FBA movement is going to because no one's listening to that no more.
Nobody's gonna listen to that.
The
Because
because of racism in America.
yeah, because if as more racism increase, like you said, the Pan Africanism will increase, the blackness gonna increase,
Yeah.
Right.
all that's gonna increase.
As it was
So
exactly what's
I
happening.
don't know how that FBA movement gonna get drowned out.
It
I have
is already getting drowned. Nobody's listening
Yeah.
to that stuff no more.
Do you guys think that the Somalis will protest?
No, the
I don't
only
know.
thing that will happen, right, is if they could make it seem like if they could draw it away from race and make it seem like it was like a Muslim thing or something like that. Somalis don't like being considered
This
like
is not
black.
a
They don't
Muslim
think they don't think stuff like that can happen to them. You know,
this is not a and the Somalis in Minnesota, they did a huge scam like a year ago already. So there's already
oh yeah,
like
they did a scam with that with the
feeding my future.
no, I'm talking about the COVID scam.
Yeah, it's called feeding the future or whatever. They did a massive scam. They scammed Minnesota out of millions of dollars. So there's already tensions with the Somali community here. So I don't know. It's bad.
Yes, like I said, I'm glad I don't live there and whatever like that. Let's say no base in U.S. small community will not protest. Yeah. Well, I don't know what they're gonna do as far as like a Somali that won't identify with even Traore because they don't like Somalis, but more than don't like Africans. They don't like West Africans. They think there's something different.
Wait, did you see what Eddie said? George Floyd and Orlando Castile were what both in Minnesota? Everything
George
happens
Floyd,
here.
Atlanta, yeah, Philando Castile.
Oh, okay, yeah. Everything happens here. I
Yeah,
wouldn't be
that was no
surprised.
that guy, cop got off. Go ahead, DK.
Yeah, that thing that Honeyflower was talking about. Well, the situation with Africans, well, I remember back in the 90s what happened to Amadou Diallo in New York,
Yeah,
where he was shot and killed. He was shot, what, like 30 times?
Yeah,
45,
yeah,
And
yeah.
45 times.
House or something in front of his house on his porch or something like that.
It was, oh no, in the stairwell.
The stairwell, the stairwell.
He was holding up his wallet to try to open his ID, and they said he got a gun, and just lit him up, boy. You know, And man, 45 bullets. I mean, he must have been down. They were still pumping bullets in him.
You know,
And Jalen
that was
Hurts.
start a race war too, Kyle. I remember that was going to start a race. New York
Yeah.
was about.
So
New
bottom
York
line, it was just really
was
sad. It was
upside
Black
down for that.
America. It was Black America who said, "Look, man, fuck this, man. We was like
Yeah,
this."
we was ready to tear the city up, man.
So
And I just think that they just gotta come to a realization that you can't run away from your blackness, man. You can't.
yeah, Africans think you see Mike Olawale. All he does is get up here and defend white people and that. We just want to do business. I said, Mike, not everything is about fucking doing. I asked him a long time ago. I said, what do you believe? What's in your heart? You know, I said, all I hear from the Nigerians is how you gonna make $1. You know,
Yeah, that's that slave trader mentality, you know. I
Mhm.
just want to get $1.
just want to get $1. I said, yo, look, what do you believe in? You know, we're just here to make
Yeah.
money and whatnot. You know, damn man, see, that's all you here for. You know, we're here for more than that. You know, sure, everybody like to make money, but we got a purpose in life. When we see injustice, we fight against it. You know, that's what Black America do. We fight against injustice and stuff, unfairness, and people getting bullied and harassed. What we do. You know, but you got these people coming over here. They don't want to join. Not only do they want to join, I can see if you don't want to get in trouble, whatever like that. But don't get over here. Did you see that video with that Nigerian chick or whoever she was talking about Black Americans and Phil Scott and went at her? You seen that? She was talking
Yeah, I
about
saw it.
Kamala Anthony, all Black people America. So let me give you a say, like a lot of people are mad about Kamala Anthony. Now we can all have our disagreements about that, but think about this: that kid Austin had outweighed him by almost 90 to 100 pounds. You know, let me tell you something. I did club security and I did security for years. If a 130-pound dude tell you stay away from me, come near me, see what happens, you better back the fuck off. You know,
Yeah.
because 130-pound little dude like that either got a knife or a razor or he got a gun. You know, because he can't defend himself physically. You know, when he said that kid Austin should not have tried to put his hands on him. You know, you may say he's wrong for trying to stab one that, but when you're 100 something pound, 40-pound dude, skinny dude, whatnot, and somebody's gonna brutalize you, because let me tell you something, a 200-pound person is capable of killing you. You know, I've known this for doing club security for years. When anybody over 175 pounds is capable of killing you. You know, with blows. You know. And so if you got a 135-pound dude and he got a knife saying, don't come near me when that, you better stay away from him. Or he has a
And
gun.
what is that? And what is that African woman saying? Is she saying that black people shouldn't defend themselves? That Africans don't defend themselves against white people? Is that what she's saying?
Who's this?
I
African
just
guys?
just was to. No, I mean when the woman was
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah. She was basically saying we always complain we're victim. We're not victim. There's no white supremacy talking points. Africans that come over here, they know how to parrot white supremacy talking points, you know. And I'll be honest with you, right? That is one of the reasons why the ADOS FBA movement grew, you know. But I think this Ibn Troy is eclipsing that, you know, with this black love that's going on for the most part, you know. We'll see what happens. But the thing is, I think that people will say, well, Kyle, ADOS FBA, black xenophobe, what is that's look. As much as I hate the ADOS FBA movement, as everybody know, I'm clear about that, right? I still say I remember it was actually African immigrants talking stuff online that really fueled this stuff, you know, because black people felt so betrayed because we always thought that, oh, if something goes down with Africans, we're going to be down for them and whatnot. Then we hear, oh, I was told not to hang around black Americans, stuff like that. You know, they say under their breath, you know, we're told not to be around black America, you know, so I'm like, you
I
know, like this. Go ahead, Honeyflower.
Okay, I just did some research. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of heated and pissed off, and my blood pressure was rising from that story. I don't like it. I think it's my African bias. When I hear of an African person getting treated like that, it affects me like an African child. So I was just doing some research. I did see that they created a GoFundMe for the boy as well. But his is at like 202,000 right now.
That's good.
I'm
That's
sure
good.
by the time I'm sure by the time the Somali and that just all the Africans, the Ethiopians, whatever they hear about this, his GoFundMe will probably be at the same amount, like the same amount of money as this white lady. So that I am 100% sure of, because one thing I know about Africans, even though we do this tribalism and stuff, like when it comes to stuff like this, we do come together. Like I could
You
see.
need to. You need to. I know Black immigrants will come together, and as rightfully so. If you're a minority or minority of a minority, yeah, you should stick together like that. And so I have no problem with that. But what I hate is when some Africans interject in stuff that happens to us, like we don't have a legitimate right to be aggrieved. Because for the most part, people respect immigrants more than they do Black Americans. I say, here y'all go again, complaining again and whatnot. So basically, I bet you any amount of money, there's a lot of white people who support the African boy too.
Yeah, there are, like, there's TikToks and stuff. I just seen a donation of $1,500 from an African
Yeah.
on that GoFundMe. So that brings me a lot of, like, that calms me down a little bit.
That's good. That's good. World class said, remember Black American Liberians fought against slave trade. I don't know what's his point. Slave trade consistent with native patrols, militia, coastal patrols, slavery were consistently immoral. Yeah, we did. We did end slavery on the coast of West Africa. That was a moral thing and everything like that. But but that was a long time ago. But yeah, so like I said, this topic tonight was great. Is the fact that we have a symbol, and I'm not saying. Look, people say, Colin, you support a dictator. Look, I don't support anything like that. I said, look, Burkina Faso needs leadership right now, and I think he's the right person for the right job for right now, because I like the fact that you have a lot of Black kids around the world who say, something, I want to be like Ibram Shahori, I'd rather have them saying that than I want to be like 50 Cent, or I want to be like who's another degenerate rapper, and all these other people like that. That's what I'd rather see, I'd rather see that, and also not just Black from kids from Africa. You got a lot of Black youth in America who say, yeah, I like what I'm seeing with him and whatnot. So anything that basically brings people out of the nonsense, the foolishness and nonsense of sports and rapping and entertainment and whatnot, that's really, really good, as far as I'm concerned. And the ADOS FBA movement, right? They haven't really done it. There's not a serious person in the ADOS FBA movement. It's not a serious movement. It's not serious. Pan Africanists, you could say they're really serious about what they talking about. Because there's people actually going over there. That guy Cuddy, people laugh, but that guy Cuddy is for real. He went over to the continent and started a whole life over again. That's real. Tell me what the ADOS FBA movement do. Where did they go? No place.
And it's a sad truth, Carla. It's a sad truth, man.
Well, let's be honest. Cuddy didn't have a pot to piss in America.
Yeah, but there's a lot of FBA people who don't have the same thing.
Yeah, and they're doing what Cuddy's doing out there, bro. And they're making it happen.
Yeah, so Cuddy's got. Because let me tell you something. In the streets, I seen one video not too long ago, right? And this was real. It wasn't a stage or nothing like that. The kid goes, I need to come inside your house, right? What for? The ops is after me. And I'm saying to myself, this kid was like 15 years old. What the fuck is a 15-year-old doing being run? I don't know why you dropped. Disconnect and call back in, honey flower. What does hell a 15-year-old have to be out there running for his life? From another 15-year-old, two dumbasses don't know where the hell they are, but they're shooting each other. The ops, This is what I'm talking about. So if that's the life in America, and I don't see it slowing down, really, I don't. I don't see it slowing down whatsoever. There's life of killing and death and everything like that. There's a lot of people who want it, but they can't get out of it. So if someone says, something, I want to go to a country called Burkina Faso. There's a strong leader and whatnot, and everything. I like all for it, because this is what the ADOS FBA movement don't understand. Black America, parts of Black America is ascending into absolute the abyss. That's the truth. You know, so when we start talking about nation building in Afghanistan, it's going to become a reality. I know it. You know, because you see people places like DK, Prince George's County. You know what that's turning into? That was once a thriving middle class African American enclave. You know, now you got gangs. Now you got friggin' all kinds of gangs and gang activities, shootings, and everything like that. So it is what it is. I'm echoing. Somebody got their thing on, but that's what you have. So when somebody says I'm gonna do a fresh start, even if it could be a country like Burkina Faso, what does that say about America? You know, what does that say about America? You know, now Dusty Brother don't like it, but Dusty Brother is a person that should be over there with him. You know, this is a guy running from child support. Yeah, there's a lot of brothers up there, but like I said, once you get yourself settled over there, send some money back to get your child support. You're caught up. You know, it's not there's a thing like this. You know.
I have a quick question that
Go ahead.
about the whole race war thing. I was thinking, like, if there was a race war, what happens to the Asians, the Hispanics? Like, what do
I've
like
been
where do
asking that
they fall?
question my whole entire life, right? I've been asking that my whole life because I used to ask my father, right, when I used to see the riots in the '60s. He go up there. I said, Dad, what did the Puerto Ricans do? What did the Asians do when y'all was going through all that? My father said, that's a good question. You know, they stood by, minding the business when I just let it happen. You know, just between black and white people. That's what they look at. See, look, if you're not black, right, you're Asian or Latino, right, you have this sort of psychological protection.
You can hide behind black people, yeah.
Yeah, you can hide
Always
behind
black
black people or you
versus
can hide
white.
behind white people, you know? And so
Yeah.
the bottom line is that's what it is. So don't expect Asians, Latinos to get involved with stuff like that. But the thing is, though,
But I think that's why they're because I was going down looking at some name. I'm seeing Asian names donating to the kid, the a Somali kid. And I
yeah,
look
things
at
are
the white
changing.
people,
Things are
the
changing.
white lady is a white lady's name. I think they're donating because they're scared for their own kids. You
Yeah,
know?
nowadays things are changing. They'll donate and stuff like that and support online. There's a lot of support for Black people online, right? You know, people saying stuff or not, but
But
when
it's not genuine. They're doing it because they're scared for their own children. Like, what
yeah,
if this
this can
happens
happen
to
to them.
my
This can happen to me.
exactly.
So $20 is not too much to think for, for some. But you could buy some solidarity with $50, whatever like that. You can contribute. You think they're gonna put their neck on the line for Black?
That's
No.
what I'm saying. So what if it like something violent happens? I feel like something might happen this summer, honestly.
Yeah. So
Where
yeah.
where are
Well,
they gonna be at? They're gonna be in the house hiding and
Oh yeah. They
scared
said
and
they'll
stuff.
say I donate like people say I donated to George Floyd Fund. I voted for Barack Obama. They're gonna give you that line. They're not gonna get out there. The only people that's gonna be out there are Black people. Because they
Right. They're
feel
not gonna be vocal.
yeah
Wow.
they're not gonna know.
Why is that? Is it cowardice or is it like a
Well, if you
strategy?
understand
It's
something. You
strategic.
understand something because weren't you born here?
No, I came here when I was little. Like
Okay. All
yeah,
right.
but
Well, this is how it is, right? There's people who come to America, right? They don't come to America to join. They come to like I saw this one Asian guy who was talking about like the movie Sinners has Asians in there, right? And he was like, "Yeah, it's good." He go, but unfortunately, he just said, unfortunately, Asians come to a country and they want to join the winning team, you know, and it's team white people, for the most part, and even when they get rejected by white people, they still don't get with Black people, right? They'll not Asians will get with each other. Do you know something? The biggest tension in Asians is other Asians, not
yeah.
just different groups of
Like
Asian
I
people.
how the Indians and like the Southeast Asia the East Asians are like hating like fighting each other about the tax
Even different
now
Chinese,
with
even
the
different
tech
Chinese.
sector. Like they're mad about the H1 whatever visas. Like the Asians are like calling the Indians like Pajeets and stuff like racial slurs.
Right.
All of
There's a lot of tensions in the Asians among themselves.
yeah. Kala, I want to share one last thing before I forget. Have you noticed? I've noticed this psychological thing with the people that's in this ADOS FBA, like the not the regular ones that's just proud to be Americans, but like the radicalized ones. It's like they have this psychological deep fear of like being deported or like going back to Africa or something, or like being associated with Africa. Because if you notice, they use this that dusty land, and I don't want to. Why would I go to that dusty place? It's like they have this deep-seated
You
psychological
know why?
thing.
I'll
I-
tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why.
It's
Because
like
they're not comfortable, or they haven't really achieved anything in America, right? So the only thing they have in America is the fact that they can say they're U.S. citizens, right? And the whole thing is this: when you tell them, "Why would I go?" A lot of them that say that, then their situation they're living in America is not too far from where a lot of Africans live.
but what is the fear is what I'm saying. Do they have,
America's all they got.
I
Yeah,
guess they
I
feel
get
like
that.
America's collapsing, or they fear something's happening to the white man. And so this is like their way of like protecting themselves or something. Like I,
Because
I feel
they're tethered to the white man in America, right? And they basically don't understand, but they don't understand any. It's a sad thing, you know.
yeah, it's like
I
like
try
a
to be thing because I
the
know my
relate.
people. I know psychologically, right? Let me tell you something, honey flower. You probably don't know this, right? When we was growing up, right, and I was made to believe everybody, unconsciously made to believe that the best thing you could do is move into a white neighborhood. You know, the best thing you could do is have white friends, get along with white people, love white people, be accepted in white society, right? Martin Luther King, little black boys and little black girls hold hands and whatnot, you know. So the main thing in Black America has always been a worship of whiteness, you know. And
Yeah,
when you take that away from them, they have no identity. That's what the ADOS FBA movement. If you listen to Yvette Carnell really carefully, right? She says, "Well, we're not just Africans. We have a lot of European blood. Black people. It's like they cherish their
that's
connection to
strong.
whiteness, you know. And
That's
so when you tell them that African, that just destroys the whole world because they like to think that there's something different, there's something special because they have European ancestry. And most black people in America have European ancestry, so they basically there's something. So when you are dismissive of that, they get angry, you know. And I know people like Mr. Cat, we didn't grow up like that where I'm from. Okay, no, sorry, all black people are like that, whether you're north, south, east, or west. Am I telling the truth, Dave? Oh, it is.
Yeah, I hear you,
Yeah,
Kyler.
what you go look? Every black person in America, I can see it all the time. Every person in America. Look, let me tell you how it
How it
works.
works.
In Black America, right? Like even my family, my sister was very very light skinned. You know, she got the utmost of treatment from my grandparents, whatnot. You know, my grandfather he made no bomb about it. That my sister treated her was his favorite. You know, if everybody in Black America, right? You got to have one person in a family that's light skinned or your family and shit. You know,
yeah,
you got to show your friggin' great grandfather who got that straight hair, that good hair. You know, and so therefore they're basically saying there's something other than they don't mind being called African, but as long as you recognize their whiteness or their uniqueness or their what's the word I'm looking for, you know, the specialness about them as a black person in
right.
America, you know. And when people like me saying I'm proud to go to Africa, live in Africa, identify with Africa, they don't even see let's say that's the way they think, right? They don't want no other black person in America identifying with Africa. That's a threat to their identity. You know, that's why they
Yeah,
come
it's a
on.
numbers game. It's a numbers game, Kyler. It's a
Yeah,
numbers game. You're right.
Yeah, it's strategy. ADOS, FBOS. You know how the white man is afraid of being like replaced by other races. The FBA people, they have a fear of being replaced by Africans.
yeah, they do. They fear being replaced by Africa. No, it's not so much replaced. They fear being, let's say, chosen. You know,
Okay, yeah.
or basically white people. See, that's the thing. And white people are playing. See, do you think white people don't know this is going on?
They know.
They know.
They know
They
these
know.
psychological mind
They play
games.
this psychological game on black people. At one time, when black people were like moving away from white people, they said, "Okay, we'll give somebody a spot." They
It's
start
called
elevating
psychic
Africans.
warfare.
Yeah, and so black people like, wait a minute here. I understand we was like white supremacy, the white man's the devil, and that, but we're
Yeah.
still that's my devil.
Right. That's my devil.
That's my devil. That's your devil. See, Honey Flower. I got a PhD in Negroology.
Yeah, you do.
I know the mind of the American Negro. They can come in the chat room, talk
Isn't
all
it
they want.
crazy though? Like the same white man that they're calling the devil, they're like now they're
You
trying to
don't you try to get close to that
that's
devil. That's my
right.
devil.
That's my devil.
That's my
Oh my
devil.
God.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody getting near my devil but me.
It's
When
like
I,
a abusive relationship. That's
Yeah,
Stockholm
it's like a
syndrome.
bad marriage.
Yeah.
If you have a husband, let's say you have a husband, you ever see women they getting abused by their husband, he don't do nothing for them or not, but yet she'll go and take a knife to his side piece or side. What I'm saying? He'll do nothing for her when that, but she'll bust you upside the head. You go near her husband, you know. If he thought him
That's
leaving
crazy
her,
to see it, to see that same dynamic play out in a like a group
See,
of
look
people.
at Rico Milgo.
That's
Collar, you're
crazy.
lying. See, black people don't like the truth. What I just said was absolute truth, and the
It is
bottom
the truth based on reality and history.
that is reality. That's the reality. I know Negroes, and I don't hate my people. I just tell it like it is, man. I know how we are. I want people to change. That's why I call myself the culture critic.
But Kala, imagine right now, okay, everything collapsed, infrastructures, everything, and the FBA and the white man were put together in a neighborhood. The same white man that they're saying, oh, we're FBAs, we belong, blah, blah, they're not going to want to build a community with you. It's just now that we have like life right now is normal and everything like that. It's easy to be like, okay, you guys are Africans, we're ADOS. But in reality, it's because things haven't gotten so dire.
what they hate is the fact that when there's some things Africans do we don't do, right? Like let me say, remember that dancing Nigerian guy with the muscles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy who eat the food and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they're going around acting like a fool. And there's people like Tariq trying to go and make a campaign saying that's not us. We don't do that. We're not, because they're like, well, but black people in America do a lot of stupid shit too. A lot of
Right.
dumb, stupid shit too. But he wants to make it sure that no, we're not doing that. So, well, yeah. So in other words, basically, he's saying we'll take responsibility for our tomfoolery and whatnot, but we don't want to take Africa. But white people, but they hate the fact that white people looks at all of us as the same.
The same, yeah. I don't think they see that. They have a delusional mind. A part of this, there's a like psychotic.
They want what it is they want white
psychosis or
people to
something going on.
realize there's something different than Africans and all these other people.
Isn't that delusion? It's delusion.
Yeah, it is. It's delusion. It's crazy. People are. Let me get Principe. Obviously, got something to say. Principe, let's
Yo,
go.
what's up?
Say
What's
hello.
up, Talon?
Say hello to Honey Flower and Dave.
What's up?
What's up, Dave? What's up, Honeyflower?
Hello.
How you doing? Yo, I don't know the full topic, but I want to kind of piggyback on what Honeyflower was saying. I seen an article recently where Trump administration is in talks with Rwanda. Your boy Kagame. You see that article?
No.
They're in talks to
Talks about what?
deport people, criminals, people, immigrants, and criminals to Rwanda. Did you see that?
No, but I
Let
don't
me see if I can
surprise.
find the article.
He talking. They talked about Stephen Miller talked about that. They're saying that some of these countries will get money if they host some of our criminals. It's not nothing new. Send people to Guantanamo Bay. If they can send
Yeah, but you don't think that's why FBA is more aggressive on drawing the line because they want to show that we are, because one of the main points they always say is that we can't be deported.
No,
If
the
this administration changed that,
hold on. This is how it works, right? If the United States, let's say, builds a facility in another country, look, I'll try to tell Jonathan this, right? He didn't believe me when I was talking about. I think Hustle Smart. No, Jonathan Hustle Smart. My brother basically said to him, I said to him, Yeah, anywhere the United States has prisoners, right? You're their property. If they want to put you on a barge and float you to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, they could do that. You're U.S. property. You don't have to be, especially if you're a federal prisoner. They can put you any place they want to. It don't have to be on U.S. soil because on a U.S. vessel, that's considered U.S. soil. You know,
That's
if a
crazy. But
child,
I dropped the article in the back chat though.
Law. You're right, Kyla, by maritime law.
by maritime law,
Maritime
that's
law,
still the
yeah.
other thing. So they can basically
Yeah.
use maritime law to build prisoners anywhere in the world, And so that's another stop. Also, you will go to the Supreme Court, obviously, right? But you got a conservative Supreme Court. The only thing that will stop him is the Supreme Court, He can do
But
that
why
if he
would
wants
they
to.
agree to that? That's bad for their country to bring these
Well, money,
the worst offenders.
money, A lot of these countries are fortunately cash strapped, whatnot. So if they
But why
say,
do you think Donald Trump is? This is it's just my brain thinking. I think that Donald Trump and stuff. I think they want to deport. I don't want to go there, but what if
yeah,
they just want to
if they
deport
can get
black
away with
people?
deporting some black people, yeah, they'll
Yeah.
do
What if
it.
that's what it? At the end of the day, he
All
is a
this
white
ADOS
man.
FBA people think they're safe, no, they'll deport you.
Yeah, like human beings are tribal. Like that's a part of our nature. Like there was a comment the guy left Dusty Brothers. He said that um African Americans and the American white man built this country together and we will sustain it together. The black American, the white American are friends in the long run. That literally contradicts with everything in American history.
Yeah. The bottom line,
That is true.
people are delusional when they believe that.
I don't know what makes them think that way though.
Because that's all they have to hold on to. Yeah, something
It's
did was a brush
fantasies,
upside
yeah.
your head. You try
It's
to
they
take that America.
romanticize reality. That's not reality.
That's what's sad about this FBA movement, right? Because a few years ago, we were not talking like this. We were like, like 10, 15 years ago, black people, when you talk to or listen to Nation on the Final Call, we were really believing that, look, America, we this is how it works, Honey Flower. I know Black America, right? We always said what we know the white man wants to hear, you know? We never really went down with this whole thing, America, whatever like that. I heard Ice-T say that, right? But the bottom line is we'll go along with it, right? To protect our families, to get jobs, just to get along in society, right? And one of the things is drawbacks is we have to suffer racism, right? Now black people are like saying we don't care about racism no more, because we feel that loss of America is probably worse than suffering from racism. They'd rather suffer from racism than lose their place in America, right? Because you see people coming over here, right, that look like them. Before, the immigrants that came here look white, Palestinians, whatever like that. And so basically we just went along with the game. Now black people feel like this. We have to really start believing in this country or we're gonna lose everything. That's the truth. We gotta
Also,
start really believing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
also
Can
they
I speak
think.
after you, done?
Oh, sorry.
No, I was basically gonna say that I gotta push back a little bit because I feel like they also are in fear because, like Honeyflower said, most people, the world period originally was is tribal, so they see that the hierarchy and placement is going to be challenged, and only in America is that they're the head of all Black people. So I think that she kind of overlooks that factor that you know their placement in the African world might change if they don't align themselves with America. You see what I'm saying? Their power, their standing came from their role in America. You know what I mean? They used to be the only or primary spokesmouths of the black race, period. So now they got to share it. And then some other nations have their own alliance amongst them. Like a nation like Ethiopia can be over them. A nation like Nigeria could be over them. So, you know what I mean? The same way in Haiti right now, with CARICOM,
It
some
also
Haitians.
has another thing, Principe, right? Black people in America, right, are like somebody. This guy, the guy in my chat room, Henry, the Black Putin, whatever, the Black Putin, said he said these are landless slave descendants, right? That's a really hard thing to say, you know. But to be honest with you, he's kind of right, you know. When you say Black Americans are landless, we're like pilgrims, right? In other words, basically, America, like some people believe America's a home, right? But some people believe the slave plantation was their home. By that,
Mm.
there's some people. Are you a baker? You're a baker nigga. You're on a baker plantation. You're on a plumber plantation. You're the pound plantation. Whatever it is, right? Your plantation was your home. Same thing in America, right? Even though the black people they took pride in whatever plantation they were from, right? They didn't own the plantation like that. They were subjected to it, you know. But we made it like okay, that's all. That's all we know, you know. So same thing with America, right? Even though we don't control anything in America, we don't have no power. We have no government here. We have no anything, you know, for the most
You
part.
can't hold on, Kyler. You can't say they don't have no power because the American that you see today, that even this guy, I don't know his name,
Let me
186.
ask you. Let me ask you a question. Thing like okay, this is my example. See if you can answer this principle, right?
Mm-hmm,
When I was a kid, right? When I was a kid, I watched uh kids from South Africa, black kids look like me, being
mm-hmm,
brutalized by police, right? I watched them dogs get bitten on them. This was in the 80s, you know. I watched that stuff like that, and I said to my, and that fooled me through. I was livid with fury and anger and rage, right? And basically, at the same time, I watch how white people, if something bothers them, right? Whether it's did you study American history?
For me, yeah,
Okay,
yeah, absolutely.
okay. Tell me how the Spanish American War started.
Is it when during the American expansion? Because originally it was like
No, no,
13
no.
states.
I'm gonna tell you how it started. America, it started when the USS Maine in Havana Harbor blew up. Right, it was a boiler room failure. Right, but the U.S. Media, yellow journalism, said the Spanish blew it up. The people in America, white America, was so full of rage. Right, they demanded a war with Spain, and the United States a couple of days later declared war on Spain. And do you know how we got in the war with Japan? Declare war with Japan? Because America was so furious that Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, so they went to war, right? And to conclude that war, right, America knocked out two cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. See, that's when you have a nation. A nation, you can express your will. Now, at the same time, like I was saying, I used to watch things going on in Africa, and it used to anger me that I couldn't do nothing about it because I said, why don't we send the military there to bomb South Africa? Why? But white people, if something like right now, the white in America, right, will basically, if something happens with whites in South Africa, they're sending the military down there. You can rest assured that. We can't do that. We can't send no military anywhere in the world. So please, we gotta stop saying this is our country. This is the white man's country. And the bottom, unless you're gonna go along with what the white man does, agree with all his policies, yeah, fine. But if you're black conscious, conscious of being black, we're not. No, it's not our country. You know, we go by what the white man says. He says Saddam Hussein's an enemy. Guess what? Saddam Hussein's an enemy. You know, we have no ability to punish anybody in America. What might happen to my ancestors in Liberia? I would love to have sent the U.S. Marines to Liberia and take out Samuel Doe. Did that ever happen? No, because we don't have any power. This is what I'm saying. This is a winner take all situation. You know, if you basically are not the majority, you mean shit in a country. You know, it's not your country. You know,
You could argue say it is not, but at the same time, you can't say that
there's no,
America
there's
would be
no,
the
there's
same
no
America
but,
that you see today.
there's no buts about it. There's no buts about it. You know, if you don't have
So,
any
so
power,
you
if you
telling
don't
me,
have,
me as a Haitian,
I just gave you an example. Look,
yeah,
Liberia, that was our ancestral homeland that they built, right? Were we able to
yeah.
do anything about what happened in Liberia? No. That means we don't have no power because it's not our government. The United States basically sat by, let that happen, and then invited Samuel Doe to the White House. You know? And so what I'm saying was, so we lost everything in Liberia. Our ancestors took 150 years to build, but lost. You think it's like this? Somebody named Gloria says, white man's like, you're banned. You're banned. You're out of here.
What she said?
Liberia is a white man's land. She's gone.
It's
Okay.
not, but like I said, that's the problem is with you how you speak. You're basically relinquishing your
I
own
mean, look,
power. America
I'm not.
wouldn't
You
be
see, look,
America
look. Bottom
if it
line,
wasn't for blacks
listen to
who
me. I
fought for rights.
don't deal with hypotheticals. I deal with reality. I want an Afghanistan. Why? Because an Afghanistan will strike anywhere in the world where our people are threatened. That's power. You know, anything other than that, I'm simply not interested in. You know, if you're not talking about a nation state for Black America to finally have a government and a military and all this stuff like that of our own, then we have nothing to talk about. You know, that's what I feel about this world. So I do not consider America my country. I'm here. I'm grateful to be here in many ways and everything like that because America affords me a lifestyle. But as far as like me having feeling what it's like to have a nation, I don't feel that. I never did. You know, because the bottom line is this: I'm Black and whatnot. You know, a nation ought to speak to your soul. The very soul of white America, right, says that if you fuck with us, we're not. You fuck around, find out. That's what Donald Trump is. People don't understand something. Donald Trump is America. That's the ugly side of America. That is America. You know, make no mistake. Everything he's doing is what when he was up there signing those executive orders, like he was giving away candy. You know, he was giving away present credit. Remember that? He was sitting up there just signing
Yeah,
away.
first day, the first day,
you know, signing on that. Is any Black person
White
could do that?
people was happy.
You know,
White people was happy though.
yeah, because he was.
You're right to a degree.
That's
To a
power.
degree, but
Listen to me, man. Please.
he's an element of the nation. But
Listen to me, man.
his approval rating is going down.
Principally, this is not the search for a Russo, man. He come up here. We got to sound intelligent, man. You know, no offense to Dynasty, man.
So what's the approval rating at the
What
moment?
we're saying is that that is real power. If you don't have that sort of power, you have nothing. That's power. And so, bottom line is this: so the Congressional Black Caucus, that ain't power, bro.
I just wanted to piggyback on what you were saying about, oh, you're going based upon facts and reality. Like, I'm not like a history buff, but I graduated high school. I went to college, so I do have some understanding of history. The last I checked, yes, African Americans, they are Americans. They've been in the United States for hundreds of years, but
second class.
the people who signed the Declaration of Independence, the people's.
You got cut off, sister.
Were white men that their people actually left
Europe. They're called Americans.
They left Europe. They left their little kingdom to come to America because of taxation and all that stuff. So in reality, if you go by facts, if you go by documents, if you go by all of that information, that all proves that this land does not belong to African American people. This land does not belong to Asians. This land does not belong to any other group of people but white people.
It's
when
a
I
manifest
say belongs,
destiny.
I mean
America is simply the manifest destiny of the white race.
And they created a system where they rule.
Can I push back a little bit?
Because
no
back.
because
those are facts. Those are historical facts.
It's glitter facts. Y'all throwing glitter on history, man. That's not.
That is what she just says is true.
Y'all throwing glitter.
I'm sorry, bro. You can't win that one, bro.
That's hold on. You ever heard of manifest destiny?
Absolutely, I have.
Okay, that means that the white race has a right to cross this continent, settle, build, everything like that. We were just left here after slavery. We're just a product. We were never really supposed to be. We were just, like you said, what are we going to do with these Africans that are inside of America, right? So one of the solution was we give them homeland in Africa. We helped them find, so that was Liberia. And then other thing was people said, we'll send them to Caribbean. Let's send them to anywhere outside of America because America was white space, you know? You got to have space before you have space, reality. Think of the infinity stones, right? You got time, space, power, reality, the soul. The very soul of America is the whiteness. You know, that's the soul of America, whiteness.
Yeah, but that's not true. That's not true, though. Can I push back a little bit?
It
doesn't matter if it's not true to you. It's reality.
Because the bottom line,
history.
You tell yourself that because you want to be justify coming here instead of building a country in Haiti. You know, that's the truth, though.
How
White
so? How so? How so?
because the bottom line, the only
African Americans.
people, hold up, people, Black America are here on the. We just make the best of a bad situation. We know that. My grandfather used to tell us that we don't have a home, we don't have a country. My grandfather used to tell me, that, and they knew more, even more than you. He said, "We're just pilgrims. We're people without a land." You know, they knew. My past ancestors knew this was a white man's country. It was a white man's world. We have to fit in where we could best we can until something else better comes along. You know. That's the reality. So when other Black people come from all over the world, okay, understand that the rules, right? When stuff like this happens, like with a Somali person, or stuff like that happens where those Haitians are being persecuted in Springfield, Ohio, understand where the root of this is, you know? Or those Haitians about to get deported back to a war-torn country, which is cruel, you know? But that's the reality, you know? That's the
And they don't
reality.
want us here. Like
They don't
white
want you here.
people don't want us here. Like
You
African
can't. But can
Americans,
I
they
push
don't
back
have to
though?
build Africa. That's not their
Principally, it
responsibility.
sounds like me, like
It's
you got too many
African
white, you got a
people's
lot of white friends.
responsibility.
Principally,
But
you got a lot of white friends, don't you?
No, I do not. Why would
Yeah,
I have a lot of
yeah,
white friends?
I could tell, principally, I could tell when somebody got a lot of white. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. I could
How,
tell
how,
when
how
you had
can
a
you
lot of
tell that?
white friends. Because
What's giving you that energy?
because like you sound like you always defending them.
I'm defending African Americans, not no
Yeah,
whites.
but
I agree with you for the most part.
look, you're defending
Yeah.
a vague and abstract version of African American. African American. I'm trying to tell you that's not what you have an idea of what you think we are, you know, because it suits your own needs. You understand that, Dave? You know,
Not so. How does it suit my own needs?
because you
If
want
you
to
follow
believe that
history,
there's a struggle
go
for
ahead.
equality in America that we were winning at one time and we abandoned it. It never existed, bro. We were always struggling for here.
What
We were
are you following history? Can I respond or no?
you know, go ahead. Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you that's not the case, bro. You know, there was no glorious time in Black America. It never was, bro. Some Black people
Oh
did
man,
all right, but most majority of Black people are part of a struggle. You know, based on.
absolutely. But they understood that. Today's a lot of black people
But the
booty
whole thing
popping
is,
in the streets. They ain't understanding that.
you can't hold up. You
But
cannot.
what's his point though? What's his point? Like, okay, African Americans struggled and they did all of that, and now, yes, they've created history. They helped pave the way for us immigrants and everything. But what is his point? Is his point that it's kumbaya now, or what? I don't get
I
it.
never said that. I never said that. My point, I'm saying you shouldn't relinquish your power. When you talk about all these people, all these Africans coming here, da da da. The European initially came here because he was
Yeah, but he
under
has a
Yeah,
number.
but we
He
persecution.
has
have our
a
own
number.
He was
countries. We
someone
don't
was
have to.
ran up out of there.
We have our own
Some of these Europeans were
countries.
ran up out of their country. Some of these Europeans were facing religious
They were
persecution.
Are
hold
There
on.
you
was
They
gonna
were
witch
follow the
hunts.
invited.
white
There was
man
Hold on.
wherever he
starvation.
goes?
If you
Like,
look, if you
No, no,
look
no.
at
We got to put
they
history in
were
full
invited
context.
here. There was Statue of Liberty and all that stuff like that was an invitation to Europeans to come here and start all over again.
Yeah, but even previous to that, they were escaping persecution, starvation, a lack of food,
Not everybody,
sicknesses,
but the whole
the
thing, yeah.
Black Death.
That's all. They came to America because America was a land of white salvation. You know, that's all.
Yeah, but previous to that, what was going on in Europe? You guys are trying to downplay that. Then when they came there, they excluded certain Europeans because there's a European hierarchy. Y'all excluding that part of history, right? The Irish was
Yeah,
not
yeah, oh
considered
yeah, hold
full
on. Oh yeah, I
European
know that. But the whole
because
thing is,
whatever.
all I'm saying is, once they got to America, right, and the only
Yeah.
thing they had to do was say one single word, "nigga." That means they joined the club. Or not, as long as you hate Black people, you're part of the club. You know,
can I quickly just
That's
say
the
something,
that's the
please?
fully true.
Can I
there's
just
the
quick?
truth, man.
Go ahead,
Can
go
I
ahead,
just
go ahead.
quickly say something because someone in the comments said I'm not gonna let Ethiopian refugees say that I'm not American. I never said that. This is a I don't understand why people I think people have like they already have their emotions like on high. I didn't say that African Americans are not American. I said you guys are Americans. You don't have to build Africa. You don't have to do nothing for Africa. You can stay in America and live your life. You have there's there's no problem with that. I was trying to say that every single group of people, they have their own country, they have their own land, they have their own place that they call home. So the white man, that's the whole point of creating America. It's a place for
Uh,
him to
uh, uh,
escape
but
from.
America, Australia is not Europe. White people are from Europe.
Yeah, but
Yes,
the
but
whole
what I'm
thing is,
trying to, but what
Christopher, you guys
I'm
just
not
don't
saying
get
that
it,
African
man. You just
Americans
don't
are
get it,
not
do you, man? You
Americans.
so freaking get it, you know?
I don't
No,
understand
no,
how y'all
Kyler,
don't understand this. This is like basic
Kyler,
like
you
history
and
from seventh
Honeyflower.
grade.
No. You and Honeyflower accept manifest destiny, so therefore you believe that
Yo,
it's right.
Our country
manifest
was
destiny is
founded, bruh.
reality, bro.
It's
No, no,
not
no,
about
no.
exactly. It's not about accepting it. We literally live in the white people's manifested reality. Like
No, it's not
that's what
fully
America
manifested reality.
is.
The America's a creolized culture. America's a fusion between African
Oh,
culture,
see, that's all.
European culture, Native culture.
That's another foolishness that
They
people
were
realize.
That's
defeated
not true.
too.
That's not
America's a
true.
white
The Native
America's a white
Americans
country,
were
you know.
Oh man.
defeated.
Have you ever read the early writings of certain Europeans that came to visit America
Let
and
me
they complain about how the Americans mix with other whites that
oh,
they don't
no,
mix with
check
in
this out.
Europe?
Let me
They
say this.
infuse African culture into their culture. This was
Listen,
in early European writings.
this how it works. This how it works, right? In America, yeah, you do got black influence, whatever, but essentially, even though you have black culture in America, right? Long as it's in America, right? It essentially almost like belongs to them. Like, can we really say, like, let me put, for example, this movie Sinners, right? Something in this movie that really struck me that really I remember when I was a kid, right? People always give credit for black music and everything. Do you know majority of black people did not like black music? Because basically my grandma would say, yo, that's the devil's music, you know, especially the
But
guitar.
I heard my great
What?
grandmother say that
No,
all
I'm saying like this. White people decided that was the most important thing about us. See, black people, white people never made gospel popular in Black America, right? They made rock and roll, jazz, all that stuff like that, but they never made a gospel music popular in Black America, you know? They never monetized that. They monetized black sin, you know, just like hip hop. The very worst part of Black American culture they allow to exist because they enjoy black degradation and destruction. It's like principally you like it's like saying ghetto gaggers with black women and whatnot. That's black culture. That's not black culture. That's degeneracy in black culture. You know, put on by white people. You know, we don't. Everything you see, rock and roll, even hip hop and everything like that, is something they thought that was important that they're gonna bring to the world. You know, and stuff like that. We don't really know what black culture really looks like because until we have a
But Kyler, can I push back a little bit? Because some of those elements exist in other elements outside of America too. Why did they call all those kind of music devil music, and why do you believe that they didn't sign to
because
those
black people
labels?
in America were very, at one time, very God fearing and spiritual. You know, we were. You know, and we were very religious. You know, I grew up in a religious atmosphere. Let me tell you something. When I was growing up and whatnot, you had to be a Methodist, Baptist, Episcopalian, a Pentecostal, Jehovah's Witness, whatever. Black people, every black person has some sort of thing like that basically but like I said, this movie Sinners really talked about that black religion. You know, white people basically never understood black church. They never understood black religion and stuff like that. You know, that held the black community together and whatnot. You know, we all when black people all knew one thing and whatnot. When we stepped to Christianity, whatever like that, that you're gonna die. You got to go to heaven or hell. That's what that was real. You know,
But
so
Colin, they also demonize a lot of African music and certain playing styles. And they also
understand.
view,
No,
hold
that's
on,
not.
one more thing. And they also view the industry as a demon, sex-filled playground. Right? Am
Yeah,
I correct? 'Cause they view,
and black people for the most part did not. You know that Dr. Luther King used to always hang around communists, homosexuals, and stuff like that. You know, his Southern Christian Leadership Conference never really had a following among black people. Most black churches didn't belong to it. You know,
The music industry isn't even controlled by black people.
it's
Like
not. It
the
never
rap,
was.
the R&B, none of that. It's controlled by Jews. And then you know what's funny? Somebody in the comments said, "Oh, you know when you mentioned about the minority group in the country, usually they don't own anything or they pretty much get disrespected or whatever." And one guy was like, but what about the Jews? I was thinking to myself, but the thing, you cannot compare black people and Jews because the Jews own all the banks, and secondly, they're white.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Jews are white. They could pass into white society. That's the benefit of
So
that.
how can I don't even understand how they would even connect those two together. Like are they colorblind? Like, Jews are white people. They're not the same as
There's
you
a
just
lot of
because
black
they're
people who want to
minorities.
believe that people going through the same thing. No, that's reality. Is America gives everyone a pass. Now you have the Ku Klux Klan; they may like Jews and that, but a Jew keeps his mouth shut. You can't tell, what he is. It's just a religion. The white America basically this after the Bacon Rebellion, there was no whiteness until the Bacon Rebellion. After the Bacon Rebellion said, look, how did we almost lose these colonies? They said you had black people, indentured servants, black and white slaves, and whites coming together to try to overthrow the system. That was Bacon Rebellion, Virginia, North Carolina, right? They said, what we have to do is separate the blacks and the whites in this country. So they basically said to the whites, we're going to give you, you're one of us, right? And your skin color means you're part of us, And so they start giving white people freedoms. Like if you're indentured, we're going to let that slide, Black people, they begin to put black people into permanent slavery. And even the fact of the matter is, Native Americans had certain freedoms, right, that black people didn't have. They basically said, if you were an African race, you were always going to be condemned to slavery and suffering in this country. That was reality,
Exactly. I
You
even
know?
seen a documentary about that where there was like this Freemason documentary, and this lady had a portrait, this like expensive painting, and at the bottom of the painting was black men and women chained, and she was like, "Well, this represents the black race. They are the slave. They are the slave class. They're the
Yeah,
slave race."
that's exactly what happened in America. So when people get up here talking about I'm an American and whatnot, they don't know history. They don't know. So it's sad, And I'm not saying saying the fact that which we'll call Lewis, man, be nice, bro. Honey Flowers dropping jewels tonight, They
Yeah.
don't they don't understand the slave
He
class.
hates
Oh
me.
man, why he hate you?
Oh,
Oh man.
because
He
of
hates me
the
because I tell
comment about
Africans
poop.
they need to build Africa
The
to
comment
raise
about
them.
poop and poop houses. We know Ghana got nice houses, man. Come on, Blue. We know Ghana got nice houses. Now a house is made of cow poop and mud. We know that.
Yeah,
We
but hold on, Carla. You overlooking the fact that even with the music was tied to evil because of the style of play in the industry as well. So in many ways, coming from slavery, they demonized their own culture. It's not
well, hold
necessarily
on.
that
How was
the guitar was
how
evil.
look? First of all, I don't agree with that because black people, the most popular music when black people was gospel. You know,
Absolutely, but when you weren't singing about God, they viewed that as evil, right? But you
Hold
take
on.
that same playing style and go to
Gospel
pop
music.
or rock.
Gospel music is more black culture than rock and roll and jazz was. So
They
we can't.
all are black culture, man.
Well, what I'm saying is this. Yeah, but the thing is, though, rock and roll and all these other places, people like that, basically was more popular on white people because that's what they can relate to. People love black sin. If you're gonna do black sin or whatever like that, they love it. They're like, okay, yeah, we could do this, but they didn't want to get into gospel music or whatnot. The only like Mahalia Jackson, like what Malcolm X used to say, Mahalia Jackson was a famous gospel singer, right? Black people made her popular. Shirley Caesar, black people make these people popular. Black people bought their records and whatnot. In every household you had Mahalia Jackson and all these gospel singers and whatnot. They weren't in white homes; they were in black homes. But the bottom line is this: but Chuck Berry and all these other people like that, they were in the white homes. For the most part. Now, I'm not going to take nothing away from these brothers that did mute rock and roll and everything like that. I appreciate them and everything like that. But when people say black culture, America's black, no, it's not. Black culture in America is what white people think black culture ought to be. That's what get monetized. For example, when you look at hip hop, right? I remember back in the 90s, we used to have freaking people like the Poor Righteous Teachers and stuff like that. We had Grave Diggers, 12 o'clock, Brand Nubians and whatnot, How come that part of hip hop never got big, But who got big? What white people said. Same
But they
thing.
killed it. But they killed it, Carla. It
Yeah.
was a co-op
So
operation. They killed them.
who are the white people
Because
trying to get? It's Snoop
They was
Dogg.
making us smart through the music, Carla,
Right,
making
they
us
had to get rid of
conscious,
that,
had
you
us
know. So
they've
thinking.
always
anytime we
been
try to be
like,
real, anytime
they've
we
always
show
been
you real
trying
black
to.
culture, they come in and said, "No, we're going to monetize Diddy. Diddy should not. Diddy was a demon, you know.
You know,
Diggy, Suge
I
Knight,
remember that era, Carla. We woke up one
yeah,
morning, we
country.
saw
We call
Diddy.
country music.
Yeah, we saw gangster rap, man. We just woke up
It's
one
because
morning.
White people create
they were
gangster rap.
trying to reduce the population of African American people by promoting gang music and rap so that black men can kill each other and then they can incarcerate the other half of them to make money off of them, because it goes back to them seeing the black race as the slave race. That's why the only salvation that the black race has is Africa. If Africa is built
Yeah,
and we, you know,
I
create a
agree with
place
that
for
100%.
ourselves, no, they can't mess with us
If
if
Africa
we
was built,
control
like I
our
said,
own.
I'm inspired by Ibn Traore because if all we need is like a few African countries to stand up like that, like he does, right? And build that stuff like that, then basically we have something to build with. But if you're gonna be a bootlicking African leader, we know if we go there, we're gonna end up like you know that Kay and Kel's lady, that fat girl, she has to come back. They're humiliating her all over the internet because she said, "Oh, she's coming back to." She said she left like 5 years ago. Now she's coming back to America one night. It's like, why don't you do that quietly? There's a lot of people who don't make it in Africa, but they come back. They don't get on YouTube.
But why did she come back? Did she
Oh, but
stay?
she said let me find the video, man. It's hilarious, you know.
And
Did she
then
actually come back, or
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I don't
it just didn't work out. She was making a fool out of herself in Africa anyway, her and her
but
antics and
she
whatnot.
been complaining since she got there though. She been
Yeah.
complaining since she got there, never left, like honey flower.
what do
Okay,
you?
okay.
I'm sorry. What did you say? I've been
I said,
complaining, but never
the,
left. No,
yeah,
I'm
never
waiting for
left.
African men to build Africa to a higher
She wants to
standard.
see African men stand up so she can be proud. She's a woman. She wants to be protected. As simple as that. That's all women ask for. Men stand up and be men and whatnot for their country. Try to find this.
But the most of these nations similar to African Americans are building with what they have. The global banking system, like
No,
recently,
like
you've
I said,
seen what happened.
that's good. That's good. But like I said, I like to see the truth. Dr. Arikana said that Niger is now made 300 billion off of us. That's a lie. Don't tell us this, because what happens is you fool black people to go over there. Oh,
But
Niger got
Kyla, the prime minister of Nigeria is in Washington D.C. Yesterday, I believe. You heard
so
about
what?
that?
So what? So what? What does that mean?
He's talking to your officials and cutting deals. You
Oh,
heard
no,
about that?
what officials?
White House
Not my
officials,
officials.
American
What?
officials,
Oh,
Black
whatever.
caucus and White House officials.
Oh yeah,
He's cutting
yeah. You
deals, man.
with Donald Trump, whatever like that. But that doesn't do shit for us. Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing that goes on in Africa benefits Black America. Nothing right
that's not
now.
true. That's not true.
It is the truth,
That's
man.
not true. And yeah, so you say nothing
Somebody
being done.
I'm way more involved in Africa than you are, bro. There ain't not a damn thing. Everything we're doing in Africa, we're doing it our own. There's no real outreach or whatever like that connection between like that. We have to make it. That's why I said I'm inspired by Ibn Traore. I'm inspired by him. But the bottom line is, it's not there yet, but it's getting there. At least there's an interest there, he says an interest there. Bruce says, "Call it African plan, expand cult footprint, use the African resource." What the heck? Dual citizenship, blah blah blah. Lead the future. What? I don't know what. Yeah. How we gonna build infrastructure, Baruti, without a government? You can't build infrastructure without a government. Everything people always tell me that Black people need to do, Principe and the rest of you, it requires us to have a nation state. You have to have complete autonomy, sovereignty, and domain over a territory. That's the only way it's going to happen. In America, we only go by what the white man basically lives us and what scraps we live on the white man in this country. It's a white man. America is a white man's country. So everything you want from Black America is never going to happen here. We're never going to be organized. We're never going to be like that until we have the ultimate or only legitimate organization in the world is a government, a nation state, a
And
republic.
Yeah,
he's
but
getting tired of sharing too. He's
What?
getting tired. He's getting
who's
tired of
he? Who's
sharing. The
he?
white man.
Oh my God! Oh, you
Everybody's
was the advocate. Why
he's
nobody? Why Colin don't call you out as the white man advocate? He calling me out as the white man advocate.
We talk
You
about. Hold
talking
on.
for him?
Say it
huh?
again, Honeyflower.
I said
Go ahead, sister. Say what
with
you said.
everything that's going on with the economy, you know, the middle class disappearing, inflation, the white man is tired of sharing his resources, his
Yeah, they're
country.
getting
He's
tired. They're getting
tired.
to the point where they're tired of people of color. That's why these mass deportations going around. That's the
And
bottom
it's not just with Africans. He's tired of everyone, the Hispanics, the Asian, everyone coming to this
well, the way
country.
this is the way he sees it. All these people.
But he's in everybody's country though. The white man is in everybody's country, dude.
Well, you guys are
He's
the
in
way.
Haiti.
But the
He's
bottom
in
line,
Jamaica.
that's a
He's in
that's a whole. That's what
Trinidad.
you don't seem to
He's in
understand.
China.
Right? Oh, you don't understand
Yeah,
something,
but
right?
that doesn't stop you from building, though. You can still build. Just
Yes,
put
it
it
Another
does.
thing,
where.
Hold on. I'm gonna use the
listen
example.
to me.
Oh,
The
go ahead.
difference
Sorry,
is
sorry,
this,
sorry.
right? America has always set their businessmen and everything around the world who don't give. These are multinationals, right? They don't give a shit. The American who never leaves America, that's just all he has. He don't have corporation holdings around the world and whatnot. These people care about the fact that they're going to be replaced or the demographics change or whatnot, and they want their country back. You know, they want that white America
And
back.
they have the right to think that way. Every group of people should want their group of people to, you know, live on, survive, you know, like not be
I have no
invaded by.
problem with that, because they're
Yeah,
basically they're fighting for their survival at this point. You know, they're fighting for their survival. The fact that black people don't think enough of themselves for their future, we don't plan and do anything for the future. You can't blame other people. Other people aren't stupid. You're not gonna let millions of people flood in here. You got
exactly.
Palestinians who come in here burning the American flag, setting up Molotov cocktails because they don't like U.S. policy. When they had enough. These people have had enough.
Right,
Even in
and this
Germany.
is why I don't really subscribe to just saying, "Oh, the white man is the devil." No, the white man is he's thinking logically when he thinks that
Yeah,
way.
you see in Germany, right? They're rounding up Muslims left and right. They said, "Man, we let these people." I don't know what the hell they were thinking about like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, it's too
We let
many
all these people
Muslims.
who
It's
don't
too
want to
many.
assimilate. They want a Sharia law. They want to disrespect people and whatnot. They want to fucking piss on the street. They want to do all this kind of stuff. They don't want to be part of Germany. So why are they inside the country? You got, you got large numbers of people. I hate to say this, right? It pains me to say this. You got so many POCs, people of color, who come to this country and they really despise this country. You know, they really do. They come here and they
Exactly. Yeah.
basically want to basically destroy this country. Look at Ilhan Omar. She basically in Congress, and she made a multimillionaire and hates the country. You know,
Yeah, isn't Somalia like the worst African country though?
it's like the worst. She should be
Yeah.
over in Somalia trying to lead that, but she's over here and she,
Colin, you think she hate this country?
yeah. I heard
Yeah,
what
she
she
Yeah.
hates
said,
this
man. She
country.
said
Yeah, she
many
hates
times
this
she don't
country.
like America.
She
She don't
causes
give
so
a fuck.
much tension and hatred and division.
She
Well,
do, but I believe she loved this country. She left her
no,
Somali
no, that's
husband. She did
another thing.
all types
That's
of
another
shit.
thing. People say that, but your actions speak louder than words, right? The stuff she says, her and that Talib lady and whatnot, these people at AOC, they hate this fucking country. It's like they hate it.
Yeah,
And
those
the
Democrats and
white people are like
liberals.
this. Let me tell you something, Person B. I know white America, right? When you start attacking Donald Trump, right? When they see that blonde man who built a business, got a family and everything like that, they see their father, they see their grandfather, they see the men who fought in the wars and stuff like that, and they see a brown person like Kamala and whatnot taking away what they think that was built for them. You know, you wonder why he won in a landslide. You know, I just know these people. You know, they're not going to let you roll over and let this become some multicultural country you think it is. You know, you may
And
think that.
and not only that, like these liberals and stuff, like they want to support like transgender things that are killing
Yeah,
the
yeah,
white race. And white
transgender
people are
stuff.
like,
You know,
no, they don't want that.
yeah, boys Now, basically, they're trying to say that the children don't belong to your children; it belongs to the state. You know, the child not just belong to a parent. The parents don't have a say so over everything. It's a child. The teacher is a. This is what they're talking about. These people. But you look. I'm gonna tell you right now. You guys keep pushing this. These people. This country is gonna erupt into a bloody
But
war.
hold on, Kyla, who views of that? Those are not our views. Those are liberal white views. These are
Hold on,
not.
hold on. What I'm saying is this though, is
But
the
immigrants
people,
do these
immigrants, and
political
all
these
they're with that
politicians who
crowd.
are
They're with that
immigrants do
crowd.
push it. And FBA,
But
they
you
they
tell
do
you,
write about that.
uh,
They actually have a
Honeyflower
point about
Kyla,
that.
Honeyflower Kyla Dave. You telling me in Elon Omar's country, she could be speaking how she's speaking
She
and
can't
promoting
speak like that
trans.
in Somalia. She can't even
Thank
like
you.
talk like that at all.
It's
Well,
promoting
basically, that's
trans
what I'm
in
saying. They
Somalia.
get to this country and they start talking that crazy stuff, but they go to their country, they're all
Yeah,
demure
she
and
can get stoned for the stuff that she talks about. Oh, we need all lives and all
gay stuff and
genders
whatnot. You
matter
know,
and all that stuff.
all that stuff like that. All that stuff like that. She tried to do in Somalia, and she get killed. You know.
Oh yeah, they'll kill her on spot, man. Yeah.
But they come to America and it's like anything goes. The fact that we even taking this transgender thing seriously is just this how far gone. And what I hate is like Black America woke up. That's why we didn't show up to these things on April 5th and
Oh
whatnot.
no, but Carla, so there's certain Black Americans too who repeat some of these new age,
Or those are people they prop up. Majority of
trans.
black. Hold up, look, you didn't see no black person. Lewis, man, I don't want to have to kick you out of my chat, man. Stop it.
Is he cussing me out?
We call you like this. I'm gonna delete that comment, Lewis.
Did you pay
Cut it
Come
good
out.
on,
for
Lewis. Come on, Lewis. Come
He
on, come
said,
on, come
and
on.
he
Have a
said, and
No,
dialogue.
we
we
don't
don't
we don't
support
disrespect
ugly
women like that
women
on the
and
show.
stuff like that.
Yo,
How do you
I don't
know
know
I'm
what you
ugly? You
did to
don't even know what I
Lewis,
look
yo.
like.
I don't know what you did to Lewis, yo.
Because
No,
I
I
talked
mean,
about
Lewis, you
the
got to shut
houses that
down.
are, because I talked about the houses that were made of poop. My mom told me about that.
There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I believe we need more modern day styles fused with ancient styles to produce mass housing for the masses. There's nothing wrong with that. You
Yeah,
guys are waiting for
it's
the
just
white
the
man
truth. Like,
to validate those methods. Okay, but you want the white man to validate those methods. You want the white man to say
I
those
don't,
methods
no,
are
no, no,
good.
no, no, no.
Yes,
I
you
can't
are.
give
Yes, you
my
do.
self-esteem
Yes, you
to a
do.
white man.
Yes, you do.
We're in the 21st century, man. People stop building in poo in the Western world
It's not.
10,000.
It's not. It's not built with. They fuse the mud brick or
No,
whatever
it
they
still
use
exists.
with
Some
pool,
people that
and
live
they
in
How
the
about
use.
learning, how
villages.
about learning stonemasonry, bro?
Okay, but it's about the environment. It's about
A stone
how much you
structure,
can make out of those homes.
Can
a stone
I tell
structure will
you
last
guys
1,000
something?
years. You
Can
know.
I tell
Oh
you guys
man,
something?
you
So
guys are
African
whitewashed.
men, listen, African men are capable of building houses and everything like that. I seen a video from Wodi Maya's YouTube. This African guy, he hired African men. They build really nice, like, I don't know if it's stone or whatever. They build nice houses. The problem is, like, I'm not saying that African people are so like low, they can't do anything. It's just they don't have that organization and they don't have that mind to, okay, let's develop, let's do this, let's aim for higher. So I think he thinks that I'm just downing Africans and stuff like that. I should never brought up the poop house thing, but I brought it up as an
Yeah, man.
example.
Poop in Africa is a very sensitive topic, man. Like I said, I did a song called, and people hate it, but please don't poo poo in the street. You remember that song? Please don't
But
poo poo
Kyla,
in the street, but
please don't
we
poo
do
poo in the
won't be a
streets.
nice
This
place
guy.
to eat. Now, I'm asking you, please. I'm begging you, please don't poo poo in the street. But we do won't be a nice place to eat. But please don't, please don't poo poo in the street. You know, that's my little song I
Did you
did.
see what Dusty Brothers said? He said after he said Donald Trump is gonna show who the real black people are. If I get deported out of America, I'm not gonna. What am I gonna do? I'm African, so I'm just gonna accept it. I'm not in
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
delusion.
Bottom line, it ain't gonna be the end of the world.
It's not
One
the
day
end of
we're
the
gonna have
world.
look. One day we're gonna have an Afristan. We're gonna make it so that anybody gets supported. Hey, you got education, you can read, you can count to 50. We'll got you. You know.
It's like
But
they point Africa
Dusty
to
brother,
hell or something.
Dusty brother going to Rwanda soon though over a parking ticket. I mean, when
Hey,
Trump declared on
no.
on
We're talking
Republicans,
about hard. Yo, see these dudes I was talking about earlier. The ops. We got ops and whatnot. People just raising hell in the community and whatnot. Just destabilize. Look, I'm all for getting rid of half these Negroes they're acting up in America. You could take them, and like I would not lose no sleep over that shit. You know. All right, let me get Jonathan Miller on. You know, and then Ola. Oh boy, get Ola's here. You know, I'm gonna get it.
what's good, Ola?
Yeah. Let me get Jonathan first, man, because I know Ola's gonna be.
Man, what's up, y'all? I just got here. I don't understand what we're talking about. What's going on? What Troy do now?
Read the title, Negro.
What the title? I can't read the title because Darmigo said Prince of P was live in poop houses. Darmigo, please don't expose Prince of like that.
Prince will come all the way from Haiti and tell us we gotta go to Africa and live in poop houses, man. Come on. Man.
Oh God forbid. No, listen. I like Prince.
No.
He's a very nice person, but at the end of the day, he is from Haiti.
Yeah.
That speaks for itself. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
we don't take advice from Haitians.
Somebody that would know some about poop houses. We got Kid on. What's going on,
Jonathan, you full of it, bro.
I'm just saying, man, he's from Haiti, man. It this ain't 1804 Haiti we talking about that he's from. And he's scared to go back. He's scared to go back.
Why would I go back to unstable Haiti?
That dude barbecue, man. Yo, they're just killing people randomly in Haiti. The gangs are taking over, you know.
No. Barbecue is trying to bring peace and stability and stand up. He's like the Caribbean Traore.
You still have the population, of course. You're gonna bring peace and stability, man.
Yeah, he's the Caribbean Traore.
Yeah, so come on, man. Traore is not like that, man. He ain't killing nobody.
What you mean? He ain't.
Troy ain't.
What barbecue do? Y'all got videos of
barbecue murdering people.
Show me a video. No. Show me a video of barbecue. Show me a video of barbecue doing that.
He speak pro-blackly black, so you like him, but he's a criminal. You want to be revolutionary, so you like all these people that speak pro-blackly black, but their whole synopsis of what they believe in don't make sense. Same with
with all due respect. With all due respect, Principal, I love Winnie Mandela, but people say she was a killer too.
No. This guy, what is his end goal? His end goal is what?
Maybe sometimes maybe there's a lot of coons over there that gotta go. He can't win with coons.
Why is he not touching?
So he clean the house.
Why is he touching regular Haitians? He's not touching no mulattoes. He's not touching no businessman that killed the previous president, the black and the mulattoes that killed the previous president. He ain't doing none of that. All he's killing is regular people in the fucking streets, him and his gang. He's trying to kill police.
Are you saying that those people have not been killed at all?
Not at all. Most of those people good. These people ain't panicking. The regular black people, the 95% of the people that he's terrorizing in Port-au-Prince.
Where are you getting this information from, Prince?
I'm Haitian. I speak Creole. I listen to the Haitian news, bro. You don't speak Creole.
The Haitian news that backed by the West. Of course, you're gonna listen to that kind of crazy shit.
Really. So you telling me the people that's leaving their own homes or leaving their own homes because this guy's so great? Why they not welcoming this guy when he comes to their town and his goons come to their town like they do for Traore? Why they not doing that?
Maybe they from maybe they are.
Traore's chasing out criminals, so when he come through the town, people cheer him on. This guy come through the town, people run and flee and go through water and all that type of shit when he come through. But because he speak pro-black, because he's gonna name Thomas Sankara and Malcolm X, your heart is busting with pride. This guy's a fucking criminal.
Sometimes, unfortunately, they can paint him as the worst person on the planet. But until you can show me some tangible evidence that he's doing the things that you say he's doing, all the information that you're giving me you have gotten from white media.
No, I got from Haitian media, black media.
And it won't be long. Wait.
90% black.
It is from that. And the majority of Haitians are not really they're not trying to change Haiti. They're trying to find a way to get it. Bro, don't do that. At the end of the day,
bro, every time we send money, the government takes $1.50 as tax off our money.
Guess what?
We don't know what the fuck they do with that money. We do it regardless
bro,
to support Haiti.
Every time
send
I
money
make a
back.
transfer, the American government get it. The American government get a fee. The Nigerian government get a fee. Oh my God, governments are acting like governments. How crooked they are.
Again, what are they doing with that money?
What does the U.S. do with my money? What does the Nigerian government do with my money?
That's my point. That's my point. So for you to say that Haitians don't care about Haiti, most Haitians give a fuck about Haiti. Haitians send money back. We build schools back over there. We build roads. We fund roads. We fund. We don't have what you call it. Those things that they have for the kids here, where they abandon the kids. We have orphanages and stuff like that. They send money for the orphanages to have them have food to be raised by
Wait a
locals in
minute.
that community.
Prince. Barbecue is that bad? Would you ever be willing to? Would you ever be willing to go to Haiti? All of the Haitian wait. All of the Haitian diasporas that says barbecue is this evil person. He's just killing innocent people. Would y'all ever get your asses on a boat or a plane, go back to Haiti, round up together, and take his ass out? Would you do it?
Bro, Haiti is 14 million people, 13 million people in Haiti alone.
Barbecue is not 14 million people.
That's my point. So why would I have to go back when there's 13 million people in Haiti alone already there?
Exactly. Proves my point. The fact of the matter is they're not trying to, the population outnumbers him. The mere fact that they're not trying to round up together and get his ass means that he is not as bad as y'all trying to make it sound.
Oh, you wildin', man. You wildin'.
No. Pass the mic to good old Cadola.
This man wildin'. Hey, my last point too. Hold on too. Before this, in American food, they use manure over a lot of food as produce and compound to help give nutrients to food. You guys don't complain about that because the white man approves that, but you have a problem with mud homes because you guys are waiting for the white man's approval.
Hold up, manure and certain of animal vegetable speaking animals are good for fertilizer.
So you eat shit. You eat shit then. Do you eat shit?
Oh, it's manure. You know
what I'm saying? Manure.
But
Yeah,
weren't
see?
you focusing on
Yeah, you ain't master. Master got to approve the shit that you eat, but we using it and mixing it with other elements to create homes. That's a problem.
Man. I don't want no shit. I don't
But
want to
why
be
are you focusing on the poop house thing? That was like 4 or 5 lives ago.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I think that's a good thing. I'm agreeing with you that they do it in certain communities, and I'm thinking that's a good thing. And we need to modernize some of those elements and mass produce homes.
Out of poop. It's not a good thing.
I'm sorry, I'm not cut up to date. Somebody's making houses out of poop.
No, like there was
they mix
there was
clay
a live where I said that in like even my mom told me like in Africa, in certain villages, like they take the cow poop and I think they mix it with like dried grass or something, and then they pack it onto the like wood, and then that's how they make the house.
Where are you from in Africa?
This was like they don't do that anymore, but I said that they used to
do from the east somewhere.
In Ethiopia they did that. Are you kidding me? This is facts.
Where you from in Africa?
He's from East Africa.
Okay. You see,
they did that.
Hold on, we cannot be generalizing everything because Africa is very, very big. Ethiopia, let me just put it straight. Ethiopia, because we just have to be very honest. Most Ethiopia doesn't like black sub-Sahara people. We should not get it. Look, when we start saying black, we talk about the sub-Sahara Africans.
Oh, come on. Ethiopia.
These Ethiopians, these Somalians, these other ones that look like Yemenis, they will sell these Negroes for slaves. You know, we should not be deceived that Haile Selassie was working against the black people. That's why the African Union actually don't become anything. The Moroccans, when the convenience for the Ethiopians, they call themselves black, but they never like the Negroes.
But do the Arabs accept
the
Arabs accept them? Come
because
on, let's live in reality.
because we should not be dancing this kind of dance where we know that how the African Union came to Ethiopia was in one way be deceived to be in Addis Ababa. Kuruma was not really too focused. He thought, oh, let unite the whole of Africa. You know, the white people kind of backed up a little bit because if they allow this Negro to form their own organization, it will be far more formidable what you see now. You know, the Egyptians, the Moroccans, the Tunisia came in. These are spoilers. That's what the African Union actually become anything. You know, so when I grew black people, I never really put Ethiopia in that level because look, bro,
I'm half Sudanese. I'm
they'll
not
call
full
you an African.
Ethiopian. I'm half Sudanese, half Ethiopian.
Hold on. They'll call you an African.
Either way, I'm African. I'm black.
Because we painted Ethiopia as black. You see, this is in the eyes of the black Americans.
There's dark skinned people in
Did they ever ask Africans who's really black in the eyes of the Africans? Did they really ask people like Kenya, Ghana, Malawi,
oh my God,
Zimbabwe, who are really blacks? I put Nigeria out because I'm from Nigeria, not to be biased. You know what I mean?
Kadola, we have known for a long time a lot of the people from Ethiopia and Somalia and the Sudan do not consider themselves to be black. We already know that.
Yeah,
but we are black.
But they are black though.
Because hold on, because this game of they can call themselves African, but they don't see themselves associated with the Negroes. The Negroes will be dishwashers in their houses if they have that that opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Because we just have to be very confused because we look, when you study why this AU or African Union become a shit, really? It's not because of Kuruma or all these deep African countries. It's because of this extreme, you could call them the Yemenis kind of ethnicity people, all the way from Somalia down to Ethiopia.
Now, Kadola, hold on a second. I don't want to be a jackass because I've been to Ethiopia now. There's a particular ethnic group that pretty much gets the light in Ethiopia. They all look alike, but a huge portion of the country look like the rest of regular ass Africa.
They're dark.
It's just that one particular tribe that everyone looks at that's like, oh, those are Ethiopian people. That they're not even in the majority. Okay.
Yeah.
That's just the ones that we look at.
Okay, the one you called the one you come out be a little bit look like the Kenyans, right? Are those ones be shown? Are those ones in power? Are those ones in anywhere near the photo of Ethiopia? No. Those ones constantly live like a bush babies or somewhere else in that places. You talk about they have plate in their mouth, right? Those ones are actually not being developed. Those ones kind of keep look. When you strive as a group of people, you thrive together. The ones that look like Yemenis, the ones that come as Christianity, man, look, man, I don't want to start talking about Ethiopia. Let me just go straight about the poop of a shit. We talk about. Africans doesn't like shit, poop. In Africa, when I was growing up, let me use my case for example as a Nigerian person. My grandfather go far away from the building where human beings are staying, far away inside the bush, and dig his own toilet there. So when my dad started creating water system inside a house and everything, he asked my dad, why are you bringing this thing close to inside the house? My dad was like looking at him like, huh? Because my dad was school in the States. So my grandfather didn't like that you have to have toilet, whatever you call the water system, whatever it is, inside the building. These things are not supposed to be seen or smelled at because it's a waste. Why don't you put it far?
I tell you
Facts.
what, man.
Facts.
Look,
They're
Africa,
still
Facts.
on this
Africa got to get his
stuff.
poop game together. That's
They
a deal
won't
No,
breaker.
it's facts.
So this poop of a thing, you put it, oh, Africans are pooping. They don't look, it's not in their tin. They take it far away from where human beings are staying. It's Western people
Facts.
that put this poop close inside the
Mm-hmm.
building, and you have to shit inside the building. They say that you first of all they use as whole. Now they start. Oh,
I
Africans
remember
shit a hole.
listen, Amar well on Dynasty Show said, just come to Nigeria and dig a hole and whatnot, it'll be good.
Yeah, they
It's
do that
far.
in Africa.
It's far.
They
These are
still
far
dig a
from the
hole and
building.
poop.
These are very far
And
from the
hold on.
building.
Hold on too. In America, when it's high flooding, the sewer system mixed with the clean water. They don't know that. When you read articles
No,
about
no, it
what
doesn't.
happens,
There's
yes,
a
it
little
does.
line.
Go read about it. Go read
There's a
about it.
little
I
line.
can give you
No, it
articles.
doesn't. No, it
I
doesn't.
can give you articles, man. Yes, it does.
Study this,
When it's
man.
mass
I agree
flooding,
with that, but in America, the sewer line and the friggin' water line are two completely different systems.
and it mixed during flooding. It mixed
Kala,
during flooding.
No, it don't. We don't have
because
flood. Yo, look, we have culverts, right? The water's diverted out to lakes, whatever like that. We have a drainage system in America, right?
Principally, it don't. It don't. It's two separate lines. It's two separate main
It's two
lines.
separate lines, but when it's high flooding, when it's
And that
high
doesn't
rain,
mean
the water
No,
mixes. I
principally,
promise you, I can give you articles.
water.
I read
Okay,
science articles, bro.
Principally, bro.
one mic. Let's just be honest, Kala, because you people like to laugh at Africans sometimes.
I'm
Oh,
not
Africa
laughing,
wants
man.
us. Hold on, Kala. When I was growing up, right, we can store the rain from the sky, right? We store the rain from the sky. These waters are very, very clean. We don't drink water that be mixed with bleach and whatever.
I do.
Hold on. Chloride, stuff that come with stomach type of problem and everything. Kala, let me tell you this, Kala.
Yeah, but why do we got higher? Why we got
Kala, let me tell you this.
why do we have a higher?
Kala, let me tell you this before I give
life
it to.
expectancy,
Kala, let me tell you this before I give it to St. James. Kala, the way I eat my food, the way eat food from the ground. My granddad is a farmer. I eat food from the ground. I drink the water from the sky that be stored into like what you could call it reservoir. Do you know the first time I went to dentist in Europe, right? My wife took me there. You know, they look at my teeth, right? They photo it, they do an X-ray on it.
All right,
Do you know what the woman said? Hold on, Kala.
Before you go, like St. James on, let me watch it. Let's watch it like a 3-minute video on how plumbing. It's an answer principle how plumbing works. Watch, you learn something.
In this video, we'll cover the workings of a typical household plumbing system, which is also applicable to some commercial buildings.
Watch this principle.
Practically everything we do
See
relies
the two
on
lines,
plumbing, whether it's washing your car, clothes, or dishes, and or brushing your teeth before bedtime. The backbone of these activities is your home's plumbing system, consisting of 4 key elements: waste drains, waste vents, potable water, and rainwater management. Let's explore each system individually and understand their function.
They never touch. They never
waste and vent sewer system. In most homes, the sewer waste system is installed using ABS, PVC, or cast iron drain pipes and vents. These pipes interconnect with fixtures like toilets, sinks, bathtubs, and showers. When a fixture is used, waste travels through these drain pipes, which are required to be sloped to keep things moving. The waste will ultimately reach the municipality's main drain beneath the street. Periodically, you'll come across cleanouts like this one. These provide access to the inside of the pipes in case of a blockage and are required by your local code. In the United States, many homes have these cleanouts located outside for easier access by plumbers. Plumbing pipe sizes are based on what is called fixture units. Each type of fixture is given a fixture unit value that corresponds to a pipe size. The code contains a chart listing these values. See our other video on how to size plumbing water pipes using fixture units, as the process is similar for waste pipes. Main stacks range from 3 to 4 inches, depending on code requirements and municipal regulations. However, some homes lack municipal wastewater treatment services. In such cases, waste disposal is straightforward. The main drain pipe, which would typically lead to the municipal sewers, connects to a septic tank instead, often made of concrete or polyethylene. This tank separates solids from liquids before directing them to a leach field or drain field in the ground for natural solid filtration. Periodic pumping by a vacuum truck is necessary to ensure proper functionality. Now, let's delve into venting. For the effective operation of these fixtures and drains, a well-designed venting system is essential. When a toilet is flushed, for instance, the water's downstream flow induces negative pressure. Vents play a crucial role in equalizing this pressure change, preventing issues such as gurgling and the siphoning out of water in P-traps. This prevention is vital to avoid the infiltration of sewer gases into your home. These vents draw in air from the roof, and it's imperative to keep them clear of birds' nests and debris, or complications are guaranteed. Potable drinking water. Regarding potable drinking, it originates from the municipal water main buried in the street, like other services, and typically maintains a pressure range of 40 to 80 psi. Every resident connected to the city's water supply must feature an outdoor water meter and shut-off valve, like the one shown. This allows the city to determine how much water is consumed and to shut off services in case of emergency or if service is discontinued. The incoming copper line is usually 3/4 to 1 inch in diameter, depending on the size of the home. The pipe enters the basement through the concrete slab or through the first floor. This usually leads to another shutoff valve that is more accessible to the homeowner. In the basement, first floor, or garage, we encounter the hot water heater and storage tank. Other designs may use tankless water heaters. Whether electric or gas fed, this tank receives cold water, heating it before distributing it throughout the house, courtesy of the city's water pressure. While some homes still use copper lines, new construction projects often utilize PEX piping due to its reliability and rapid installation. Some older homes may have galvanized pipe and fittings that tend to become clogged over time. We will suggest repiping if you have old galvanized pipes. How does one obtain water in the absence of municipal services? In rural regions, individuals rely on wells. A well is essentially a vertically drilled hole deep in the ground to tap into groundwater, which is pumped up. The pumped water undergoes a series of processes and filtration to ensure its drinkability. Public water systems comprise 90% of all water supplied. In areas without municipal services, wells are common. About 13 million U.S. households get their water from private wells. The water you receive from your faucet might originate from distant sources spanning hundreds of miles. Public water systems commonly derive their supply from either surface water, like lakes and rivers, or from groundwater. The drinking water can be stored behind a dam or in tanks before being pumped to your home. Rainwater storm systems. The final aspect is rainwater management. Historically, rainwater and sewage were combined, meaning rainwater and the household waste flowed into the same sewer. However, modern practices have separated them to streamline water management. So when it rains, the question arises, where does all this water go? Rain falling on the house's roof travels into the gutters. The primary role of gutters is to redirect water away from the house, preventing water infiltration. There may also be pool deck and area drains that drain to the street's storm drain system. Alternatively, some people opt to collect the rainwater from the roof gutters into rainwater barrels for non-potable use, such as watering plants and flowers. Storm and waste treatment. Now, where does all the waste and the rainwater go once it leaves your home? The municipal waste and storm drain mains usually follow the road. The wastewater main will eventually reach a lifting station that pumps the wastewater back up to prevent it from going too deep into the ground. This is because the system is pitched downward to keep everything moving by gravity. The longer the distance from your home, the deeper the main gets, which is referred to as its invert elevation. In the context of underground plumbing mains, the term invert elevation refers to the elevation or height of the inside bottom surface of a pipe. It is the lowest point inside the pipe where the flow of wastewater or sewage is present. The invert elevation is a crucial measurement as it helps determine the slope or gradient of the sewer line. The wastewater is sent to a treatment plant where the nasty stuff is filtered out before being dumped into a lake, river, or ocean. The rainwater storm drain flows into a nearby river, lake, or ocean without being filtered or treated. According to the EPA, rainwater runoff picks up fertilizer, oil, pesticides, dirt, bacteria, and other pollutants as it makes its way through storm drains and ditches untreated to our streams, rivers, lakes, and the ocean. Polluted runoff is one of the greatest threats to clean water in the U.S. That's why it's important not to dump anything in the storm drain that you wouldn't want to be swimming in the lake or ocean with or drinking. In essence, this is the fundamental process of how your plumbing system operates. If you like that video, please give it a thumb.
It is
Okay.
right there, folks.
Yeah,
Like I said, we need
Kala, what is the difference for this mindset play? You see, when I hear people say we live differently,
Hold
we
on,
live.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
I like
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
I like staying
Hold on,
civilized.
I dropped articles in the back, though. I dropped articles in the back. There's articles in the back. Can you read some of them?
Let me speak. Let me speak, bro. Because when I start hearing, oh, Africans live primitively. What this man just said, what this man just did, this is the way we live.
Yeah,
We have-
Africans
hold
don't
on,
have that
Kala.
complex.
We have
Hold up. You use boreholes. You drink
Yeah,
shit.
hold on,
You
hold
drink.
on.
Hey, check this out. Check this out. Don't shit on the boreholes, okay?
Hold on. Let me finish. We have pipes that throw away our waste at what that guy calls
Yo,
static
come on,
pipes.
Ola, stop it.
We
man.
have pipe. Hold on. We have pipes that bring in the clean water. They're not from the
No,
from the
you
borehole,
don't. No,
which
you
this guy said is storage, which people call as storage system. Your clean water far away. We have all this is close to our house. But when I was growing up, what we were doing, we store rainwater. That rainwater, that's what we store. Neither because we live in the rainforest zone, it's every time it's a rainy season, you know, we have all these things. So as I was saying, when I went to the dentist, right? What did the dentist saw first in my mouth? He asked me, these are white people, these are not black Americans, right? That like to roast. She said, whoa, where you from? I said, Africa. He said, what do you drink? I said, I drink rainwater. What do you eat? I said, just natural food. He said, your mouth is full of calcium. He said, if white people have this kind of calcium in their teeth will not be falling out. He said, your teeth will never fall out at all because you have too much calcium in your mouth. So when people say, oh, why are you cracking the bones? Why are you doing this? It's because we eat natural food. Our mouth is full of calciums. You know, it's not like black Americans when their mouth is falling out of
They're
honey,
malnourished, Ola.
So
you
you
know.
said because you got hard teeth, it's okay to eat bones? That's what you said?
No, because that's what we are. Our neck, you people don't know these Africans that carry things in their neck, in their head, and everything. Their necks are very solid. The muscles in the neck is all built up. our mouth is look. White people don't play. It's you black Americans that start roasting. You see that white man the way he explained things. That's why this white people can easily live in Africa because they know a lot of things that these black Americans who like to roast and call people dusty feet and everything. If not for the white people, even black Americans would not be surviving. I told you I went to the dentist.
But why do their words matter to you? Like their roast.
The white woman that
because it's true.
Hold on. The white woman that checked my teeth and said, God,
Kadola. I love you, bro. Listen, Kadola, in Benin solidarity, in Edo State solidarity, I support you. But you know this shit ain't true.
What shit is true?
In the city areas, in the nice areas, yes, there is plumbing. But once you go outside of that, ain't no damn plumbing, Kadola. Please, it just ain't there. It just ain't
not
there.
as complex as that
I
video.
said we store water.
That took about 5 minutes to explain.
We store water. We don't drink poop shit water.
Yeah, but you said
water.
rainwater though. I know
Jonathan,
rainwater can get like mosquito larvae.
I mean, Kadola. At the airport, sometimes they ain't got running water at the airports. It be throwing me off.
Jonathan,
let's not do that.
That exists in America too, though. When you go to certain workplaces, certain stores, water.
Brother.
Rainwater.
Brother.
There's a statistic. More people in Africa has a smartphone than running water. You know that, right?
That's okay.
Yeah.
Because
More
of
people in Africa have
their priorities are all messed up.
Yeah, but more people in Africa got a smartphone than running water. Hot and cold. Sewage.
We store water.
Yeah, they got bagged water.
If you're from the rainforest zone, like West Africa, all the way to Liberia, Ghana, and everything, as from now the rain is falling. The rain is falling so hard that
rainy season.
You don't even lack no water because you have water because the rain is falling every 5 days, every 4 days.
I don't have
sometimes you have
no drainage systems, no sewage and drainage systems. That's why.
What do you mean? What do you mean by
no way to reserve the water? No way to
hold on.
How did white people survive in Africa? Because it seems like the black people that did create nothing, so to complain about all this shit.
The people that survived in Africa, they always lived in the same parts.
Hold on. They lived in
Southern Africa.
But why are you turning this into black versus African?
No, I'm not talking about certain parts of America. It's certain parts. Hold on. Calm down, bro. You shop at Dollar Tree. He gets his groceries from Dollar Tree. But when you go to certain parts of America, there's no like trailer parks. There's no sewer system like that. They have to sometimes drive to other areas, campsites to get water and come back.
That's a lie. There's no sewer system. There's well-developed septic systems.
Go to Mississippi, you see that there's shit outside.
There's no third worldism in America.
There's not.
If you go to places
like you go to any part of America, right? America,
you see that the Negroes there,
even a rural area got sewer systems.
Kadola.
Hold on. I'm not even talking about blacks. I'm talking about white people. There's parts of America where white people don't have sewer system, and these people don't bat an eye because that's their master. So when they say Africa, they speak in general. Oh, Africa don't have no. Oh, Africa don't got.
You know what I realized? Y'all would look for that 0.1% of people to be like, you see, look how they do it, brother. We are talking about millions of people.
Not that little village.
Somebody probably living
of dirty white people.
I ain't talking about some white people living in a campground. Come on.
Yeah, but you guys have no smoke for white people living in the middle country. Living with no pipes,
we don't
running water.
Prince. We don't care.
Africa, you speak in general.
Prince.
Got this.
We don't care. But we don't care about how those white people live.
There are
exists here in America, bro.
Development. You could look it up.
It exists here in America too. You guys don't talk about it. It exists here. Your master, the lily white man.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the problem. This is the problem when you're really a Pan-Africanist like Prince. He thinks we care about white people suffering.
I don't think you
Let
care. I
them.
feel like you speak in America in
No,
general.
no.
Speak in
Let
Africa
them.
in general. When I point out
Let
there's parts of
them.
America that don't got this,
Let
you say nothing.
them
When I point out this
suffer.
flood, I give you articles written by white people. White people wrote these articles,
You're
and
not
I say
gonna.
that there's flooding. The flooding caused the
You,
pipes to mix. You can't even read it. You can't even read
you're
the
not gonna.
You're so
Princess,
articles.
Princess,
triggered.
Princess.
Yeah,
If God is real, I hope all white people wake up like that tomorrow.
You're
Okay.
not
I
gonna.
don't. I don't. I hope the best for us, but at the same
Let
time,
me hold. Let me hold. Let
you
me
What?
guys
hold
don't.
on.
You guys
Hold
don't
on.
Oh
point
Hold
no
on.
Lord.
fingers at them.
Hold
You
on.
guys point no fingers
The
at them.
views of John Johnson is his own. I don't. Let me
That
get.
that that
Let me
that that opinion is mine and mine only. It doesn't represent the panel.
let me get St. James on.
Hi, Carla. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, bro. Go ahead.
Thanks for bringing me, man. Salute to the chat. Salute to the panel.
Salute,
Hey,
St. James.
hey, man. It's an interesting conversation. So that's the solution that you are bringing to Africa. The sewage and the drainage system. That's what you're bringing.
I would like to have that, man. That's a
Now,
nice.
why the people who came to Burkina didn't bring that?
Who? What people?
The people that follow Arikana to Ghana and places
Well, you
like that.
look.
What?
That's why I say you talk to Arikana. If it was college Genesis, that's exactly
Oh,
what it'd be.
okay, I'm talking to you. When you gonna bring that over there?
I'm not going to Burkina Faso. You man.
Why,
I'm
why, why are you talking about Burkina Faso only? Why don't you bring it to Africa? When Liberia is going to see that?
hold on. We're working on
Because the last time I checked, people were defecating by the beach over there in
Oh
Liberia.
yeah, that was
Yeah,
like that was
they
like
was
20
building
years
that in
ago. But it's not like
Liberia,
that
St.
now.
John,
Now
but
we
it
got
got destroyed.
you know.
No, I'm serious with you. It was being built. It got destroyed.
Bro, you know I'm
We
kidding,
had a
man.
hold
God
on.
damn.
Liberia was once a beautiful country when our people ran it. That's all.
Tyler, you know I'm kidding, bro. I don't do that, bro. So I mean, it's like so what's the point of talking
I
about
wouldn't
it if
go
it's
there
not
if
gonna be brought to
it was a nice
Africa?
country. We still got a nice country, you know. We still got to
Yeah, shout out to Liberia, man. Those are my people. Respect, man.
It's a Zongo says Kyle is a disrespectful black American. Someone needs to be kidding.
I don't
No,
under,
no,
I don't
Carla.
feel like you disrespect Africa. I think you tell the truth. You say
And people,
facts.
Africans, black people in general, that's how I know we're Africans. Because just like Africans don't like the truth, Africans really don't like the truth. Black
No,
Americans
Exactly.
no, we,
Like
no,
the
we
truth.
do,
don't
Carla,
like.
but sometimes we just want to drag Africans, man. I think that's what you do sometimes, man.
Hold on.
Nobody's afraid of
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
anybody
question.
that's been to Africa,
He
Rakala. You
No,
know it
doesn't
hold
would be
roast
on.
difficult.
Yeah,
Like,
Africa. He
figure this out.
brings facts.
Carla, hear me out.
When I'm talking
Carla,
about Pookie and Bukwisha and the FBA, everybody's all laughing. Everybody loves it, whatever. But see, I said,
no.
okay,
Who's laughing? Who's laughing?
yeah, everybody Zongo,
No,
they love
no.
it, man. When I talk about Pookies and
No, we live here in America. You don't have
they
to.
love
We don't have to be entertained by what we see every day here. Come on, man.
it. So, but everybody likes it. Everybody likes it when I talk about Black America. When I say, okay, now
Hold
let's
on. You said you hold on, Carla. You the one who said Black Americans don't have no power, not us. We never say that. You the one who say that.
Look, I said we don't have any power. I explained to Principe, right? Man, I got some more people in the chat room. They understand where I'm coming from, right? When I was a kid, I watched black children being brutalized and killed in apartheid South Africa. I wanted America to friggin' send the army there and wipe that country off the map. But guess what? I couldn't do that because I was black in America and they was told that this ain't my country, you know? But white people, right? When something's wrong with them, Saddam Hussein, they thought he had something to do with 9/11. Guess what? We blew him the smithereens, you know. The Japanese built bomb Pearl Harbor. White people struck back. When was the last time black people ever struck back anywhere in the world? Because we don't have a country. We don't have a nation. We don't have a flag. We don't have a republic. So that's why you ask me why I'm angry. That's why I'm angry for. Because there's people I want to strike back at, and I can't. You know?
Carla, the way I don't know if you see the way that
Hold on.
no,
Like I said,
the way that you guys address Africans, right, in America, right, and to many Africans, right, that they felt like you guys are dissident. That's why they walked away from
no,
that
I
situation.
don't think. I
It's
don't think
like,
so. Hey,
no,
St.
I'm not
James.
saying you right. I'm
Hold on.
not saying you right.
What about the fact that look, one of the biggest problems I hear, like even though everybody knows I hate ADOS FBA, right? I will say, I do not blame them for the divide between black because it was Africans who would get up there and say, black people in America, they would say it in front of white people, I think America concentrate too much on race and whatnot. We don't care about race in our country and whatnot because everybody's black. Well, you come to America now, the rules change. They don't have any respect for the fact that you're coming to somebody else's country. And bottom line is, you got to understand or be sensitive to the dynamics in this country. The Africans refuse to do that. They refuse to do that.
How many African goes on CNN or whatever?
We're only going by
How
what we see.
how many Africans do you know who go on CNN or Fox News and talk like that? Talk like that about
Well, what
Black
I'm saying is
Americans?
there's enough on social media. We know that.
I mean, social media, it's for the craziest, man. I mean, anybody can get a YouTube channel. But check this out, Bakala. Every time you see this guy, right, Phil, right, when he put out a video, sometimes I even ask myself where he found those people. Trust me. He would put an African lady or African guy dissing Black American. I'm like, God.
That was going viral on TikTok.
Right, but so do you ever ask yourself where you found those videos? Because we don't know these people in America. We don't even get close to we don't talk like that.
A lot of Africans who
they don't have power, like Tariq Nasheed and those people. They're just social media.
That's a lie, man. That is a lie.
Don't you think? Don't you think Tariq Nasheed or Phil pay these people to talk like that so they can have content?
They don't have power to do anything to Africans.
Somebody say that lady talked that she was just like going at it. That's how she really feels. You think we're victims and we need to get over slavery and all stuff like that. And I'm like, do they understand? This is what I was saying on Diane's show the other day, right? When that woman, I kind of agree with her. When that was the name reparations, and I felt bad because that black sister in America really went at her. I think she deserved that, But she said we all. So that's somebody who really gets it. She goes, we all suffered. But the thing is, most Africans divorce themselves from what happened to the entire race. Slavery.
We did not. We did not.
Well, I don't. Now you do. Now Africans like. That's something that happened to y'all. Like I had Amaro on the show. I don't know nothing about slavery or that because all you know.
Bakala, if a guy like the name you just mentioned, right? You don't know. Africans don't know this guy from Adam, right? So why do Black Americans make these people the spokesperson for Africans? Like when you have Tariq, right? When you have Tariq and Africans go at Tariq, right? What do you guys say? Tariq doesn't speak for us. I get that. But why don't you do the same thing for Africans? Those people don't speak for us. We don't know these people. They don't represent us.
Not St. James. Tariq Nasheed speaks for me and Kala now.
Okay.
Wow. He speaks for a lot of us African Americans. Okay.
Well, he don't speak for me, but the bottom line.
Can I ask you a question?
Let's not do that.
Can I ask you a question,
He don't speak to me personally, but I understand why some black people listen to him. I get that. I don't think he goes a little too far, but what he talks about,
he talks shit about the people that call in. Talk shit.
I think there's some.
That's all I have to say.
I think there's some sentiments that Tariq talks about that Black
question.
Americans identify with, but I think majority of us on the ground don't know what FBA is. Like nobody knows what that is, but maybe there's some sentiments that he might express. Some people might agree with this.
Most 90% of black people don't know what the hell that is. FBA. All right. I'll let Honeyflower ask a question.
Yes, Kyle, I want to ask you a question. So, people and just be honest with me. Speak factually, which you always do. People like Tariq Nasheed, does he have actual power to do anything to Africans in America?
No.
So, do you see how ridiculous it is for Africans to be triggered by just a troll? He's a troll. He has no political power.
He knows he gets under your skin, whatever like that. Y'all give Tariq more power than he actually has.
Yes.
You know what's funny? What's funny, Honeyflower and Carla? Like I never knew about Tariq Nasheed until I joined social media. African platform. Like I didn't know anything about Tariq Nasheed. I was like, who is that? What is FBA?
Hey, John, I didn't know about FBA or Tariq Nasheed until I went to Dinah's platform. They were talking about it. I'm like, what the fuck y'all talking about? Y'all made him popular. It's
My
about
whole
time
thing
that
is,
we just
like I
face the
said,
fact y'all did it.
what started was this. Was started is like black people believed in this black solidarity. We're black and we're like this, and so we felt like we were made fools of in front of white people. Let me tell you something. Like I was telling Honeyflower earlier, you think white people don't know this is going on? You know, they know this is going. They know this tension between black people from different places. They know they'll plan this for years. You know how to bring tensions. What they do is they put
Yeah,
out
they think we're
articles about
dumb.
Nigerians being so
Hey,
successful.
Jonathan, I a little bit disagree with you that it was Africans that made Tariq popular. I think it was other Black Americans that were
No,
responding to
get
him.
out of here. No, it
Hold on
didn't.
now. Well, you hold on. Calm down. Let me learn. When he was doing that whole doing his stuff, Africans ignored him. It was people like Brandon, Diners, and other people that were. It's other Black Americans that are responding to each other and making it like kind of making it bigger than what it is. Like average African were not paying attention to it. Just like Yvette Cornell was doing ADOS, no African was responding to it. The only African I can see that was really started doing it was Afrikaans. Like, but he wasn't even Afrikaans kind of just respond to particular view, just analyze it and stuff. But Africans were not creating channels and doing go back and no, it wasn't that. So and another thing I would say is kind of like about people just this whole Africa make Africa one thing. Like when you guys are beefing, how about you just address a particular country or wherever you have problem with? This idea of Africa, I think it's high time we kind of no address that because Africans are not really one people, like one group of people. So when Black Americans are saying, "Oh, Africans," for example, Carla, when you want to make a point about Africans, you point at one African person from one country,
No,
and
no.
then
I
you
always
say
talk
this is
about
what
different
Africans are
countries.
doing. How about you say whatever that country that person is from? That person is from Nigeria.
But
You
Mike,
can
do you
just
think
say
both
you
sides?
can
Do you
say
think both sides
Nigerians.
generalize though?
Well, how can people generalize?
100%,
What
Ja.
do you mean?
In
Black
fact,
America is one group
I
of
often
people.
hear Africans
For
talk about, well,
example,
our
for
African
example, Mike.
culture and our African food and our
I'm trying to understand
Africanness.
what I'm trying
Exactly.
to
Let
understand.
me ask you, Mike. That
Hold
one,
on, hold
that
on.
woman
Let me
that
understand
said
what Jai is
that
saying.
woman that said that about Black men. She goes, "We Africans." She didn't say we
Yeah,
Nigerians.
yeah, I
We
think Africans. I think those we Africans are we're the one that actually make it worse because we too we respond by saying Africans too. So that's why I say it's high time we kind of get to the point where we kind of address the issue of this speaking for Africa thing. I used to do it. I'm guilty of it, and I think I'm going to start doing that. I'd rather just speak for Nigeria because I've never been to most African countries. I don't know these people. I don't know their culture. I'll probably get them be shocked by the way they do their own things. I know nothing about most of these countries in
You
Africa.
don't
So for
have
me
to be
to
one to work together, though.
no, we can. No, well, if you work, I can't. If you say
For
government should work
economic
together,
gain, for trade, no, you don't have to be one.
that's not point I'm making. I'm not the whole world, of course, they work
Yes,
together.
but
I mean,
like
He's
the
but
whole
no,
concept
he's
of
talking about
unity, I think
people.
the whole point
no,
of
we're not talking about.
we're not gonna be united in like a brother and sister hold each other hands kind of way. I've always
But
looked
that's
at it
not the
as
point we're making. We're not
economic.
talking about
The
unity.
point he's
We're
making
just
is that
talking
people
about
are
like
viewing Africa
issues.
as a monolith. You know what I
The,
mean?
the point is,
That's
yeah.
where he's
Whether we
coming
work
from.
together or not, we still not the same. We're kind of different set of people. We just happen to be. There's no different when let me make it when if a Jamaican comes to Nigeria and a Kenyan comes to Nigeria, we're gonna see them as equal strange foreigners. We're not gonna see them as Kenya as my closer to me. We're just gonna see them as foreigners. The same thing if a Nigerian goes to maybe another country in Africa and Kala, you go there. Well, both of us are gonna look at us as foreigners. In fact, they may not know shit about neither of us. But here it's like a lot of where we discuss, we just say Africa and we see Africa as one people and Black Americans one separate. I mean, it's high time we start talking like that. If I come here to address Kala, I think I should address just speak for Nigeria. I want to be saying, oh, African, we Africans. No, the way Nigerians do things is different from the way some other people from another African country do things. Same way it's different from the way Jamaican or Black American do things. So I think it's like time we cut that whole African thing, African versus Black. No, let's address the country where that person, whoever you have issue with. Like for example, the lady you guys are talking about, I don't know who that person is, but whatever country that person is from, how about you address the people from that place
Well,
rather than just
look, I'm all things like I'm like this. My whole thing is this: like this stuff really don't really bother me. You know, I'm too way above this shit. But what I'm
nah.
saying is, my point I'm
No,
trying to
no,
make to
Carl.
her is the fact that if you're gonna go out of your way to make a viral TikTok about, she didn't say some black
I don't
people.
even know what you guys are talking about. So for you to
Well, there
be
was a
telling me
video
about that
going
person,
around with this lady.
Play the video, caller. Play the video.
Okay,
I don't know what you're
let
talking about
me
neither.
see if I can
Yeah,
find it.
Now, why are you
you can play
finding
the
the
video.
video, Kala? So you don't think those guys like Fields and Tariq, right? You don't think they're above this, like at their age, like you don't think this is above them?
They're trying to get
This
Nah,
is.
it's
paid.
money, man. These guys are these content.
I
Some
know
people
it's
will sell
money.
themselves
That's
to the
why they
game, man.
monetize their channel. But I feel like sometimes, right? When I'm looking at this video, I feel like bro, that's too ridiculous in 2025 to be putting these kind of videos, man. It's
It's
too.
what
But
sells
they're making
though.
money
Makes
though,
no
man.
sense.
They're
I
successful.
know it makes
Yeah.
like when they but Mike, when they put those videos and they say, you look at these Africans talking about us. I'm like, God damn, serious?
That's because
So
people will
The thing
click
is,
on that
when I
video.
see
yeah,
Phil, that's
Stupid
what
people
Kala,
want
this is
to
what I
do no
noticed.
content.
you gotta understand something. Phil and Tariq are business people, right? I think if they was able to break into, like, look, mainstream media, like I said earlier, a couple of weeks ago, where I was going at it with Shay, I said, look, if all these people years ago, I never got on YouTube because I thought by now we have our own platform like Rumble, and Parlor and all these other platforms. We have our own platform. We have enough content creators to create our own platform, right? And then, but the thing is now for YouTube money, right? For YouTube money and YouTube views and everything like that, people got to find a way how to
It's
make
simple
money.
divide and conquer. That's what it is, man. Divide and conquer. That's
Okay?
it's a simple game. I
Who's the
mean,
slave?
anybody can play it. I can play the game too. It's just
Who's
that
the
I'm just
slave
not that.
seller
I
now?
can't go as far as
Who's the
that
My
far to
slave?
make
whole
Hold
money.
on,
thing is
fella.
my whole thing is like I said, I don't think it's even that. I just think it's sensationalism.
Kala, they're making money to the
It's
way
Bakala,
they
divide and
make.
conquer, Kala. It's easy way to make money, man.
Bakala. We are not like the it's not it isn't fair for the for Africans who live in America. It isn't fair because we are not in our country. So
Yeah,
it
I
is
know.
it is
Look,
not fair.
I'm like
You
this.
know what's even
St.
funny?
James.
There's no one in Africa that actually follow all this stuff,
I'm
man.
very
People in Africa
conscious.
don't spend time on
I'm
YouTube,
very
Kala.
conscious of the fact that I don't like the idea. Like I told you, I don't like the we don't like ADOS FBA is. I'm always, as much as may think I basically get on
Kala,
Africanism. I
forget
know,
about that.
but
You
hold on.
post
I
sell
would
hate,
never look. I don't like the
sell hate to
idea
make money.
of another
That's just the
black
truth.
person. If you're going to feel uncomfortable in America, right? I don't think it should be from another
You
black
know,
person.
you post
No.
sell
Kala,
slave.
you joined the game too, though, man. You joined them too, man.
Well,
That's what it
Hey,
is.
look,
Divide and
I
conquer.
say things. Look,
The way they're doing it.
I know where to cut it off. I know where to
Come
cut
No,
on,
it
no,
off.
man.
I know you know sometimes how to
You
do it,
have
right?
gained Tariq Nasheed more followers than anybody
Right,
else outside of
right. But those
darkness.
people,
It's the government. It's the government. Government. It's the government. Come
Yo,
on,
it's
Kyler.
funny.
Be
It's
honest.
funny
Kala
though.
play that video.
Look, I don't really mean anything by it.
No,
I really don't mean anything by it. You know.
you post sell hate. You post sell hate to make money.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's what it's all
and
about, man. That's
that's
what
not
this whole
good.
thing
But
is about.
that's
You
the
post Africa as slave trader, but in America, you could do the same thing, selling hate to make money.
To make
Then
money.
when this hate has become more extended, the Africans are getting it deep into their houses and
mm-hmm,
everything. People
mm-hmm.
will come and say, "Oh, we just roasted. Oh, we just no, we don't like that. Forget about it, bro. You people sell hate. All the women, all the Black American women, Lady Boulay, all those so-called Reed Diana, when you don't get that view, you increase the hate up against the African.
But the
Oh,
average
these
African is
Africans,
not
man,
viewing those
forget about
content.
this hate, bro. You say hate to
Yeah,
make
Jai, you
money.
know what I'm
That's the
saying?
truth.
I could easily create YouTube
Yeah.
channel and start doing that stuff, man. Like
Yeah.
just
Have you ever
start
seen the
feeling,
white operating?
Black
Have you
American
ever seen
versus African,
Fritz?
and just
Have you ever
Like,
seen
anybody
like,
can
Fritz?
do that.
Yeah,
But
yeah, and
I just
that
don't do it
ain't
like
true,
that.
Kadola. Because God forbid I make a YouTube channel.
No,
I'm not desperate to
right,
make money like that.
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
get
that kind of
banned
guy.
though,
right,
but
right. Mike, the
I'm
point
just
that
not
you were
that like that
making,
stuff.
right?
I can make a lot of
Phil
money
took that
from it.
video
A
down.
lot of
Right.
views,
I
man.
think Phil took it. I think
Hold,
Phil took the video
Maybe
down.
it took it down,
hold on,
Mike. Like the
Carla.
point you were making, right? The point that you were making. Like, let's say I'm a Burkinabe, right? I come to the Nigerian community, and I start talking about Black America. I say, if I hate Black American, whoop to whoop. I'm like, oh, let's get together and get. Nigerians are gonna look at me like St. James, bro. That's your fucking problem.
Exactly.
They might understand it, but they're gonna be like, we're not gonna join forces to do anything. I go to the
The
Sudanese
African
community, they
community,
will
I
even
don't
tell me
think.
the same
I don't
thing.
do
think.
you know what's even
Honestly,
Kala, let me bust your bubble,
I don't
Kala,
think it's
let
really
me
all
bust your
that
bubble.
serious. You know, I don't really think it's all that serious.
Kala, let
But
me
Hold
bust your
on,
bubble.
Hold on. Can Carla read my article, please? What happened to my
what
article, man? I
article?
actually read the article.
we
Must be
ain't
damn.
I
nobody
dropped
about
my
to read your
articles in
long
the chat.
ass article.
Oh wow! So I dropped articles about the sewer system merging
We already made the
that you
video,
guys
made the
claim
point.
doesn't. No. My point is that in America, the same shit happens. Or I'm not even saying this shit happen in America, not in Africa, because their systems are totally divided. And you
Christopher,
told me that's not true. I provide three
if you find
articles,
1 millionth of a % of people that happens, that don't mean
three articles, man. I
Hey, St.
provide three
James.
articles. You don't want to read none. But go
Hey,
ahead,
St.
Mike. My
James.
fault.
Carla, I
yeah.
would see, for example, like how Nigerians came up with the word Akata, right? I would see Black Americans going to ask somebody from Kenya, like, "What do y'all
South
call us
Africa,
Akata?"
yeah. They're like that word doesn't even exist in our
The
vocabulary. Like
Kenyans,
what?
they assume all Africans like just or doing the same thing or speak the same language or just nah. Even someone like St. James from Burkina Faso doesn't know shit about that. That's Nigerian thing. So
Yeah,
that's
like I said, look, the bottom
your
line is
beef.
this.
What I'm saying is that your beef
People are gonna name call.
your
I
beef.
get it, man. People
No,
gonna
hold on.
name
Now,
call. They're
the
gonna
point
say
I'm making,
stuff.
Carla, calm down, calm down. I'm just giving one simple example. Like if Nigerians, right, create some kind of something that offensive towards Black America, they should be Nigerians that you should deal with. Why go after someone from Burkina Faso or somebody from Burundi?
What about the topic? Show. What do you think about what I said?
I'm just saying that's the ignorant things you guys do, man. I just
No,
need
I know. Yeah,
you need to
like
address.
I said, we got our problems.
I don't know what your
But hold
topic
up, but
is,
check
man.
this
I
out.
didn't follow your
I
shit from the
agree with
I
beginning.
that.
want
Carla, I
everybody's
agree with that.
opinion
I
on the
think
topic.
by doing
I
that,
said,
it
What's
I
the
said
creates
the
unintended,
Messiah
issues with
destroyed the
other
ADOS
Africans.
FBA movement because I have never seen the Pan African movement destroy. I thought Pan
Kala,
African was off and dead, but I've
Kala,
seen.
Kala, Kala, Kala? From the previous show, right? It wasn't your show, right? I hated the fact that they have to compare Ibrahim Traore to this guy from Rwanda, right? I did not even address when I called in on the show. I didn't address that
I
because
got nothing against
I
Paul
don't.
Kagame either,
That,
man.
that was ridiculous to even put these two guys together, like next to one another. I mean, what is the point? What is the point?
Well, you know
This
why?
guy,
Because I think Adonis did that because both those two leaders
right?
are really popular in Black America. Right now.
Okay. If they're popular in Black American, yeah, that's fine.
St.
But I
James,
feel like
St. James, imagine an African person doing a show and then make comparing to Black Americans, and they're
Yeah,
gonna be
but
like,
the
"Why
thing
y'all
is,
working
no,
with
hold
us?"
up. This is the whole thing
no.
about that is this. When we talk about African leaders, we're talking about you guys are like the vanguards of nationalism, Pan African, whatnot. We're not. So basically, black leader in America don't mean shit, But when you guys are talking, when we talk about Africa, you actually talk about real power, heads of state and heads of government, And so therefore, I think Diners basically say, look, these are the two most talking about black leaders in Africa, Traore.
Nobody talks about Kagame
Nobody
where
talk
he's
about these
from,
people,
man.
man. If you
We
go
don't
What
talk
do you
to
about
mean?
Kagame.
Kala, if you go
Hold
to
up.
other African
Hold up.
countries, they
Just
probably
a
don't
few
know
weeks
who the
ago,
president of those other
the
countries.
number one Diners did like a whole 2 weeks on Kagame. What are you talking about?
Kala, let
No,
me tell you
because
something.
because Congo was involved. That's why we
Yeah,
talked about Kagame.
that's the whole thing.
Right. That's it.
Rwanda has been on the radar of Black America for a long time because we see here. We
Average
hear.
Black American know where Uganda is, man.
Hold
Come
on.
on,
We
stop
hear
lying,
white
man.
people. The only thing was years ago we
Yeah.
Kala,
called
average Black
Rwanda
American don't know where
and everything
Rwanda
like
is. They
that.
don't even know. They will ask.
Also
They will think it's the Caribbean
I'm talking
country.
about people in the Pan African circles,
Chill
right?
out.
Saying so
Okay,
people
that's
go to
enough.
Rwanda. A lot of people move in Rwanda and everything like that. They say it's clean cities, clean streets, and everything
I
like
think
that.
Captain Char is more popular than Kagame right now among
Yeah,
Black
now
Americans.
he is, because he's younger, and the bottom line, he's really defiant, and stuff like that. So I think he's really more popular than
Well,
Defining
here's
what?
Okay. Do you
and
even think that guy? Do you even think that
okay.
guy?
I'll say
He wants that
Macron
kind of
said
attention.
there's no way. Macron just recently said yesterday that there's no way France is
Who,
leaving
Chari?
Africa. Hold on, Mike. I'm glad you got. I'm glad I got you on the show tonight. You and St. James, right? And who? I want Lou on here. I can't get Lou this way. Wait a minute. Maybe I got to hold up. Maybe I got a spot. Somebody dropped off. Okay, I make Lou.
Should I
Lou, come
drop
up.
off so he can come up since me and him can't be together
Yeah,
in
you
the
don't want to
same?
be here with Lou. You know that. I don't want
I
to.
mean, I don't mind, but he likes
Oh,
to cuss me out.
Who's Lou? The guy from Ghana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
the guy don't let
Louis,
people talk, man. That's my. I like the guy,
ask
but he
him and
doesn't let
Mike.
people talk.
I want him and Mike's take on this.
Nah, the
Macron
guy's
said,
gonna be arguing, just arguing blindly.
hold up, Mike. Macron said there's no way France could leave Africa because Africa's a two
play
back.
the video. I bet he spoke in French. Play the video.
Huh?
Play the video. Play the
You have the
video,
video?
Colin.
Oh, I got y'all making
Did,
yo,
did y'all
No,
just
because I
say y'all
want to
bet he
hear.
spoke in
Because maybe
French?
you may have mis.
no, he was speaking.
I want to make sure he did say that.
He did say that.
Let's be honest.
Wrong,
Sometimes
I
Kala
want to
make up
hear
Has
it.
stuff,
he
man. That's
spoken
true,
to
wrong,
St.
the
James.
public?
Kala
okay.
will just make up some stuff
No,
and just
no, let's say
If the
no,
video
no,
is in
no,
French, I want to. I
no.
want to be
Okay,
able to.
no. He did say that, man. I don't want to hurt anybody's
Kala.
feelings.
Everything
Now,
you
if you
tell us,
have
we
no
can't believe
video,
you,
I
man. You have to
Play the
mean,
show
video.
us
Play the video.
receipts.
Says
Play the video.
he ain't leaving Africa. He ain't leaving
Play the
Africa.
now
video,
I would
Kala.
like to
Let's
hear
see.
that. I would like to hear
There's
that.
no receipt column, man. Give us some receipts, man.
I know
I
Kala for
am. I
that, man.
always give you receipts. That's
Kala
why I
is the
play
king of
video.
propaganda, man.
Oh man.
We want some receipts, man. We want some receipts because
You guys are asking for it, man. But the bottom
no,
line
no,
is,
no, 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 no. Because I speak French, I want to make sure this is what he said.
We know
I
Macron
was,
doesn't
it
speak
was
English, so
in
how
English.
do Kala understand French?
You know?
Kala is a francophone.
Okay.
Kala is the king of propaganda, man.
Yeah, people call me
Yeah,
all-
Kyler, that's not what he said. He said France would never abandon their former African colonies.
He said they would die.
Okay,
They would die.
okay. Now I understand better. We
Now,
would never
what I'm
leave.
saying is this,
Oh,
though.
yeah.
He
If he say
said
we never
that, right? And
abandon
my
them,
point
Kala,
I'm
let me
trying to make
explain something
is
to you.
he didn't.
Let me tell you what he meant by that. There was the time where Nigeria and Cameroon were disputing over a
It's a
territory.
question,
Nigeria,
man. Do the
hold
West
on
have
now.
any confidence in any of these African countries?
Say it again.
Okay, Mike, I want to hear this clearly. He said if France basically was saying if France basically leaves Africa, which is not going to do, it has a responsibility to get it because Africans can't take care of themselves, they would die.
The African,
Oh,
what do you
Kala, you
hold
made
on?
that
So
up, man. You made that
Kala,
up,
you're
man.
making up shit
I
now.
did not make that up. That's what he said.
No,
Does
no.
it even make sense to you? Is France in everybody's country?
What?
That's what he said.
So the countries that France is not in, so why they not
We
dying?
can take care of ourselves. He said that.
That's what he said. Yes.
So
Kala,
France is
please play the
in
video,
I'm
every
man.
gonna
African.
find the video. You
Please
know.
do. Please do.
Okay. I'm gonna find
I
the
don't
video.
even think the guy will say anything like that.
Oh
That's
yeah.
one.
Okay.
But let's
Right.
assume he would say that. So Kala is France in every country in Africa.
Well, that's look. Bottom line, he said that.
So
He didn't mention-
you doing
he
that
should have
whole
said
African
Nigeria
thing.
is
Africa,
okay.
as if Africa
He
is a
should have
country.
said Nigeria is okay. It's has Mike Olawale there, Ola
There we
there.
go. He start making up crap.
You know. But it says Africa. It says he ain't leaving Africa. He can't leave out. He can't leave out. I can't leave Africa. Put in leave Africa. Let's see if I can find it. I hate that.
So what
Man.
is your point, Kala? What exactly is the point you're trying to
So
make?
what I'm trying to say is, man, why does he say that? Well, doesn't he know there's Nigeria there?
Doesn't know what?
Doesn't he know there's a country called Nigeria?
What does that mean?
That's a superpower and
It is
whatnot.
Nigeria. It's not superpower. It's no. What are you talking about?
Don't Nigeria have the richest black man, Dangote, and whatnot? What the hell is he talking about, man?
Yeah, I know you want to start diaspora war kind of bullshit so you can promote your channel. Just like
I am
it's the
not,
same thing,
man.
man. You're not different from Tyreek and all these guys. Just create your divide and conquer and grow your channel, and then that's all you guys do.
No. Oh yeah, here's something.
That's all you guys do, man. Let's start a
Here's
diaspora
something.
war, argument on your channel, and then your channel can get views. That's what y'all do, man. That shit is getting old, man. 2025 is old. You guys should figure another way to grow your channels, man. Grow your platforms. You came in the game late, Kala. You should have joined. You should have came 2 years ago, man. In the height of, you can even Tariq follow a lot of them. They figure it out. Kala. This guy just using.
He says Africa. Right here says Africa is
de le porter. Aucun d'entre eux ne serait aujourd'hui avec un pays souverain si l'armée française ne s'était pas déployée dans cette région. Et j'ai une pensée émue pour nos soldats.
Saint James will tell us.
No, I got you. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Pendant des années se sont battus. Nous avons bien fait. On est parti parce qu'il y a eu des coups d'État. Parce qu'on était là à la demande d'États souverains qui avaient demandé à la France de venir. Aucun d'entre eux ne serait aujourd'hui avec un pays souverain si l'armée française ne s'était pas déployée dans cette région. Nous avions une relation sécuritaire. Elle était de deux natures en vérité. Il y a une partie, c'était notre engagement contre le terrorisme depuis 2013. On avait raison. Je crois qu'on a oublié de nous dire merci. C'est pas grave, ça viendra avec le temps. L'ingratitude, je suis bien placé pour le savoir, c'est une maladie non transmissible à l'homme. Pour tous les gouvernants africains qui n'ont pas eu le courage vis-à-vis de leurs opinions, aucun d'entre eux ne serait aujourd'hui avec un pays souverain si l'armée française ne s'était pas déployée. Et j'ai une pensée émue pour nos soldats qui, parfois, ont donné leur vie et pendant des années se sont battus. Nous avons bien fait. On est parti parce qu'il y a eu des coups d'État. Parce qu'on était là à la demande d'États souverains qui avaient demandé à la France de venir. Aucun d'entre eux ne serait aujourd'hui avec un pays souverain si l'armée française ne s'était pas déployée dans cette région. Nous avions une relation sécuritaire.
You can stop his bullshit. Eh? So basically, basically, he's taking a shot at the AES countries because he's telling the news reporter that French was in Africa, specifically in Nigeria, Burkina, at the demand of the presidents. So when there was coup, now they got, they left because of the coup, and he's trying to justify why they left because there was a coup. And he also said that if it wasn't because of them, terrorism would have taken all AES countries. So, and we forgot to thank them because some French soldier died in West Africa for us. That's what he said. I believe AES already responded to that. I don't know if Carla saw the video. Ibrahim Traore personally responded to him. Based on that video he made. He's lying because they created a problem in Mali to begin with in order to be there.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to find reasons to be there, so they have to create a problem for you. So
they created a problem to be there, Carla. That's what many Americans didn't understand.
St. James, I also heard that the France they wasn't like sharing like logistics with the governments of Mali and Niger anyways. You get what I'm saying? So whenever there would be security issues, they wouldn't share the logistics and that doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
I'm happy that you brought it up. Carla was asleep when I was debating Elvis the other day. When these people come to your country and they have a military base, they don't even want the local soldier near that base. Do you know that, right?
I know all that.
So that's why when I was telling them that we can't.
St. James, I think what they're doing is they're secretly training some of these people. Bro. Let's be honest, bro. Where are these jihadists getting this armament and funding from, bro? It's from the UAE, it's from the Gulf countries, the West. Like, come on.
That's not true, man.
The UAE. You know why they cut the funding?
If it was the enemy of France or a country outside of the French or the West, there was funding terror against the French army in Africa, the French would have exposed it. Or if anybody is going against the interests of the Western countries in Africa, they will expose that person quick. The moment Russia comes, any country
in the interest of the West in these countries.
So if UAE or Saudi or all these other people you mentioned are the one doing it, and they're doing it against the interest of France, where French soldier will be fighting
it's
against.
in their bro. The jihadists is in their interest to cause the instability within
The point I'm trying to make
in the first place.
No, the point I'm making is that a lot of people, I don't know what you actually trying to say, but the point, some people will say, oh, it's not the French, that's the UAE or all these other people that are actually funding the terrorists.
Bro, they're all working in contingent with each other.
Exactly, either they're working together. Yeah. There's no way the UAE or someone outside of France will be doing it, right? Against France, where France doesn't have an hand in it, and France will keep quiet. And France will allow his own military to be facing them.
Mike, when
they would have exposed those people. So they got
when Traore took power, the representative of the United Nations in Burkina Faso had a meeting with some terrorist rebel groups, and she went almost by herself with the United Nations personnel to meet them. And when she came back, there was a lady. She came back, and our military, they had some Russians there. They were like, okay, we know where you went, so tell us exactly what was the meeting about. She said, no, I don't have to provide you anything. When we work for the United Nations, we don't have to give information. Oh, we got her out of there. Like, that's what they do in your country. They don't owe you anything. They do whatever. Sometimes even, let's say they try to kill a terrorist, right? And he get wounded or something happen, right? And he need to go to a different country. The United Nations can help that, can facilitate that. Can you imagine?
You know what's even funny? The Western journalists will be interviewing Boko Haram, and I'm like, how the hell you guys have access to these guys?
It's because
how do you know where they? So you know where they are? Where the Africans are hunting for these guys.
Listen, do anyone remember when it was a ABC reporter? It was a journalist from the ABC or CNN, one of those mainstream reporters, right? They did an interview with Osama bin Laden. Do anybody remember that?
They play both sides.
Yeah.
How do you know that he
That's
wasn't
what they
put
do.
into power? How do you know that this guy wasn't put into power by the French before worshiping him? How do you know?
Who talking about Tory?
Prince,
You talking about Tory? We
Yes.
talking about?
nah,
How do you know
that
he
would have been Osama.
they could be
Oh,
playing both sides?
No.
hold on, hold on,
Maybe
hold on,
she
hold on,
doesn't
hold on, hold
know
on,
the
hold on.
guy.
If they
Maybe she,
wanted
Hold on.
him
St.
dead,
James,
they
St.
could have
James,
killed him a long time
St.
ago.
St. James. She do got a little point because
No,
I heard that he was trained. He was trained by America. Wasn't he trained by America?
no, it
Or
wasn't.
these
You're
people
Traore
he
just
came out?
wasn't
alleging. You
trained.
don't
Traore
know.
wasn't trained by no American, sir.
If they wanted him
There's a
dead,
big.
they could
I'm
have
sorry.
killed him a long time ago.
I don't
No,
think so.
it's not
And it
about
doesn't work
killing,
like that.
sister. It's not about killing. The guy has love for his country. He's been a fighter before being a president. So he was fighting in Mali next to the Malian soldiers before he came to Burkina Faso to help out. So how is he going to betray his country when he's on the battlefield?
And
How
St.
is he
let me
going to
even say
betray?
this. The people saying if they want him dead, they could have killed him a long time ago. They wanted Sankara dead for a long time. It took a while
Yeah.
before they did it. So you guys should stop saying they want him dead. They can just kill. No, I don't think
No,
it
no, no.
doesn't
These are
work.
African. These are Africans
They've
saying that if
always
they want
wanted
him dead.
African leaders dead, but they don't do it with their own hands.
Huh.
They always have to use African hand to do it. Every other
Yeah,
African leader, even in Nkrumah,
they
he always.
control the chess game.
No, what I'm saying is when they want to do the
Not
assassination.
everything. They don't control everything.
Hold on.
So
When
when
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
prop up,
Yes, they do.
when you prop up your enemy, it makes you weak every day. I don't
yeah,
want to prop up my enemy. I don't want to prop up my enemy coming here talking about if you want my leader dead, they would kill him. So that makes me weak as well.
exactly. One thing
They
one thing people,
brainwash.
Prince, let me say this. One thing you guys don't understand is one thing Europeans don't do is they don't use their own hand to do the act in Africa. They never. I don't know what is behind it. I have an idea what is behind it, but hey, it's something I'll keep to myself.
What's your idea?
But they
What's
never
your
use
idea?
their own hand to commit atrocity in Africa. They have to use the African hand to do it.
Now that's the best way to do it because
Yeah.
they will always come back and say you got this African killing one another. So that's what it is.
But
So
isn't
There's
Russia
no
trying
single
to?
African leader
uh
or African person
Isn't
that
Russia
the person
trying to
that pulled the
take the
trigger was a
place of
white man.
no.
France?
So what I'm trying to tell you guys is this: I have dual citizenship, right? For many Africans, they don't want to criticize the United States for some reason. I don't know why, but I stand for my people. I don't like anything to happen to the United States. But when something happened where I'm from and in West Africa, I have to speak my mind. I'm a free man. I can do it. So what you just asked, right? What you just said?
No, I'm just listening.
Who,
But
me?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But let me hold on, St. James, real quick. Let me
I
get.
was saying, wait, isn't Russia okay? So Russia's trying to side with Burkina Faso, but
Okay.
that's kind of weird because it's like I feel like Russia's just trying to take the
Okay.
place of France. I feel like they're
There's-
just
there-
trying to take the power from France and then put it into Russia and China. And
Great question.
it's a part of the whole World War III thing that's about to
Great
go
question.
down.
Great question. Let me ask you a question. Prior to the Russian coming in, right? These people set up bases in your country. Russian doesn't set up base. Our relationship with Russia, when this thing is done and over with, Russia, the forces and they ain't gonna stay there. They're gonna go back to where they come from. We don't want you. We don't want to be occupied by a foreign nation. We don't want that. The people of where I'm from, whether it's a United States military base, there's a Russian military base. We don't want none of that over there. No, they came. When you buy, like, when you're at war, like take the example of Ukraine. When they get their equipment from the United States, they have to bring trainers to train them to fly this drone, to fly this, to make sure they are capable of handling the equipment they are given. Same thing in West Africa. We get our equipment for Russian. They have to bring some trainer, 6 month, 9 month, make sure we are good, and they go back. That's what happened.
Strategic
They don't
partnership.
fight in the AES. Beside Mali, that has a different problem because the border they share with Algeria and Mauritania is a very dangerous situation for them. So that's why
St.
some of the
James.
Russians stay there to help out. But in my country, they don't fight alongside our soldiers. In Nigeria, same thing. They don't
I
fight.
didn't say they fight along, but don't you find it suspicious and weird how all of a sudden Morocco's like supporting Burkina Faso and then like
Mhm.
Russia is also supporting them? I just feel like
Let
in
me
the grand
let me
scheme of things,
right.
Burkina Faso is just a check. What is it called? The things that you
Like
play on the.
proxy.
It's just they're just It's just
Okay.
one country in the grand scheme of Russia and China's
You you you
colonization,
you
invasion,
can
and control of Africa. That's
you
all it
can
I
say
is.
that
disagree.
Hold
I
on.
disagree with
you
that.
can
I
you can
disagree. Hold on,
you can
They
Sanchez,
say
play
that.
James. This is what
3D
I was saying, James.
chess.
Can I say
Let's
this?
try to
Go
understand
ahead.
what she's saying, though.
Because I don't think it's fair to compare Russia, Burkina Faso's engagement with Russia with the same as France. These are two totally different countries, two totally different historical implications, right? With
But it's the
France,
same
this is
objective.
It's
no,
not the
no.
same
So
objective.
with
Yes, it
listen,
is.
with
It
The
France,
is.
only
this is a
objective could be
Control.
that everybody
listen.
have
Hold on, hold on,
interest,
hold on.
of course. But
With
it's not the same
France, this
objective
is a
at the end.
colonial. This is a colonial relationship that they had with Burkina Faso, right? With Russia, this is Russia doesn't have a colonial history in Burkina Faso, right? This is a sovereign decision that the Burkina Faso government is making to establish cooperation with Russia. This is not the same. You can't compare the two and
It's
say
more
this
of
is the same. No,
partnership.
it's
No,
not.
it's not. It's not the same. But it's at the end, it's for their own interest and their
No, they do.
goal.
They do. I
But what
get
is
you. They
wrong
do
with
have
that,
It has
though?
every
their
each
interest, and it's a
country.
mutual
The
So
way
partnership.
Sanchez, come on.
the way
Wha-
you posing it, right? Each country in this world, even the United States, right? They have their own. They have their partners. Do you think the United States go to war by themselves? Look at the war in Russia. No, I'm sorry, the war in Iraq.
No,
The United States
Sanchez,
didn't go by themselves.
the question
They
you're
go
asking
with
is
partners. So the
But
Sanchez.
same thing that happened in the Sahel, right? Like you say, that we invited everybody. The NATO
Sanchez, hold on,
forces.
hold
If
on.
you know the NATO forces was there. United States were there. When the they were there for almost 10 years. They couldn't change the situation.
Sanchez, you don't even need to go all that out, man.
The Malian soldier said that we're gonna call on Russia to add Russia to the game, not to remove them, to add them. They're the one who told Mali, if you bring the Russian over here, we are leaving because they don't want nothing to do with Russia. You see what I'm saying? So they left. So the Russian came in because the NATO
Sanchez,
forces don't want nothing to do with the Russians.
you know when Africans are always saying, "Oh, the people coming there, they're coming for their interests." It's almost like people have this charity mentality that someone
Right.
can do something for you for free or some
It's
kind
not
of.
free.
I mean,
but
of
that
course, you
makes me
gotta. People
suspicious
have
of
to
the
have their
coup.
interest. Now it's up to you to negotiate. You have to know
But
that. You have to.
Thank you.
If you're gonna call someone to come assist you or something, you're gonna have to offer them something. So of course, you can't say, "Oh, Russians just coming in. Oh, they come in because they have interest." Of course, they're gonna
Yo,
come in for
family.
interest.
so the
When you give a second, I found that video. Y'all want to
Okay.
see?
but my thing is like that makes me suspicious of the coup in general. So this is an orchestrated coup to take one power out and bring another one
You
in.
will never free yourself in
Man,
Africa by
But
yourself without a
it
foreign
would
why,
power.
be
You
why,
can't.
why do you think why are you suspicious of the coup?
Because I'm looking at the whole picture of the United
Everybody,
States,
period, every race,
Russia,
every tribe, every
China.
nation has
I feel like
a
the United States is shrinking when it comes to their domination on the world planet, and Africa is the last continent that needs to be completely conquered and controlled so that they could win the, I guess, to see who's going to actually come out on top. And they're just doing these coups and they're building all these different
so
infrastructures
hold
in
on,
different
so
countries
let
because
her land. Let her land.
honeyflower.
Let her land. Yeah.
I
All right,
I
go ahead.
I see this is what I think. I think that they're gonna colonize and take Africa like the
No,
Chinese and the
not the
Russians.
Russians,
Who's
not
gonna
the
do that?
Russians.
Who's gonna do that? Let her.
Why
Hold on, I'm
wouldn't they?
confused.
Wait.
I'm
Are
Because
you
confused.
are you saying
No, no,
America
there
let's
is
try
or
to
no
Russia?
let's
I'm
try to
confused.
understand that, though, man. Let's
we
try to
don't
talk.
have no we don't
Let me ask
they
you a
don't
question, bro. Let me ask you a
Why are
question.
they all in
Are you saying
Africa? Why are they in this?
no, hold on. Oh, but hold on.
Because they're
Who do
thinking
you say is
ahead.
behind the coups, though? I'm confused on what he's saying. Who do you say is behind the coups, Russia or America? I'm confused.
I think that I think that Russia, China is
They're gonna
behind the
colonize
coups.
Africa.
Russia and China is behind the coups, and I think it has to do with America being a sinking power. They want to they want obviously to get the French out of there. They want to also get the United States. They want to lessen the power of the United States, and I think that's another reason why Trump got rid of all the embassies. Like, I think it's over for the United States, and we're going into a new world order, and Russia and China is going to come on top, and that's why all of this stuff is happening in Africa, and all the
and
rapid colonization of
and you see us
Africa.
as slave
China
again.
buying all the land. China's buying all. China's buying all the
You
hold on,
can't
let me
buy all the
finish.
land, man. What are
Hold
you
on,
talking about?
let me finish. Let me
Hold on,
finish.
let her finish. Let's let her finish. Let's see
China
where she's
is
going.
buying the farmlands in the United States of America. Do you not see what's going on? They're expanding their empire.
You're all over the place. Yeah, she's all
Yes,
over the
they
place.
are. They
But do
are
you
China
think?
is
buying
But do you
investing
land
is
think
in
what
China
she's
has
Africa.
to go to that resort to colonize Africa
They're
militarily or whatever
buying
you're trying to
lands
say?
in Africa
Hold on,
and
let's
they're
try to see
buying
what
lands in the
Majority of
United
the African
States.
countries' number one trading partner is China. So why would China need to go, colonize Africa when the
let
number one trading partner of most of these countries in
Wait,
is
Africa
that what
is
okay,
she's
China?
saying? Is
okay.
she saying they're gonna colonize? Is that what she's saying?
Yeah.
They're already buying up farmland. Okay, why?
Okay, can you explain to us
Okay,
what
why
colonization?
is
Colonization
China?
is for? That's part of capitalism, though. That's a part of
Why
capitalism.
is
Buying up
China?
understand what she's saying, though. It's like we're not letting her letting her get to where she's going, so we understand instead of just
Yes,
arguing. We're trying to understand where she's going. Is she saying they're going to colonize Africa? And if that's the case, how's the colonization process going to be? Tell us.
by buying your lands and by owning uh
There is
your
no land to sell.
If you investing in land, that's not colonization. That's your investment. What's wrong with investments? Why do we have to call everything colonization?
wait, so them owning like your docks, your rivers, your land, that's not colonization?
If you choose to sell your river, that's not colonization. That's your choice.
It's no longer yours.
No, they're
What do you
leasing.
mean?
They're leasing. Hold on. If you buy, hold on. First of all, you need to understand how nations work. The government of the country preside over everything, land or whatever. You can be even if you as a citizen, if you're a landowner, if the government needs that land, they can take it from you anytime, or they can pay you off and take it. They can. So you can never say you own the land completely. Even in the United States, if you own your property, you're going to be paying property tax. And if the government needs that land for something,
So they can't
the,
go
the
to war
constitution
and kill
is
you and
clear.
take
The
your
government,
land?
no, they can. What do you? You cannot take.
Yes, they can. They can drop a bomb on you and take your land. They can do that.
Okay, so if you're talking about war, that's a different conversation.
Yeah,
But if you're
because
just
all
saying
of
because they're coming to buy and invest in your country, it means they're taking your country. No, that's not
no,
taking your
because
country.
these are war strategies. These are war tactics.
In what
Man,
sense?
China's not even battle
They're
tested for that type of
they're
expedition.
okay. So you know how like why are Chinese buying all the farmland in the United States?
Because they want to invest, they want to make money.
No,
Capitalism is a part of business.
No.
So if the hold on, if the
It's
US
not only about making money. This is about it's about domination. That's what it's
yes,
about.
money.
Absolutely,
Yeah, that's what it is. that's capitalism, like monopoly. Okay, what would they do with the land? Explain to us. What would they do with the land? There's domination. That will be dominate. Consider domination.
If they buy your land,
Mm-hmm.
they can do whatever they want with your land.
Like what? What would they do that would consider there will be not domination, like you said?
So if they own vast amounts of land in your country, that you don't see that as a tactic. Oh, okay, I'm gonna buy all this land in your country. It's gonna give them leverage in the political system. They're gonna be able to buy homes. They're gonna be able to create whatever they want. It's an expansion of. It's like expanding their kingdom.
But they're still gonna need. Hold on. They're still gonna need. First, for them to live there, they're still gonna need visa. They're gonna need.
Right.
Hold on.
Why would they need visa? Their people are crossing the border like illegally.
What? Well, they will get deported if you come in illegally. You get deported.
Didn't the United States just have a border crisis where like
the people. Yeah,
millions
they can
of
deport the
Chinese
people anytime.
Do you not see what's going on? All of
I
this
see
stuff.
what's going on. I'm responding to what you're telling me.
Yeah,
That if the Chinese, hold on, calm down. If the Chinese,
they were invading the United States.
But they got deported. They're getting deported.
Yeah, now because Donald Trump. But
Mike,
I don't.
What is
I
she
don't
talking
believe.
about?
I don't believe.
Mike,
Donald
how long this?
I don't
Mike,
believe that Donald Trump is that Messiah.
Carl, this your daughter, man? She's
Mike,
saying
how long
China
this?
is buying land, so
If
that
she
means
my
they're gonna
daughter,
take
I'd be
over the
proud.
United States.
Yeah,
United States is
this
fine.
woman said. This woman says she says from Ethiopia. This woman is a Black American woman because that's where they talk. Let me just tell you the truth.
No, some Africans are ignorant too, though, man. Trust me.
If you don't know,
This
if
is
you don't know
Carla's
nothing
daughter.
about, if you don't know nothing, one man cannot sell a land of a country. No single president or even senators can sell a land to another nation. That you lease it for 10 years or for 5 years. There's no single president that came out of a country or a nation say, "Oh, China, come and buy my land now. Come and take it." You'll be dead. Maybe they lease it.
Every
China's
And
country
there is
has
denial.
a
no,
law.
there is no, we don't, I don't know if you're from West Africa. In West Africa, I don't know if in
No, I'm
East
not.
Africa, no, I don't
Not
know
West
that.
Africa.
But in West Africa, Sir, in West Africa, there is no land to sell to a foreign entity. We don't do those things.
Let me even tell her.
We don't sell
How.
them.
Let me even tell her how
No.
the country can take land back from you. All they have to do is change the law.
What?
The people that
And you guys are
listen.
gonna fight the Chinese if they try to take if they
Oh,
take your
Sister,
land, you're gonna
this
fight
way,
them.
What are you
when you
talking
go to
about? So,
bed, Mike, let me respond to sister. When you go to bed thinking that you are weak, you will stay weak. If you go to
I
bed
don't
many
thinking
black
that
people
your
has
enemy
well,
will,
St.
been
James.
I know you can go to
St.
bed.
James.
I know you. No.
Africans
I
do
know you
behave
can.
in a weak manner though.
No.
St. James.
We don't. I don't.
Come
St.
into the
James.
country, build their infrastructure.
St. James. This is Kyle's daughter right here, man.
Well, let's
This is
not
Kyle's
understand
daughter
here
doom
about
and
though. Let's let
gloom.
her speak though, man.
This is Kyle's daughter right here,
No,
man.
that
She's
is
doom and gloom just like
Yes,
don't speak
Kyle's.
about doom
I
and gloom.
support
I mean,
Kala.
this.
Yes, I do.
Hey,
No,
And
she's
like,
not
No.
enjoying though.
hold
There's
up.
nothing to.
Hold up, we got
I
two
support
Niger.
Kala. Yes, I'm
Before I
his
play,
#1
before I
supporter.
get to Niger, and I want to play this video. You guys asked me for this video. Macron said what he said. So let's watch this
Kala,
video.
before you play it, I'm gonna drop down. It's getting late, and I want to go.
Okay, thank you, honey.
Let the lady make a point though. So,
I know Lewis got Lewis. Somebody
No,
wants to come up. It has to be
I'm
Lewis.
tired. I'm
That
gonna
woman is
listen.
she realized she lost the argument.
And Ola,
side
I'm not
piece.
Black American. Just
You
because
are.
I just
You
because
are.
I
You
have
are. You are.
just because
You
I
are.
don't take
You
the
are.
sides of
Stop lying.
African
You are.
people and everything, that doesn't make me Black
This
American.
way they can say, I'm from East Africa. Tell me your tribe in East Africa. Where you from?
I already
East African, bro. Come on,
No,
stop.
tell me your tribe. Just tell me your tribe because
He's from the.
no matter how long you live in America, if you're an African, you don't
I
speak like
told
that.
you I'm
You speak,
Ethiopian and
you
Sudanese.
speak very
Why would somebody
ignorantly. You don't know nothing. You know,
bruh.
tell me your tribe in where's you from?
I already said I'm Ethiopian and Sudanese.
What
I'm
ethnic
a
group? What
very
ethnic
rare
group?
mix.
You can know
What's
she
your
just
ethnic group?
lied. You can know you just lied. Forget
But why
about
would
it.
she? I'm
Which
saying,
on
why
the
would she lie about
Ethiopian
that?
side?
She's lying, man. Ethiopians are one of
Controller,
the
Why
biggest.
would
bruh.
she lie? But it's
On the
irrelevant, though, man.
Ethiopian,
Let's
I
move
can
on, man. Let's move on.
Honey
Hold on.
flower.
Why are we
okay, I can
harassing a
explain
lady?
what I
The
am.
Honey
point
I can
she's
flower. Good
explain what
making
I
night.
is
Good
am.
why
night.
Let
how
Good
me
night.
dare
explain
you?
what I am. So on my Ethiopian side, my mom, she's like she has Amara and Oromo mix, and my dad, he's Sudanese, but he also has Chad mixture.
Boom.
Are you googling this? Well, anyway, well let's
No.
give her the
She's
benefit of the doubt.
googling it.
It's okay. It's
Oh,
okay.
I
It's
okay.
told
okay.
Hold
you.
on.
Have
Let
the
me ask you a
beautiful day.
question. Can I ask you a
Have the
question?
beautiful day, fake.
What?
Have the
Let's leave the
beautiful
lady
day,
alone,
fake
man.
sister. We don't know where you're
Well,
from.
The lady got
when did
scared.
Kala adopt you? When did Kala adopt you? Because you sound just like Kala.
Huh? I came to the
You,
United States when I was 5 years old.
Oh,
I
yeah,
that's
grew
why.
up.
That's
you,
why.
you sound like Kala daughter though. You sound like straight up like you speak just like
Yeah,
her.
No,
When did
I'm
he
a
yeah, she
adopt you?
came to
Kala.
America young, man. That's why
The
she
I'm
doesn't
his.
understand
colonization. The
Africa too much.
I'm his
colonization of
#1 supporter.
Yeah, I see. I know. I hear that. I hear that.
She's a black American. She's
But
not. She just
Kidola,
lied.
you know, if you grew up in the
You know
United States,
why you know why I support Kala so much? It's because I just like his intellect. Like he's really smart.
wow.
Sometimes, barely.
I like his
If Kala is so
intellect.
smart to you, then
Kala got
I
a
can see
fan
why you
base,
like.
man. That's what's up. Kala, man, they
what?
love you over here, man. That's what's up, man.
Everybody always have their followers, man. Even if
No,
a
I'm not a
monkey
By the way,
follower.
create a YouTube channel,
my
you're
whole
gonna be a
thing is
follower. He's gonna have
let
followers.
me say this. I'm starting at -0. So I said when I thought long hard about doing this YouTube show. I mean, it took me years to get on YouTube, right? And then I said, now I looked at what I saw on YouTube, right? I see a lot of people who get online and they let they say, I believe in everybody should have their opinion. You know, I let everybody up here. I said I didn't want to make it biased towards Black Americans, Africans. You know, on one hand, you got Africans
I'll
telling
always
me
ban
I'm
people.
biased towards them, against them. You got Black Americans telling me that I favor Africans. You can't win for losing. But the bottom line is, what I wanted to do was just show a lot of stuff that I talk about, right, has been in my head for maybe as long as some of you've been alive. You know, a lot of stuff that I bring out, people say, "Damn, I didn't think about that." It's like I said, Honey Fly the other day when I did that show, The Monkey
And the
King. That
bitter
was
truth.
brilliant.
I
That
like
was
the truth
brilliant.
that you speak
And
about
also, this
Africa.
is stuff that I was basically talking. I say stuff that's hard to friggin' like tonight. Like it's what's hard. I grew up the all American boy. Do you know how hard that is to admit
So, lady, you falling for Kala's propaganda? You think Kala is telling you?
It's not
No,
propaganda, Mike.
I'm not. He
Mike, check
doesn't
this
have
out.
propaganda.
Look,
Forget
I grew
about
up.
that
Look,
lady.
I
That
grew up
lady.
to all of. Look,
That
I grew
lady
up to all
I
of.
got
She's crazy.
I
that's
grew
a
up to
danger
all
propaganda,
American.
man.
Boy,
Some
I
people
grew
will
up.
fall for
Look,
it.
I grew up in the
She's,
middle
Nah, but
class,
I
she's
think
all
color. I
American
think
executive.
boy,
color
right?
means
Talking to
well.
a
I
And
think
lady
I
that's
of
and
a
look,
color.
and
big
I asked the
business according to
question.
Debbie
When I
Johnson's
say,
life
and
of
you know
Lady, do
how,
you fact check
look,
Kala
you
when
know,
you talk?
Hold on,
can
hold on, hold on,
I
hold on.
say this?
Let Kala speak.
Look, when I basically have to say, you know something, and be honest with myself, right? And I say, you know something, I look at my life and whatnot, look, I'm living in another man's reality. That's just the reality.
Yes.
Much as I'm American, I think I am, whatever like that. When I look at it, right? Because why? Because every black man in America, you have to be African American to understand this, right? Everybody know what it was like when that Howard Beach situation happened. First thing you want to do is say, man, why those people get away with it? Or basically when a police kills a black person, or when we saw a kid starving in Ethiopia, it angered us, it angered us with Biafra, all stuff
It
like
didn't,
that.
Carla. It didn't. You were laughing. You were happy, man. Like
No. That's you don't
people
know me,
made
bro.
joke. People were like, "Nah, let these
You don't
people
know me, bro.
suffer.
You don't know me.
They sold us. Let them suffer. Let them go to hell."
No.
That- that's what they did, bro.
That's a caricature of what you think Black America is.
That's called Lady
Not us, right?
Boulay.
You
A
know.
woman in the YouTube
Well,
called
So
Lady
my whole
Boulay.
thing is.
I've
So
seen Black Americans
my whole
told me
thing is.
they told
My
me
whole
that you
thing
guys
is.
are suffering because you sold us. You guys are going to
No.
hell. You ain't shit. You won't be shit.
Ask Honey Flower. I often say I never ever once said that. I don't believe Africans deliberately sold us. I believe Africans were forced into the slave trade.
Right. Yes.
I've always said that. I never said that. That show those are
You
Carla,
call
fake.
it the African Holocaust, right?
But you have sat on panel. You have heard your countrymen talk to
I can't look.
us.
I can't tell. Look, I
Like
can't
you have
tell.
seen that, right?
Look, I can't. Yeah, I've heard that. But I cannot tell
Yeah,
what's in
yeah.
everybody's heart. But all I can say is this: my whole thing is this. I studied the slave trade, right, and I studied it really well, right, and I still think, right, that it was the Europeans that basically forced the slave trade. I don't believe Africans were equal partners. It's like look at Africa, look at Europe. Benin City was a big
Yeah, they was
metropolis,
equal
right?
partners. They just got the short
To
end of the stick,
basically
man.
Lagos, that area right there, Kano. These are all big trading cities. Oyo, big trading cities, right?
Yeah, they are
Over
big
the
Tracy.
300 years, right? Those cities became destitute, and then places like Liverpool, Amsterdam, Lisbon became rich. So you tell me that was equal? No, it wasn't equal. Slavery was not equal. Africa lost in the slave trade. That's what a lot of Africans don't seem to understand. You would be modern. Africa should look like the coast of West Africa should be like the coast of New York City and the east coast of America, right? If it wasn't for the
Carla,
slave trade,
Carla,
Go.
Carla, Carla. Back in the day, right? Back in the day, right? All these chiefs in Africa, right? To even become a chief within your people, right? Do you think they were selecting clowns to become kings, chiefs?
Well, this is what.
Can
Hold on.
you
This is
can you imagine a white man?
Exactly.
A white man can come with liquor and whatever and tell him, "Give me
well,
300 of your
hold on.
best
Hey,
and get this
Jay,
bottle of liquor."
let me tell
Do
you.
you really
This is
believe
what I
that's what?
studied. This is what I studied, right? Prior to the Europeans coming on the coast of West Africa, right? African society was very, very highly developed, right? Africa had their own version of democracy, People don't know that, right? And we had councils and African societies from the villages to the states had councils and everything. There was no one person, it wasn't a one man show. The kings and chiefs had to defer to the law. When the Europeans came in there, they introduced something that flipped the balance of power. That was the gun, and gunpowder. That's what caused a 300 something year destruction of the power structure in Africa. That's why the slave trade couldn't be stopped, And so therefore, either you participate in the slave trade or you become a slave yourself. So that was like this. So that's why I don't hold the animosity towards Africans, because I actually went and studied the history. I used to until I studied the history. No, I was like this. And I asked European, I asked white people, they said, well, your own people sold you. I said, well, let me ask you a question. I asked a white man this, right? And I'm a master debater, right? And I always shut these people down when I say this, right? I go, do you consider America a Christian enlightened civilization? Yeah, man, we're the light of the world. Then what was an enlightened civilization doing participating in something that was clearly wrong? Well, they were selling their own people. Well, why were you buying? You know, why were you buying? If you call yourself this, I said, now I could say, if that's the case, I could condemn America as a wicked country that we believe it is, or you could say, you know something, you're right, we're absolutely wrong, we're like that. Where white people will always throw the blame on Africans, right? Oh, your people sold you slave, y'all was still slave until slave when not. Well, what were you doing buying them? What were you doing profiteering? What were you doing capitalizing on them? See, that's the way I believe. That's why when I say colonization, that's why I have a different message. You know, I know the story of my people. I know the history of Africa.
Carla, you were listening to Arrested Development, and you got the guy from New York. That's what you were listening to, Carla, in the 90s. You didn't listen. You didn't read no African damn book. Possibility.
Well, Africans didn't write a lot of books. I got my book from
Carla, the girl you have on your channel.
I didn't have access. I only had access to
that girl you have on your channel.
That was
Wally
Soyinka. That was only African.
Hold on, wait. What is he saying? The girl that you have is what?
Yeah, that girl. She says she from Ethiopia, Roma, wherever she's from. That guy hate the real Negroes, man. These are slave sellers also over there too.
Oh, come on.
No, my ancestors never sold slaves.
Hold on.
That's
She coming over here to talk nonsense about, they buy African
land. Way over Ethiopia, Sudan. How can she sell somebody over here?
Ethiopia, no. My ancestors did not sell slaves. That's one thing you cannot say about
don't lie.
We did not sell slaves.
You know, this boy, kind of like, if you think this guy said, "Oh, I like the way you talk," she's just deceiving you. You know, there's no
what I noticed about you?
Black Ethiopia.
You know what I noticed about you? Hold on, let me say something.
You
hold on. He likes to create division between Africans and black people, and even between Africans. But he's
I don't see you black. I don't see you black. You are Yemenis.
No. You need to worry about
ain't no damn Yemenis, bro. I
This
seen
is Yemenis.
It does not concern you. You're married to a white woman. You don't even.
That's so what?
That's so what? Better than you. Married, so
better than you. You are Yemenis.
You
like to slave people.
Hola.
There's no difference between you and Saudi Arabia.
I met some good Sudanese. If you follow the history of Sudanese, especially Ethiopians came to the Caribbean. They started the Orthodox Christian Church. There's Sudanese that came to America in like the 1950s and 60s. They taught Arabic. That's what some of these
my
Nation of
ancestors
Islam
were in
people.
the desert. What are you
they
talking
taught that.
about?
So they have a history.
Look, principal. Those Rastafarian guys who saw Haile Selassie as their Messiah, they were high.
I'm
Those
not.
guys,
I'm not from my tribe. I don't know.
These guys, Yemenis and Saudi Arabia, they are bishop of Saudi Arabia. Yemenis is part. These are Yemenis that just cross.
But Haile Selassie came to he came to Haiti. He went to Jamaica. He went to all these islands. He went to different parts of Africa. And he was promoting brotherhood.
And he came to Harlem.
He came to Harlem. Yeah, he came to Harlem.
And if you know the history of Shashamani, he actually gave to the Black Americans for helping him in the fight the war against fascist Italy. So I salute him.
He offered them land.
Are super racist.
Yeah.
But like it's not factual.
This lady is just unique. It's like she's like like when Kala mute his mic, it's like he's still speaking because she sounds just like him. It's weird.
No,
it's weird, man. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
But y'all have to admit that she's telling the truth.
She's telling the truth. She's not, bro.
People like Kala.
She's telling the truth.
She want to put Kala in the middle, in the modern way of way to put Kala in the special room. You know,
come on, kiddo.
You know, I told you straight.
Let me hold up. All right. Let's take a break. Let's watch this video. I will prove my point. You know, this is what my pro said. Watch this.
I don't get it. Am I not allowed to agree with Kala?
God forbid somebody agrees with me. You know?
I know, right?
Kala.
Nah,
Don't make it.
Kala. Polygamy is legal in Nigeria, man. Maybe you can get a second wife. You know?
Why, folks? You're gonna miss
Africa.
You're gonna miss this. My point.
For Burkina Faso.
I don't need a translator, man. Just let him talk.
According to what he said, France cannot leave Africa.
I have to hear it from my phone.
Leave Burkina Faso. France
already left,
cannot leave Nigeria and every other African country because Africa is backward. And Africa need France to assist them. So because of that, even with the advocation that Emmanuel Macron of France should leave Africa alone, Emmanuel said, no, we cannot let you guys be now. We have a stronghold in your development. We have to assist you to develop before we can let you guys be. According to Emmanuel Macron, he said, now is not the time for France to leave Africa. That Africa is not capable of managing on its own. He said, if we leave Africa, firstly, let us emphasize on Africa is not capable to live on its own. So you mean our leaders, we meet this man face to face. We respect a man who constantly tell you that you are not capable to rule your country. You are not capable to be on your own. I can't imagine. So you mean our leaders, we sit with this man who constantly treat us like babies and say, no, oh God, man, our leaders now, wow. He said, if we leave Africa countries to manage on their own, now is not the time. Africa remained the
We're supposed to
least
be listening to this dumb
developed
guy.
continent. And
Since the
history
guy is supposed to be
shows we
educating
have
me.
a role to play in supporting its
Is that
growth.
Macron talking or what's going on?
Complete withdrawal would
Kala
hurt.
consume propaganda and comments to regurgitate the same propaganda. That's what happens.
Here's how
Was
I
that
got my
Macron?
team to use Monday Sales
He's
CRM
basically
and actually like
reading
it.
what Macron
Let me
wrote.
start by
You know
saying
what I'm
No,
it's so
no,
easy to
no, no,
use.
no, no.
Oh,
You see,
Kala, why you
Carla,
defend the guy's
that's
opinion?
Onboarding
Don't
is
you have your own
seamless.
opinion?
Carla. That was his opinion based on paper.
No,
So
that's no. He's reading what Macron wrote. I remember the speech.
nah,
There is still
Carla,
much work for
you
us
see,
to be
right? You see,
done in
Carla.
Africa.
Kala, where did
And
you go
we
to school, man?
believe
Like, where you raised
we are
You
yourself?
guys
not
don't
Come
like
fully
the
on now.
ready
truth,
to
man. I tell you
strive
what. Yeah,
without
that's sad, man.
our
When you don't like the
involvement.
truth,
I can't be
man. You
listening
know.
to a guy
Ibrahim
and
Macron,
then, I mean, come on. Can't you create your own?
What did he say that
Emmanuel
was wrong
Macron
though?
said
Can you
that about
disprove
Africa.
it, like with facts?
That Africa is babies. If
Just
they
give me some.
withdraw from Africa, there will be
I
total
can
loss
only
of growth.
comment when you let the person
Africa will
speak,
not develop.
and then you comment later.
France withdraw from Africa. Because of that, they can't. Even if Africa is saying, please leave us alone, please leave us alone, he said, Lala, they cannot withdraw. That's to say, we are kids. Okay, since they have been involved in development of Africa, how many refineries have they developed in Africa? How many refinery of the things that they are exporting from Africa have they developed in Africa? None. Please let me know if there are so many. Let me know, guys. No. Mineral resources they are carrying, they don't develop it here. They buy it cheap here and sell it over there. And you mean you want to develop Africa by doing that? For the past how many years? Close to 100 years. You are still
If you're supposed
developing.
to develop your
You are
country
not.
that's why
Man,
this guy is
Africa, we
dumb.
are still babies. I can't imagine this guy making such statement. And meanwhile, our leaders will carry their suit and tie, their agbada, and travel to France all the time to speak with a man who sees you like kids.
Yep, he
See you
spoke
like kids,
facts.
and
He's
be like,
speaking
all these people
facts.
are babies. That's how I say Brian Tari. That's why Brian Tari said, please leave us alone. Ibrahim Traore said, they claim that the African continent is the poorest continent, and yet they don't want to leave us alone. Is it by for this modern day slavery? Modern day slavery. Leave us alone. Lie, we are not leaving you alone. Leave us alone. Lie, we are not leaving you alone. You guys are not ripe enough. Leave us alone to ripe ourselves. Lie, we cannot leave you alone to ripe yourself. Well, guys, that is coming from France President Ibrahim Macron. That's what he said. That's coming from France President
I think we know
Ibrahim
what he's
Macron.
saying. He's saying it to
He
the
said, I
choir. Let's
cannot
play
leave you
what
guys
Macron said
alone.
himself. We don't need to hear this
You
guy.
guys are
There's
serious.
nothing new that
Now
he's
the
telling us.
crease, if you say me.
You know Macron. You know Macron is.
You will
You know
remember the
Macron is bisexual.
propaganda that's
Carla,
currently
you know
going
Macron is
on under
bisexual,
Ibrahim
right?
Traore's name. In fact, this guy said, this
You know he's bisexual,
Ali
right?
Eme Kai Chigozirim Aliyu. This person is a fake account. It's not a real person. This person is answering three names at the same time: Igbo name, Yoruba name, and Hausa name at the same time. I'm trying to get the face of this person. It's not even there. It's not a real person. So this is what he has to say concerning Ibrahim Traore. You know, Reno Mokere said his own yesterday, and we posted about it. This is what this guy said. He said, why are these people, Nigerians, going up to criticize Ibrahim Traore? Why?
Yeah,
So this guy said, this boy, that means this boy, Ibrahim Traore, is worse than the man he forcefully took power from. No amount of whitewashing and social media PR can convince me otherwise. When you already made up your mind that nothing can convince you otherwise, even if you see progress, then nobody should even try convincing you. You are doomed. You have doomed yourself. If anybody can say, I can never be convinced, even if you claim you are good, you have shown me goodness, I will never like you. There is no need to patronize that person or to move to do things that make that person like you. He already hates you, whether you are righteous or not. He hates you. That is the statement he made. He said, you claim, he said, no amount of PRO can convince me otherwise. No amount of whitewash and PRO can convince me otherwise. The people of Burkina Faso are in deep trouble. They don't just know it yet. So you all the way from Nigeria, you are telling the people of Burkina Faso that they are in deep trouble. It's the same thing in France, all the way from France, people in France, Ibrahim Macron telling Africa that they do not need to develop yet.
I don't know why
they are not ready to be on their own. It's the same thing.
Do you know why they don't have? They are not playing the video because they don't have the video. It doesn't exist.
As a white supremacy at the
it doesn't
same
mean
time.
He's the next Ibrahim Traore.
You claim you forcefully took power from a democratically elected president because you want to save your people from international slave masters. But today, you are kissing the buttocks of another slave master. You must do business
No,
with
we
other
know
people.
what the guy is saying, so there's no point in
we already know about all these things.
We know all these things. That's what we're trying to tell you.
You cannot survive as a country without doing business with other countries. They have the technology, like China. Every war, in fact, 50% of the world population cannot survive without China.
This
But
is like
it's
the
so long
smartest
video.
African
We don't see him
You
watching
must
long
do
video.
business with them.
He's like the smartest African I've heard in years, man. So.
Really?
So
Then
now
must be
he's
really
going
dumb.
to
If this guy's so
Russia
smart to you,
give
then
them license. What's wrong?
Wait, hold on, Kala. You ain't heard a speech by Buhari?
Trust.
Buhari?
So why are you criticizing him doing
business?
Yeah, Jonathan, why you bringing Buhari? Why you bringing these two people?
Why criticize doing
He is the most intelligent Nigerian leader that y'all have ever had.
European country, no any white country.
So the leaders
can I just say my piece, please? It looks like the whole thing is just all over the place.
We got things to do, man. We're not about to be here all night listening to somebody, man.
Why do we just
want us to leave? We're just gonna bounce, man. I mean, there's no point.
This guy,
Kala, with all due respect, listening to this guy with that Gucci hat, he's not really making too much sense at the moment.
The guy is just saying basic stuff.
The whole thing is, he basically read.
Kala, the guy is saying basic shit, and now you find it to be so intelligent. He's basic shit that we all know. So why you have to listen to him for 20 minutes?
No, what I'm saying is, Mike, is the fact that I was trying to say the fact that he doesn't have any confidence. Macron don't have no confidence of no Africa. That's really messed up. You know,
we get that, but why you have to, what we're saying is what the guy is saying is basic knowledge. So why you have to play a long video for us?
Kala, you just wanted to say that to Africans, and you use Macron.
Can I just say my piece?
No. Like that.
So
Africans don't know how to take care of themselves.
Then James, can you just hold on? Let me say my piece, then you can carry on with your this thing. The lady, the point she was making, I don't know why we are making it all about business and Chinese are going to buy land and all that. She's making a very, very strategic point that if these people keep acquiring your space, sooner or later you don't have the power to remove them. It's not like China buying America is a danger to America. But China buying Ethiopia, Sudan, is a danger to them because the power differential is very, very high. There is also the issue of the point she was making that they were buying land from Africa, and some people are saying no, they were not. They are buying a lot.
So they buy land. So what's wrong?
The massive. We're talking about a lot of
Hold
land.
on, Carla, can you check the back chat real quick? Check the back chat.
Family values, and community
Carla, can you stop
upliftment.
playing videos, man? Let's just talk, man. I mean, we're not here to listen to videos, man. God damn.
Well, you
Yeah,
always say
so
African lady said that's
Carla,
a
Is that what you do all day? Just watch videos?
All this FBA is just a way of separating this thing, causing
I
arguments
have
all the
no
time. And
idea
that's why
what
they bring
FBA is. I
FBA up.
can care
Carla,
less. I don't like FBA. I don't like FBA. I don't agree with that. I don't identify with it. So I don't know. It's just something I see online. Annoying thing I see
can you check the
online.
back chat?
There's nothing in
Can
the
you check
Why
the
are you
back chat?
promoting it?
So the point, I was watching this U.S. general talking about Africa and what they need to do in Africa. It's very interesting because he emphasized one point: led by Africans, and they also mean business with in Africa right now, trying to hold on to Africa, that they are going to empower their African partners and people like Tinubu and all their collaborators. They will empower them to sabotage people like Traore and basically our own future. So that term that he used, led by Africa, and he actually emphasized it. The reason why he's saying that, because they know if they don't do that, Africans are going to wake up. Black people all over, like what we are hearing now. You know how Traore was about to be assassinated, and the whole black community seems to be revving up, and that is just attempted assassination. They seem to be revving up already. Imagine if there was a war that America came into this in Africa. You will see that 1.4 billion black people around the world, those numbers truly matter then. Because if 1% of them decide to move, that war is going to be a catastrophe. So that is the point. That's why they always use Africans against Africans. They don't want to come in there and start bombing Africans all over the place, because they know Africans will react, African Americans will react, Brazilian Africans will react, all over the world, diaspora Nigerians, all of them, they will
They
react.
will only protest, bro.
It's very, very cunning
Niger,
that they are using.
Niger, you basically just took my point of the show tonight,
Kala's
because
gonna protest.
the reaction towards Traore by a key portion of the black world, which is Black America, is very, very striking. That means the ADOS FBA movement failed. The whole movement of FBA was to separate Black America from the geopolitics of Africa. That's all it was about.
Kala, do you think the
So,
CIA is
Carla, you want a
It's always
video?
about-
So you want a video from Tariq, right?
Oh no, I don't want no video from
No.
Tariq.
You're gonna have
No.
Tariq talking about, yeah, we try to put Traore in front of the Black American. That's what it's gonna. That's what's going.
No,
That's what people are going to talk about.
He
See,
didn't say that. He didn't say
but
that.
no, Carla, you see the problem,
Hey,
right?
Kala, you know what the government just have to do?
Nobody
They're just
is
going
trying
to
to
use
force.
Tariq Nasir and Yvette Connect to convince Black Americans to support the invasion. That's all. That's what they're
That's
going to
what it
do.
is.
Shut up, Mike. The bottom
No,
line.
you're gonna see a big. You're gonna see a big title next week,
They
man.
just pay
I
Tariq $2
guarantee
million,
you.
man. That's it. They'll give him $2 million and he will do the job, man. In
All
fact,
right, let me play. This is the controversy. This African lady comes for Black America. I hate.
Kala wants to do the African war. We're not here for that, man. Hey.
Kala, man. Kala,
Why do
listen,
we
man.
support these idiots? Why do
Why do we have to do this, man?
Kala want to do
You
his channel.
guys
That's
said you
all.
wanted to see the video.
Kala is not different from Tariq.
I don't know who said they wanted to see the video.
I think
You
St.
just
James
brought
said he
it
wanted
up.
to see it.
Nobody
I don't
wants to see it.
Whatever.
All right, if you don't want to see it, you don't want to see it. I don't play it.
No, you can play if people want to see it. I mean, I already
First of
saw
all,
it, and I
Kala,
felt like.
what country is the lady
African
from?
Americans. Why would I want to watch
Kala,
it?
what
Please
country is
don't
the
play
lady?
the video.
What
Kala, what country is she from?
Don't play
What
it.
country is she from?
Let
Don't
me
play
get
the
let
video.
me get the African Command this thing video so
You
you
said
can
don't
watch
play
the
it. Okay, I
American.
won't play it.
At this point, I think y'all be looking for videos of people talking shit about each other just to play it and
Exactly.
talk
Kala
about it.
you want to sell hate so he can glue his channel. That's what it is, man.
I am not, man. I don't need hate to sell my channel. We got the young lady, lovely young lady.
You just don't want Tariq and all of them. That's what it
Loves
is.
me for my intellect and
I
whatnot. You
feel-
know?
Kala, you were
Scott-
tempted a moment ago now. You wanted to play it like that was cheap, you know. That
I
was
did not want to play with you. You guys said you wanted to hear it, man.
Who said so?
Kala, you know I
Yo,
can
I
channel.
heard St. James said he wanted to see the video.
Oh, James wanted to see that. James wants to see everything now.
No, I don't
Kala,
want to see.
you know I can create
not that
a
video.
YouTube channel and start looking for clips of Black Hebrew Israelites standing on the street corner calling Africans this and that and all that, and start playing it and then start telling African, look, this Black American, look at them, and then get a bunch of followers and begin to push them. You know, it's all propaganda. I can do that, but the thing is, I wouldn't do shit like that because I'm not that desperate for money and I know it's evil. But that's what people do. All these guys, just go look for one true guy that
Hey,
says
that
something
might.
bad about other people and say, "Oh, look at them! Look what they saying about us. Look, these people hate us." You know, that's what Tyreek and all these guys are doing.
When you
Yvette
pivot,
started
Mike.
it, and Yvette was the one that started this whole thing. She started a whole propaganda, clips of one African a type of comment. It wasn't even comment that Yvette was using. Comments. See, look what they say. They hate us. Look at these comments. Oh, look, this African lady type this comment.
You
She
two are
said this.
going on long. You've made your
You know,
point.
she started ADOS and people started falling for it. Even there was a time, even Daniels was almost falling for it. I had to
I was not
no,
for them
don't do that,
fall
man.
for that
Don't fall
shit,
for
man.
this crap. You know?
Diners appears to go with the wind.
And then Tariq Nasir just came in the midst, saw the money, and
St.
Yvette
James,
was getting super
St.
chat.
James, are you from?
Man, this lady
who is
was
from
getting
Burkina
super
Faso here?
chats. Yvette was
No,
getting
I'm
$200
I'm
super
from
chat.
China.
From Burkina Faso here.
I'm from China.
Okay, so I wanted to find out what is it, because this we are hearing about Traore a lot. What is it specifically he has really done other than just kick the French out and making the country speak?
Well, he's giving everybody hope. He's giving the black
Okay,
man.
hope is the thing that
Who's talking? Who's talking right now?
no, it's me. I'm asking questions. I want to ask you a question about
You have
what is it
access?
he has actually done. Can we list them that is actually
Yeah, why
concrete?
you
and
got to ask for details, man? We give us
Now,
some.
why would I be at 2 o'clock in the morning giving details to you so you can believe
because
something?
the reason why is because when I see the way they wear their uniform and they don't want to change to civilians, I worried about that, because if I look at all the leaders around the world that have transformed their nations, they tend to transition from military to civilian.
Right.
And
Right.
they go on to do great things, from
Right.
Churchill
Civilians
to
suck,
Mao
though, man.
Zedong, Stalin,
Right.
all of them. They are
Right.
all ex-military that transform into civilians. All these
Right.
leaders, and the
Right.
correlation is just too this in stark to see.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, these three African leaders, these Sahel nations, they don't want to take off their uniform. Even the Gabon one is looking to. I think that one probably has taken off his uniform now. But these three want to wear the uniform like our old African dictators. They don't want to change their uniform. Why?
So at 2 o'clock at 2 o'clock in the morning, you are asking me when Traore is gonna take his uniform off? Are you
Yeah, when
serious?
does he plan to? Because this open-ended situation doesn't seem right. This
What
very
situation?
open-ended. He doesn't want to transition. He just wants to remain
What
as
do
a
you
military
mean?
man.
Why do you what do you mean he doesn't want to transition?
Because he doesn't seem to have created a transition government or a transition process to civilian rule.
He has a civilian government. 99% of this cabinet member are civilian. What are you talking about?
But he is not.
He's not. Yeah, he's a military, but 99% of the cabinet members are civilian.
Yeah, but there's no political process. That is my point.
Okay, what's the political process? Do you know the constitution of the country?
Oh, what? I don't know the constitution of the country. The point
Right.
is
So
is there a civilian government or
is
not?
there
That is my point.
Okay, so if
I thought you always wanted.
Okay, let me explain to you. Okay, if you come to power, right?
This is a peripheral
No,
point.
you ask me a question.
I'm not
If you
saying
want
that
me to
it's
answer,
bad.
you ask me a question. If you want me to answer it, right? I can give you an example beginning from Mali, right? You know the situation in Mali, right? When the first terrorist attack happened in Mali, did we have a military regime or a civilian regime? Do you remember?
The civilian regime.
Okay, it started from a civilian regime. Our situation was the same. Civilian regime. Same thing in Nigeria. Civilian regime. Why did we flip all these three countries into a military regime? We had democracy there. We had election in all these three countries. Correct?
Yes.
So the international community had what they wanted, right? You won an election. We had an election. So we went by our business. So why all these three?
I thought you wanted the military back in Nigeria.
Why all these three countries got attacked with all this civilian regime that didn't do anything to nobody? What happened in there? There is a reason why it happened.
Understanding my point. You're not understanding
No,
my point.
you try not to understand. So Tunaja, what I'm trying to tell you, right? Where I'm from, right? Tunaja, what I'm from, right? We're trying to break away from what is usual to other people. So if you think that what your opinion is gonna matter in our home, just think again. Because this guy is gonna do whatever the people told him to do. If you guys think that your opinion is gonna matter, you want him to take his uniform off so you can feel praise about other people, just keep thinking that. It's not gonna happen.
The people gave him a mandate. We have a mandate. We put our own system of checks and balance. No. I hear you from Dinah's channel. You came in there. You were lying across the board. But no. That's fine. So
don't just be debating and blocking everybody from talking. The point I'm making is that if you look at the world, because you have to go by what works, and there is something about leaders that are civilian that seems to make them more effective. It's not military.
Who are those civilians?
Oh, you want me to start giving them from learning
in Africa? Give me the names.
Lin Kuan Yew, even George Washington.
We're talking about Africa. Don't take me Africa.
I'm talking about the ones that Africans don't work. Don't you get it? Africa is not working.
Sankara was performing well. We didn't take
over. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, but he died. If he had,
well, that's not the argument. Like that. It was
my point is that I'm not saying that is the main reason why African leaders are not succeeding, that they are not turning to civilian. I'm saying that for him now, he's done the first good thing, which is remove the crazies and want to take over. Then why is he not transition to a state that will allow him to actually even do more? Because there's something about a civilian regime that seems to work.
Tunaja, the minute he take off his uniform without doing all these reforms, flexing his muscle to make sure we are doing all the reforms the country need to advance, we are doing. You understand? The fact that he has his uniform, the fact
people do it.
Which people?
I just named them. There are many.
You out of Africa, sir. I'm not trying to hear white people's business tonight.
Around the world, all the decisive leaders, they were military, but they became civilians. All of them. Without
and I told you, and I just told you, there is something that we are trying to achieve before you take off the uniform. Aren't you getting it?
Tunaja,
wearing the uniform has an advantage for him as we speak now. When we get to that, he can take his uniform off and we can move on. It's not going to be by the fact that Tunaja is sitting in Nigeria. It feels like, okay, it's time for you to take your uniform, take it off. It's not going to happen.
Tunaja's in UK.
See, you are not understanding. I'm trying to make him more effective. I'm trying to make him more effective, because if you
go. Oh my God!
Tunaja, what do you care about?
Why do you care about the uniform?
Tunaja, what do you care about that?
For the time being, what do you care about the uniform?
How many that do I need to explain it? If you
because you don't make any sense.
Listen,
he's getting things done and he's moving on to the purpose. He's gonna take the uniform off. It's gonna happen.
Okay, good. You are saying it's going to happen, but he has not.
I've told you that.
Yeah, but you have not spelled out the process here that we know of, and the length of time. Because I am looking at other nations that have done great things. That really people that truly want to transform their nation, they move. The way it's moving now, it's not so different from Buhari.
So do you think? Tunaja, do you think 5 years from now, right? Do you think in your head 5 years from now we will be happy seeing him in uniform walking around? Do you think that's what we want?
I worry. They just
okay, so you should. I get your point that you should worry, but we don't. That's not what we want for now.
I like what he's doing from what they are saying.
Name me a francophone country that even had the balls to go to the French about things that Traoré has done. Name a civilian president that done that. Name one since 60. Okay.
Let me ask you, because he has been in office now for over 2 years now. What is the state of the military of that country?
Okay, you went to Dana's channel and lie, right? You gave the state, right? So can you repeat the state? You said it, right?
Yeah. The number I have so far at my disposal.
From your white master, right?
Oh, come on, let's not do that.
Okay, that's what you are there in London.
If you have more, you can tell me. I'm not making it. I'm not saying I categorically say okay, that is what is actually happening on the ground. Because
Go ahead.
They may be outdated. The point I'm asking, the number that I have says I have about 6,000 soldiers and 40-something thousand militia, basically. And that is not a country that is ready to take charge.
Tunaja, listen to me. Tunaja, listen to me. Even when you say that, right? You went to school, right? I know you're not dumb. So when you say 6,000 people, right? I am looking at the last recruitment they got more than 100,000 100,000. We already raised our military size. It came from 40% to 72% in less than 2 years. And you're talking about it did that with 6,000 people? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's what I gather. That's the
No, come on, man.
if you say it's
When
much more
you were talking, I tried to click the link to come to talk to you. I'm like, Tunaja, the last recruitment, we had 100,000. We are training these people like real soldier. And he put them by batch of 500, 600. He want to train them very well. That's why sometimes this thing is taking a little time, because he said to us, I can send these people on the battlefield so they can get killed very quick. But no, I'm gonna train these people like real soldier, real after this terrorism situation, we will be ready for other things. Our army will be ready. That's why he wanted it. So we have the manpower to now. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, but I hope you are hearing when I said that the defense pact design amongst themselves is a very brilliant idea, something that African leaders have never managed to achieve. That is a big achievement. I have to admit that.
You know that force is already on the ground. You know that, right?
What forces?
The military pact we signed, and every country has to provide a certain number of soldiers so we can work together.
Yeah,
in the Sahel.
when
It's already effective.
Tiny military size is really
pathetic.
pathetic.
Okay, so Tunaja, so you want them to come and tell you, this is the real military size that we have.
See, I'm
so
telling
you want them to tell you that?
Nigeria is about 200 something million, but they are training. They decide that they used to train their military trains about 6,000 every 6 months. So that tells you that the capacity of even Nigeria, as big as it is not that high, and because of our leaders choose to downgrade our ability to recruit.
So Naja, when all is said and done, right? When all is said and done, when all is said and done,
recruit 100,000.
So you're not listening. You're not listening to Traore. When Traore speak, you're not listening. If you listen to him, he already told the AES, we are not at this point. We are not even fighting the terrorism. We are fighting real war. We are training to fight real wars. That's what we want. That's what we're getting ready for. By telling you that means we have to have the manpower. We have to have the logistic. These people are not talking about it. By tomorrow, we should be ready to take on Algeria, which is playing with us. We should be we should be able to take on Tunisia or all these countries.
Tunisia, what are you talking about? No African country right now, single African country is ready to take on any North African country.
Okay, so this is you. If you don't have it, let us have it. If you don't have it, listen. If you don't have it right now, right? Just get behind us. We good. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and take care of business.
I'm just reading now.
Okay, I'm telling you, when these people are done, when AES, right? The AES, it's not ECOWAS, the AES, right? Tunaja, listen to me. The AES, not ECOWAS, right? AES. When we get to our right footing, right? When we get to our right footing, we won't be scared of any North African country. You understand? This is the goal. We won't be scared.
How are they supposed to get to this point if they don't have the manpower?
I told you in every season they are recruiting. Each country is recruiting. They are getting to a certain number.
Let me read what I'm seeing.
Again, you are reading something. Maybe you are reading something from the apps. I'm telling you.
No, okay, so you are telling me I should believe you without any credible evidence from anywhere.
So when they are recruiting people, isn't that the media in my country that are talking about it, or is it me sitting here trying to sway you on that?
What I'm reading here is that they are recruiting, or they say Burkina Faso to recruit 5,000 soldiers to fight jihadis. 5,000 soldiers.
Are you crazy?
Okay, you
5,000 soldiers to do what? To protect the village?
We all can see Eritrea. Eritrea has significant manpower. If Burkina Faso was heading in that direction, by now you should be seeing it, but we are not seeing it.
Okay, are you watching TV? Are you watching the news from the Sahel?
I do see now.
Are you watching the operation in the Sahel? Do you think this is 5,000 people doing this work?
Probably, yeah. That is the truth. See, if you see, I don't know why you are arguing this point. If you see a country that is changing its security posture heavily, you are going to notice it. You're going to
How do
see
you
the
notice that? What do you want to see and you don't
you're
see?
going to see, if you say a country that is becoming militarized, you're going to see it. You are going to see the soldiers marching. You're going to see the way their borders are secure. You're going to see that you're going to see martial law taking place.
Do you know when you go when you go from like a mid 30% to 73%? Do you know what that means? You know what kind of effort it takes? It's not war. We're talking about terrorists. You know what kind of effort it takes to get to that? Knowing that your country is divided, your country is divided. You came into power, and a lot of your military, some of them took off. Some of them are wounded. Some of them don't want to fight, and you have to put an army together while you are fighting jihadis. Do you know what effort does it take to get to that level?
See, what I know.
Do you know? Do you understand the effort? No, I'm asking you. Do you understand the effort?
Of course, I do understand the effort.
You want him to be. You want him. You want this. Okay. How long? Tunaja, how long does it take to train a man, a civilian? How long to a real soldier?
6 months.
No, it's more than that, bro.
That is what 6 months for the training, this in camp and everything. Then when you go out, you can go and practice in the real world. But it's 6 months. The minimal recruits. That's what it used to train them. So you can have a massive.
You talking about a soldier who still have a belly, and we talking about real commandos. We talking about people who can shut this thing down. We talking about terrorists. You guys don't know what you're talking about. 6 months is not going to be enough.
Oh, there's
6
another,
months.
okay, this is another big one. You say, look at this on this big one. They said that Burkina Faso recruits 50,000 civilian defense volunteers to help the army fight jihad.
That's what I'm talking about. This is the first batch that went in.
I like that.
That's the first. Okay, wait. Why did you get that information last? That's what I'm trying to tell you. The number went up. The last number was like 100,000.
Yeah, I really hope they are going to transition these people towards actually serious military, not people that just helping the soldiers, like rebels.
No,
really,
these people,
those are the ones that are going to defend them against Americans.
No,
those are the ones that are going to deny the American space.
But listen. You talk like as if these are military now. These people already fought battles, so they're not afraid of anything. You understand? They understand the threats that's coming their way. They know they need manpower, and they are getting the manpower, and they are getting these people fully trained. That's what we're talking about here. So every time,
if that's what they are doing, I applaud him for doing that.
And I'm telling you. So do you think? So the size of the military already?
Let's shift. I'll give you the benefit of that because of the.
Okay, keep looking, keep checking the information from these countries. Instead of reading a paper from the Guardian or wherever you from, stop reading that.
I have to have evidence. Let's move to another topic. The other point is that I heard that they are signing an agreement with Morocco at the moment to have access to the sea, and I ask myself, Moroccans versus Africans, which one are more pan-European? I would have thought both of them are just as bad.
Is it Nigeria pan-European?
Yeah, what do you think?
Your president just went in there and to Paris and did all kind of things with Macron. Isn't Nigeria pan-European?
Yes.
So what's the problem of then having access to the sea as well? Okay, go ahead.
The point I'm making is that why go to Morocco? Morocco was the country that destroyed the Songhai Empire.
Who should they go to?
Ironically,
you want to start going to Asian history now?
No.
Let him go to that. Let him go to that.
In the president, the Nigeria, Ghana, they are the one betraying them. So what are you talking about?
I'm just trying to find out. See, betraying the people that are
we are
betraying
the one shutting them from the sea. We are the one listening to our.
Mike, think about it. African leaders, ECOWAS leaders are Western puppets. Moroccan leaders are Western. They don't like African. Everything about them is Western and Arab. They don't care about us. And yet you go and sign up to them. What
did we sign up? What did we sign up?
Access to the sea.
So what's wrong with that?
Because why go with them when
who should they go
we
with?
Tunaja. Listen to me. Tunaja, listen to me. We have access to the sea through Ghana. We have access to the sea through Togo. We have access to the sea through Ivory Coast. Mali has access to the sea through Senegal, and Niger has access to the sea through Nigeria. We already have access to the sea. If the king of Morocco wants to do a favor, why we try to isolate ourselves?
Should they reject the favor?
Why do we try
because
like we don't
you
need
sound
your
like a very racist person. Are you
That's
racist?
No.
come on, man.
It's not about being racist here. You have to know your history. Because okay, now
Tonight you have to
let
go
me
on
give you
this
an example now. Hold on
FBA that
now.
like going to history all the time.
Mike, let me just make the point. The point I wanted to make was that they could have gone to Algeria. Algeria is very, very a kind of anti-European, and they hold their ground.
Algeria is anti-European.
Yes, they are more anti-European.
Tunaja. Just that's the most ridiculous.
Anti-French. Definitely anti-French.
Tunaja, these people are in bed. These people are in bed. Algeria, as we speak. No. They are in bed right now trying to undermine AES. Algeria, not Morocco.
So you know what I mean. Algeria, France. Somebody tells me that it's going to be a negative. Most of the news is going to be negative. Algeria, France.
will tell us that 2,000 years ago.
Let's see the cooperation between Algeria and France. Let's see whether they are cooperating or they are arguing amongst themselves.
And I'm already telling you, these people are Algeria, as we speak, is undermining us.
Calm down now. Let me read it. The top news on this thing from Al Jazeera. It says, why are relationships between Algeria and France so bad?
Tunaja.
Let me finish that. So you see what I mean? Algeria drafts wartime mobilization bill amid relations tensions. Algeria is against the French.
Oh my God, Tunaja, I am a francophone telling you. They have listen to me. They have the problem, right, with the French. I do agree with that. But when it comes to undermining us, they will side with French to do the beating of the French against us. What? That's what Algeria is doing. So all the reading that you are doing, right? Algeria is against, bro. They just took down the Malian drones. Algeria just took down the Malian drone last week. Are you serious?
You can't fly.
It did not. They shot the. Tunaja, that's what you guys don't understand. When they took down the drone, right? When they took down the drone, you know they have radars, right? They have radars. The drone landed in the Mali territory. This problem is at the United Nations right now. The Malian. Listen.
Let me read what he's saying there.
Why Algeria trying to pay for the drone? Why do they try to pay for the drone? Why do they try to pay for the drone? The drone landed in the Mali territory. They have all the images. They shot the drone in the Malian territory, sir.
Yeah, okay. Come on, man. Let's say they shot inside the Mali.
You know where the drone was heading? You know where the drone was heading? You know where the drone was heading?
Where was he heading?
At the border between Mali and Algeria. There was terrorists. They were having a meeting, so they got note of it. They were going to bomb them. The Algeria, they did it, shot the drone down. Come on, man.
Let me tell you something. Algeria is very, very paranoid.
Man, you're talking about Algeria hate the French because
them shooting your Mali's drone down means that they love the French. What are you talking about?
Tunaja, you know how many? Do you know? So you don't know. So Tunaja, so you don't know that the terrorist leader are residing in Algeria right now? So you don't know?
No.
Oh my God.
Do you have evidence what you just stated that
some of them are? Do you know Musa Kufa? Musa Kufa is over there in Algeria. Most of the people that the Malian governments are looking for, they reside in Algeria. The Algerian people don't even lie about it.
You are saying that as if the Algerian government are the one giving them this in the refuge. Never.
When they take them from the North Mali, right? That place, I forgot the name. Do you know where did they go? They went to Algeria.
This is what they do in Nigeria too. They cross borders all the time. It doesn't mean the governments are harboring them. When terrorists come into Nigeria and go to Niger or this in the Benin Republic or Cameroon, do we say that the countries are harboring them? That's not how it is. Algeria had its own terrorist problem, big one, and they suppressed
So,
it.
so they can
That is
cross the
what I'm
border.
doing.
So Tunaja, so they can cross the border, right? Come to Mali, do what they do, and run back to Algeria, and you're not calling it harboring them.
No, I
So
don't call
when
it
they
harboring them.
when the Malian pursue them, they can only stop at the border. There is no, they don't even have some sort of pact to work together against terrorism. The Malian have to complain all the time that all the terrorism they're looking for, they just cross the border to Algeria. So that's so it's not harboring.
The Algerians, hold on, the Algerians were the ones that volunteered to join Niger and Mali if they were attacked. Algeria, hold on. Because what you are doing here is just you are willfully blinding yourself.
Oh
Algeria
my God.
were the same country that opted to join Mali and Niger if Nigeria had attacked them. Do you know that? Do you even know that?
Tunaja. If you
guys
are talking about the same Algeria, right? If you are Tunaja, if you are talking about the same Algeria, go ahead and kiss them behind. You don't get it. These people are playing games. They have been playing games for a long time.
You telling me now? No, let me make this clear. You are telling me you prefer Morocco over Algeria.
I don't prefer. So I don't. As we speak, there is no terrorism. There is no. I never heard of a terrorist. I don't know. I never listen.
Over Algeria.
Listen. Let me tell you. You brought Morocco, right? As we speak, I never heard that the Moroccan are protecting a terrorist over there in their country. I never heard that. Never heard that. So even when it comes to you see when
controlling the Sahara and this in that.
No. Listen. Do you know how we know? Do you know how we know? Because we work together. Do you know how we know? You see the way you see when Mali, right? When Mali can cross the border and come to Burkina, Burkina can cross the border and go to Mali. We can cross the border to go to Nigeria. Nigeria can cross the border to come to us. Any country that want to work with us, if you are not hiding anything, the first pact that we sign is the pact in order to cross your border. So we know that you are not harboring anybody at your border. So if you have nothing to hide, tell the other country you can come in within 10 kilometers. Come in and just let us know that you are coming in. We will let you go in. Algeria doesn't want to do that with Nigeria, Mali. Why? Because they're hiding something. If you are my partner, if you are fighting terrorism and I'm fighting terrorism, we should have that agreement. Why they don't want to have that agreement? Why they don't want to have that agreement? Why Ivory Coast doesn't want to have that agreement with Burkina Faso? Because they know.
See, I get what you are saying. I hear what you are saying.
So
but
I know
this
it's fire.
is a bit messy. No,
I think they just argue this about in country.
Calm down. I hear what he's saying, but the reason why I'm complaining about this, I don't know how the relationship between Algeria and Mali got bad recently, but I can see a headline now that is saying that Mali accuses Algeria of fueling Sahel insecurity by supporting Tuareg rebels. So not terrorists, they are talking about Tuareg rebels. So maybe there are some groups in Algeria that have connection with Mali too, that the Algerians are protecting. There might be some truth there. But in terms of strategically, I don't think Mali is looking at this. Algeria is looking to destabilize Mali. The people that are looking to destabilize Mali is the French. They are the one, and they try to destabilize Algeria too. Algeria had a long problem with terrorism. So, and if you look at the Moroccans were the ones that slaughtered Africans just last year.
No, John, what is your
point? No, it's not Moroccan. It's Tunisian. That's Tunisian.
No,
actually,
it's not. It's not. I
can show you the video.
Okay, show the video. Show the video. I want to see it. Show the video.
You don't know that Moroccans shot a lot.
No, John, what's the wider point you're coming to make here tonight? I don't get it.
No, he's making.
The point is that
Algeria. You talking about
with Morocco? That is shown to be even more.
Well, what's your business? Are you from there?
You asked me a question that is more pan-European than even our.
So what is your business?
Tunaja.
You know,
so let us you guys Tunaja. Have you been around? Have you been around Algerians?
Algerians, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like,
They
do you
are
know them very,
racist
do you know them
towards
very
black
well?
Africans.
Do you know them very well?
You're busy telling Burkina Faso
Do you know them very well? Do you know them very well?
I've had a Nigerian friend. I have a Nigerian has worked with me before, and I met this spectacular Nigerian guy in the taxi one day. And the guy, he told me about his own father getting involved with the fight against the French. All the things that they did.
No. Don't
These
give me that
people,
long sentence. I just want a short sentence. No.
naturally hate the French. They hate the French naturally.
Tunaja, I'm glad that you said that, right? I want you from now on, like since we had that conversation, go to, if you see any francophone, don't pick one, any francophone, ask them if we put Algeria, if the two devil, right? That, like, just like you said, if we put Algeria and Morocco, where would you run to? Ask them, they will tell you. Just ask them.
You mean like Africans? Africans are mumu now.
No. Not in that sense. Not in that sense. Not in that sense.
They will still support
Say
them.
that again tonight. The Africans are what?
They behave like mumu now. They will go and support.
No, it's not the mumu. I said two devils. Like we said, we agree. Let's say two devils. At least which devil would you run to? Which devil would you run to?
I prefer the devil that is also the enemy of my enemy, which is
Tonight, there's more. There's more.
These people will tell you they will go to Morocco. They will go to Morocco hands down. They will tell you that.
Exactly, but that's the thing now. The Morocco destroyed the Songhai Empire. Morocco shot a lot of Africans last year. Moroccan footballers, they don't want to associate with Africa. The Moroccans are pan-European. Make no mistake. Why
don't
like it?
I don't know. I heard the opposite. They put almost 10,000 people in the desert. Algerian people forced over 10,000 Africans into the desert. There's actually black people in Morocco living.
Well, doesn't mean they won't do business with you,
Haitians studying in Morocco.
When was this?
There's a Haitian embassy of Morocco in Haiti. I don't know. Morocco has more of a relationship with Black Africa than Algeria.
He doesn't know that. So what you
There's
said.
There's way more Algerians.
Do you know they have black Moroccans? Tunaja.
Pardon?
Do you know they have black Moroccans?
Black Moroccans.
Yes, but there's no black Algerians. You know that, right?
All North African countries have black Africans.
No, they don't have black in Algeria.
They do.
It's only South Libya. It's only Libya and Morocco that have some black.
No. They do have black people. Hold on, y'all. Be honest here. They do have black people in Algeria, but they kick them out though.
They're not there anymore.
Morocco, if I show you the image of Morocco and migrants, all you see is tears, shootings, and all. That's all they do to Africa.
That's the migrant fault, sir. That's the migrant fault. Nobody. That's their fault. That's their fault, man.
In America, they're shooting migrants too. So what are you talking about?
They're shooting migrants everywhere in the world. They're treating them. They're mistreating them. They're getting them. The women are getting raped all over the place. It's the same treatment all over the place. You see, you know what, Tunaja? I'm not even afraid. I'm not even. I don't feel sorry about no African migrant going through the desert. I'm not even. I don't care.
They themselves, these black Africans, they don't work on their own fellow blacks in their own border. But when they Arab or other race do it, they start calling them racist.
If you check the image, now I'm looking at the image. I'm looking at Algeria migrants. I'm looking at the image. If you check the one
South Africans
migrants, it's bloody. But the one with Algeria is not like that. Yes, Algeria is very, very conscious.
Well, it has nothing to do with race.
They
don't
a lot of people that come into their country, but it doesn't mean they hate them.
Morocco. I'm glad that you brought it. Morocco give access to the university to many Francophone Africans. Like, they help out a lot. I'm not saying all the things that you said is wrong, but I'm just also saying some of the things that they do also are good. So you see what I'm saying? You cannot just say, "Oh, all the things that they have done is bad." Morocco has always been a partner to us. We don't have this kind of animosity towards one another. In order for me, right, to turn my back on somebody, you have to be able to give me evidence of them undermining you. If they're not, what they did in the Songhai Empire, everybody did something to somebody during those times.
That will never learn from history. Do you know the South African leaders and
your people did something bad?
Let me add this now. There was a time
they moved on. You are over here bringing us 1,500 stories. Come on, man.
Did you see that in news last year when the South African delegation to the African Union made a very, very categorical speech about countries that are sabotaging Africa. One of the countries that was isolated specifically was Morocco. That Morocco is
Doing what?
very, very
For
superior
doing what?
in Africa. That Morocco supports all kinds of things like bringing Israel into Africa, signing deals with Europeans in terms of that
The
many
sign deal with European. Why would you should worry about them?
Oh my God! It depends
They
on
are
the deal.
Moroccans, so you said we don't care about them. So
all I know is I've been to Morocco, and I tell you right now, I couldn't believe I was on the African continent.
How did you get treated, Carla, over there in Morocco?
Everybody treated me great, you know.
Hmm.
You know, it was the best country I've ever been in my life, man.
They will treat you great because you are African American. But
That's
if you are
not true.
African,
Did you have to say that, Carla? Did you have to tell them that?
Well,
okay, so you saying it's not Sunanja? You said because
like I said,
is it not black?
Twice. And the bottom line,
No, but Carla had a tin ball.
I was talking. Look, I had a long conversation with some of them.
Sunanja, you saying Carla is not black
and
enough?
the bottom line is, I said I talked to one guy, and I was just asking him. He said, he showed me in his office there was a big picture of the monarch, the king. He said, yeah, that's the head of state, the king. We're a monarchy. I was like, you guys are a monarchy, and you guys run this country so nice. I mean, the streets you could eat off the ground. That's how clean it is. They got monorails, light rails. It's like street cars. I mean, I swear to God, man, that place is so beautiful. You know, and I was like a half-hour ride to the hotel I was staying at, right? So I got to see the countryside and everything. I swear to God, I was in New Jersey. You know, in New York or New Jersey, driving on the turnpike, New Jersey turnpike.
They are very developed over there, man. I've been there.
Developed. I was like, how is this on African continent, man? I was like, how the heck is this possible? And they have no oil. I'm like, how the hell, man? You know?
Tonight, are you serious about Algeria? I didn't know that. I didn't know you. Are you serious?
What?
Carla, can you play the video in the back chat, man? Can you play the video, please? Of the 10,000 people in the desert from Algeria.
You are looking at the
In the back
surface.
chat.
Looking at when it matters the most. I just told you when the chips are down. Algeria was the one that came out and said, if you attack Niger, we will join against you. Algeria was one, it wasn't Morocco. When the chips are down,
Tunaja.
Why are you making me play this video?
Tunaja,
sorry, when they invade you, but Algeria was going to fight for you.
Let me tell you a funny story, right? Since you like funny storytelling.
Asamaka in April alone. Asamaka is about 15 kilometers away from Point Zero. This is the location Algerian authorities are dumping the migrants. Now, once abandoned here, they have no choice but to walk for hours in extreme temperatures, often without food and water.
They took everything away from us. Money, mobile phone. I couldn't take anything at all with me. Apart from these 2 buckets you can see.
Algerian officials have been accused of...
When I was in Morocco, I seen friggin' black Africans, and they were treated so well. You know, yes, sir, no, sir, when that. People don't like migrants. You know,
exactly.
They don't. You know,
so now you're making excuses.
People like Tunanja will claim victim.
Africans that were in there with me and whatnot. You know, they'll go into the hotel on the bus, go to the hotel. These people were paying customers and everything like that, so they treat them with respect. You know, they're very professional, right? Nobody wants migrants coming in their country, flooding in there.
Carla, let me even bust your bubble. Do you know the hypocrisy of people like Tunanja? Tunanja is one of those people that are complaining about Fulani migrants in Nigeria. They even calling for, they do the same thing. No one wants migrants, but they'll complain. It's not pointing finger at other people that they are racist for not accepting migrants or they are evil for not accepting migrants. But everyone does it.
You go to somebody's country, bust in the door,
just making a false case against
Carla, do you know why they don't like him? Next thing you know, at night, these people will be opening prostitution corners over there in your country. They will be having sex all over the place. They will bring degeneracy. And it's what it is. They will create a campment in your country.
They will start creating shopping.
Yeah.
And they'll join terrorist groups, jihadist groups.
Exactly. Someone come to your country, bro. There's no opportunity for them. They're gonna be start committing crimes.
It depends on what you do to them. See, the Algerians are very, very conscious of their national security because of their history. They've had French slaughter them in the millions, no, not millions, hundreds of thousands, and then they had a massive jihadi problem, one of the
You
worst.
know who helped them, Tunaja? You know who helped them?
Fought it off. Who?
Mali. When they were fighting, even the French, right? You know who gave them? Okay, you know who gave them a base? We know who gave them a base when Algeria was fighting the French? Mali.
Yeah, but that's beautiful.
So
but the
are they
bottom
against
line
Mali?
is this,
They are not
does
against
mean-
Mali. Don't you get it,
mean
Kala?
They are against
They're not against
the
Mali.
regime. They are against the regime.
No, they are not.
Oh my goodness.
Why did they say they will fight with them? What is wrong with you? Why did they say they will fight with them? If they
When
are
was the
against
last? So did they fight? Did they fight anything? Are they fighting anything right now?
They said if Nigeria had attacked, they will fight with them.
No, they're like, okay, that's why I was trying to tell you a story, right? When we had the situation with ECOWAS, right? And ECOWAS when it attacked Niger, right? And Guinea Conakry said, okay, if something happened, we will join, right? Do you believe them? Since you are gullible, I'm just ask you a question. Do you think Guinea would join? Man, you've got no, man, bro.
What you don't understand is that a nation says something.
These people they make empty threat, man. Listen, you don't know Francophone. Tunaja, you don't know. Listen, you don't know Franco. You don't know Tunaja. What I can attest tonight. I can attest tonight. You don't know Francophone Africa, man. I know. Bro, you don't know Francophone Africa. You believe whatever they say, man. Oh yeah, when we
I don't believe
Algeria,
I look at what they do. What are you talking about? Okay, let me just share these images now. Kala, please.
Yeah, share whatever you want, man.
Let's see the difference between both images when you look at the people. How can you compare both of them? I keep telling you the same thing, and you just keep acting as if I'm just making it up. Look at the two images.
Kala, next time, right? Next time I'm gonna send you a video of a terrorist that was sitting on an airplane with the Algerian foreign minister. The Malian just caught him 2 weeks ago.
Wow. So Kala, share the screen so that they can see it. Let's not be biased now. Share the screen.
I just putting up his stuff up. Oh Lord.
So you see that is Morocco African migrants. Now let me show you that of Algeria African migrants. Does it look like the same thing? That is
they're dropping them off in the desert, bro. They're dropping them off in the desert.
It's a no man. The Sahel, the desert, right? Is a no man's land, and people die there. People, it's the desert. People. So don't talk about treatment.
They drown them in the sea.
I want them to do more. Tonight, I want them to do more. Trust me, I want them to do more.
Oh, you see that now?
Yes.
Hold
on.
Rather, we go with a.
I want them to do more. I want them to do more. They're not taking care of these people fast, man. They're not taking care of these people fast.
Your argument is senseless. Now you have that you rather go with that is pan-European than go with the one that is not. That's your argument. That's where you ended up.
Sir. Tunaja, when I went home, right, we are from the Sahel. People go through the Sahel to go from Libya to go to Europe. I know these people. I talk to this kid. You know what they tell me first? When I go home and I tell them I know these roads are dangerous, you might get killed. They told me they're already dead. Don't cry for us. Okay, so why would somebody would told me he doesn't care of dying.
So because of that, you make an excuse.
Oh my God! Oh,
you make an excuse for the country that is shooting them. That's your argument,
bro. If so, all the video that you are showing, right? All the video that these kids have seen the video. They have seen the worst. They have seen the worst that could be done to a human being. They have seen it, bro. Tunaja. These kids they have seen the videos. They know the treatment that.
Every day.
Well,
the more you talk, the more your argument is getting worse and worse.
No, it's not worse.
That why would you choose Morocco over this in Algeria that is anti-European or at least definitely anti-French?
Well,
your argument was that Morocco was more friendly and nicer to us. I tell you, even use migrants. I said look at the migrant images yourself. It's not the same as that of Algeria. Look at when they were about to be attacked. Who was the country that said they were going to help this in the Sahel nations? It was this same Algeria. I met an Algerian on the train. So hold on, I met an Algerian in the taxi. The story that man told me to to tell you everything you need to know. Franz Fanon, I think it's an African. No, I think Franz Fanon, whether it's an African American or this in French. He went to Algeria. He's a black guy. He's a black guy. He's a very, very known black in civil rights. This in Pan African. So he was in Algeria. He did his work, not Morocco. How many people go to Morocco to go and do that kind of work? Because Morocco, you don't have that kind of access. Morocco talks like they are Pan African or.
I ask you if you know them. You say you know one guy. You know, even in France as we speak, right? Where all the African community meets the Francophone community. Ask them. Living amongst Algeria and Morocco, they will tell you. Don't listen to St. James. Listen to these Africans. They will tell you exactly what they see. They live in Paris amongst one another. They will tell you. They will tell you.
The Chinese don't like us. The French, the Russians don't like us. If you go to Russia, they will treat you bad. It doesn't mean there's no your ally. Enemy, my enemy is my friend. Don't you understand that?
These two countries, Morocco, when it come to fighting terrorism, from between Algeria and Morocco, I will pick Morocco in a heartbeat right now. I will. Yeah, good luck. Thank you. Good luck. I will. So you cannot help your neighbor, right? You cannot Tunaja, you cannot help so listen, you cannot help your neighbor. Pretend to help your neighbor and your neighbor turns around and hates you. It can't happen because they know exactly how they are being undermined. They know that. And they have proof to back that up.
Moroccans definitely call themselves Africans. They do call themselves they're Berbers, whatever like that, and Arabs, but they consider themselves part of Africa. They always say we're African.
Where did you get that from? Jesus Christ!
I hear them with their own mouth. They say we're African.
They all do, though. They all do. If you ever meet anybody from the north, they say
that's what they will tell you.
Egyptians, Algerians.
They understand their different race. They're Berbers but I get along with them one night, because it's like, okay, we're cool. And everything like that. We all understand.
No, they all tell you that. They'll tell you that they're mixed. But can I say something real quick to Niger? Why are you looking for a friend rather than looking for an interest? I think it was somebody that once said that we have permanent interest, not permanent.
That's what I mean. I'm looking for interest. Because the interest is that the Algerians definitely are not that pan-European compared to Moroccans. Moroccans wanted to build a bridge from Morocco to Europe. These are people that want to build a bridge from Morocco to Europe.
So what's wrong with that?
Have you been to Morocco?
What's wrong with that?
Take over Africa.
Tinubu will build a bridge to the moon and bring the French there.
Nigeria's obviously never been to Morocco.
I know Moroccans. I
know. Tonight, your president Tinubu welcomed Macron, and he even called him his son. He said he grew up in one of the. He studied there, and he did some kind of. He had some kind of position in Nigeria. You didn't say nothing about that.
Let me answer my phrase. First of all, the African Union, aka African Union, is a joke. The African Union is a joke. That's no litmus test. I think Morocco's more African than those clowns in the African Union are. They can't.
All the presidents are the African Union.
Kala, okay, let me ask you, Kala, directly. Between Algeria and Morocco, which one is more?
I don't know anything about Algeria.
Look at that. Okay, good. Okay, at least you opted out of that one. But can anybody else answer between Algeria and this in Morocco? Which one is more pan-European?
Well, from the ones I met, they're both respectful and they both speak.
Just out of curiosity,
I don't know.
Why can't we respect the fact that these people decided to work with the people that they felt that they should work with, and respect the fact that they made that decision?
The reason why I don't respect it is because you are rejecting black African leaders because they are compromised. Versus, it's like going back to the French. By going back to the Moroccans, it's like going back to the French. It's like you jump from fire to from the fire pan to fire.
Tunaja. Togo, right? The president of Togo, right? Togo is still in ECOWAS, right? Correct? They still do business with the French, right?
Yes.
Still do business with the French. But Togo is one of our best partner. We get our logistic from their port. So what you talking about? We don't compromise. We don't have a problem with Togo. We don't have a problem with Togo as long as Togo doesn't undermine us. They stay on the side. We on our side. We respect one another. No problem. We can do that with all other African countries. But when you decide to undermine, then we don't have a relationship. That's what it is. I gave you an example of Togo. Togo right there.
Then why do they need Morocco then if they have Togo?
It's calling is what he wants to help. He said, okay, this is what I can do for you. It's an option. It's giving you an option. If you want it, you take it. If you don't want it, you don't take it. That's what it is. He's not forcing anybody to take it.
Check this out. By the way, the other night when I got off in Zongo and Lewis, how did that go? After I got off, I'm interested and I didn't get the feedback.
It went great.
It went great. They kiss and make up and everything, or did it go great? Like it go great? Like they were about to kill each other, cursing each other out. How did it go?
It went great. There was no disrespect in that one.
Okay. I like this guy. He doesn't talk too much. You ask him, he just gives you the answer. Take it or leave it.
All right, I'm gonna end the live stream. You guys can stay on if you want. I'm going to bed.
You gotta leave that live for Tunaja, man. He's full of it, man. Tunaja, you just full of it.
That your guy makes a mistake because you think that your guy this is